How's it going, everyone? I hope you guys are all doing well. We're back for another night stream today, or this evening, or in the morning, wherever you are in the world. I appreciate everyone who comes on to these, and the reason I wasn't able to be on the watch along live for the match today was because I was actually away and I was traveling. I was in Washington, D.C., believe it or not. So I was out of the house, but I was tuning in and I tried my best to watch the game while I was walking around and doing things in the city. But I missed some parts of the game, but I caught like the biggest parts. And yeah, I think overall I got a really good understanding of the game. So I can definitely engage with you guys and have a great discussion. I'm really excited to talk about this because obviously a 5-0 win is always, good for the morale of the team and the fans. Although it is a friendly, I believe that the Austrian league is actually already building towards their second match day, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong with this, but that's what I heard. So it looks like this team was already like in preparation, and we look much more physically fit in this game compared to the last one. So I a lot of positives to take away, guys. I'm feeling pretty good. But of course, this weekend we're playing Marseille, and that game will be more difficult. So get ready for a tough one. Okay, let's see who's here. What's up, Christian? How are you? Always good to see you. I did put the links, guys, in the chat if you want to come on and discuss. Um, okay, so we have some questions from Christian. For the game, who was your MVP and your flop? I don't think anyone flopped too badly. I think Messias wasn't the best sometimes in his one-on-ones. I know he did score, so that's what I mean. Like, even though he didn't impress me that much in the attack, he did actually find a goal. So, but it's kind of funny. But yeah, I guess he wasn't his sharpest today. And my MVP was probably It's hard to just choose one, but I really liked Adli. Like you said here, Adli does impress me the most. He played with us like he's been there for a while. Yeah, he's really good at like his he's really doesn't lose the ball much, keeps it really well, distributes it well, and got a goal and an assist. His goal wasn't the best, but you know, he was there in the right position. He also got that nice ball all across to Rebic, and he did his job. It wasn't the most challenging of goals and assists, but it definitely was important, and overall, he had a great performance. Um, I'm surprised the last room wasn't taken out. Yeah. Well, that's why I had to end it early, just in case we got it. We ran into some issues, but everything looks good. Italian Mike is no BS, just straight up. Can we sign someone? The thing, actually, we can discuss that. It's really interesting with De Ketelaere based on what happened today because I was actually a little bit surprised. And then again, I do think that we really, really want De Ketelaere. Like like our 100%. We want to bring him in. We're very motivated to get him. Bruges is playing very hard to get right now, but I think they can only squeeze this out for so much longer. And I think they're just trying to get every last euro they can for De Ketelaere. So we're going to discuss that. Please do not sign Ziyech. He is a weak player. Okay, that's interesting. I don't mind Ziyech. I think he's pretty good. What do you think of the three youngest from the Primavera? Well, let me see. Which ones were they by name? Actually, I can pull up here. I have the match so I can see it was substituted in. Okay, so this is our starting formation here. Pretty, actually very strong back four. Pretty much our strongest back four. Teo Hernandez, Tomori, Kalulu, Calabria, Magnan, keeper. Krunic playing the double pivot. He can play pretty much anywhere. Benacer, pretty decent midfield. And then our attacking four was pretty interesting as well. Can someone, just really quickly, if anyone knows about Giroud, can you guys confirm or not about his health? Because is he injured a little bit, or is he just kind of not playing? 'Cause I didn't see him this game. But anyways, as long as he's not injured, we're good. Ali is promising. Yeah, he's very, very good. Like this guy, I'm so confident. Like I'm gaining my confidence about him every single time I see him play. And I will say that I was very worried about losing Kessie and bringing in only Adli. And hopefully we still bring in another midfielder. But overall, I think we'll be okay because Adli looks very, very good. Okay, so Leao, Adli, Salamakers, and then Rebic at striker. Rebic can play striker left wing, and once again he looked pretty solid at he did his work in the striker position. So okay. Okay, so Kubis, Gala, and if you're talking about Lazetic, I did see Lazetic. He actually looked pretty solid from what I saw. I thought he was making some good passes, moving the ball, making runs. Nothing amazing, but he was good for sure. Please send back Brahim Diaz to Madrid. I'm not able to see him anymore. Diaz, yeah, he's very shaky at times. Like he doesn't have much consistency. He looks like he has so much potential, but he doesn't really like make that leap. He shows flashes, but never really leaps to the next level. Chelsea will sell Ziyech for 8.4 million. I'll take him. Well, yeah, that's actually a good price for Ziyech. Honestly, like I like Ziyech. I don't know why like we wouldn't get it. We need to bolster our right wing position. So honestly, Ziyech is a yes for me, but it's unlikely we get him. The Ketelaere, guys, is going to be expensive if Bruges accept. And if he comes in, that's going to take a lot of our transfer budget. So I can see us having some issues signing other top targets because of this. Okay, so let's look at the subs overall. We have Ballo Torre, who actually gave an assist to Gabbia, which was nice. It looks like he finally was able to show his passing ability, give a nice little curved ball in, and Gabbia scored off a header from a corner kick or set piece play. Ballo Torre looked, just because of that assist, he didn't play the whole game. So when he came in and he did his job. So good stuff for Ballo Torre. keep giving him chances, because I don't think he's as terrible as people like make him out to be. Yes, he's not the very technical, but overall, I can't really complain with having him on the bench as of yet. I don't see it as a major issue, so I'm fine with him. Give him some more chances. Tonali came in, pretty decent shift from Tonali. I mean, once again, most of these players had solid games, weren't really tested that much. They had a couple of chances on the counter against us, but overall, I think we did well, defended well. I know Mirante, who came in, actually made a nice save, so good job to Mirante. Kubis came in. Let me actually scroll down. Kubis, Gala, Gabi, of course, scored. But yeah, so I think overall decent performance. Not really much of Bakayoko. Diaz could have done better, I think. But most players did their roles and were not really contested. So I have to say it was a good performance. Who will replace Kessie in the midfield? So that's the question, because I agree with you that I personally would want someone who is very good defensively to come into that midfield role and this Mercato and help us, because as of now it looks like we're just going to be running in the pivot Tonadi and Benacer as the starters, which is fine. Adli, it looks like he's more of a cam and a forward midfielder, but I guess he could play in the pivot, but he's not really good, the best. I mean, he's pretty good at pressing and he runs, and I can see him doing okay in that role as showed in the back four, but he's definitely not what we need to rely on as the more defensive player out of those two midfielders. So with that being said, we have Paul who's a little injured, I think, right now. On top of that, we have Bakayoko, who also may be leaving. But yeah, those two, I don't really know if we can trust them as rotational players. So I would personally love bringing in someone who's very good defensively into those roles this Mercato, but we'll see. At this point, any central midfielder that can play in the pivot would be good. Just someone to bolster the squad. So at this point, we don't know. Sanchez was the top choice, but it looks like I think the management is getting very annoyed and I think their patience is running out. I really don't know what's happening with Sanchez. This situation is extremely strange, so it's kind of mysterious right now. Oh yeah, and on top of that, there are some, there's Chukwuemeka from Aston Villa in England. He's been linked with us. There's other players, so we don't really know. Best players from the Primavera in your opinion? Okay, so I can actually pull up the whole Primavera team, I think, if but I guess see it's difficult because when I watch them play, there's not really a single player who necessarily like amazes me yet, but I like Shaka Traore when he does show flashes of his technical ability. He's very good, I think. He was pretty poor in the last game that he played in, which would be against Colin. Um, let me think. Kubis is very physically strong, and I don't mind him. I think he can develop into something, but he needs a lot of work because he's very raw. Who else impresses me? There are some other players, but I don't see with these Primavera players. A lot of them have moved out of the team. I don't know if El Hilali is still on the team. When he did play, he was very good at finishing, so I did see that in him. And Roebuck is very pacey, but I think he needs to improve a lot in his other aspects. Bobega injured. I think it's a little knock. That's why he didn't play, but don't quote me on this. I did read this somewhere. I feel like Pobega might do something special this season. I mean, let's hope. Let's hope because we need these Italian homegrown players for the UCL. So if we can have him, we can rely on him. It only helps us, and also it's good to build sort of a Italian presence in the squad. With him, I still am going to stand with my theory that I don't think he's best suited to play in this formation. In a 4-3-3 would be better, or even like a 3-5. 2 or just some sort of like 3-man midfield system. And I know we have like a cam and the 2 pivots, but I don't think that he fits in those 2 roles. So maybe he's definitely a box to box midfielder, but he's pretty unique because he's very physically strong, not the fastest player, but he's usually in the attacking area for good chances. So I think that we have to kind of develop him correctly in that role. No player from Primavera can play in the first 11. Yeah, that's I agree. Pretty. I don't think anyone would disagree with that. Our starting 11 and even our some of our bench players eventually there is a pretty significant gap in quality, and it's we need to start closing that gap so that we can be a stronger overall team. Do you think that Bobega can replace Kessier? I think that I don't see him doing it very as well as Kessier. Like I don't think he'll be as good in that role. I still think he needs a lot of time to kind of mold himself into that role. Um, so I don't know if we can expect that from him, but based on his physical abilities, yes, he can. He can definitely replace Kessier, but it's going to take a lot of. I think he has to be a lot more disciplined and needs to work on his intercepting and the way his mindfulness of defending the top of the box and protecting the back four, especially in counterattacks and things like that. He needs to kind of get that presence to kind of make those recovery runs, and I don't know if he can do it as well as Kessier. Sanchez was a good half-ass replacement for Kessie. Yeah, Sanchez was a bit more creative, I think, as well, and I think that the management is looking for creative midfielders because they want to improve the sort of ability to break down defensive teams, make vertical passes, and that so physicality and defensive ability aren't the main priorities, let's say, in the midfield role that they're looking at. But the problem is, if we're playing this formation, we need our pivots to actually be able to do that. So even if you're creative, you also need to be able to defend. And Sanchez looks like he could do that as well. So I was pretty happy with Sanchez until everything happened, and now it's a bit of a mess. But Christian says Herder offer to Bruges was 31 million plus 4 bonuses, but Bruges wants only 35 million, no bonuses at all. So this might go on to the next week. LOL. Yeah, I'll read you some sources about that. He's good at doing everything, good work rate, but injured a lot. True, true. I would have thought Robach would have advanced more in the last 2 years. Yeah, I agree with you because when I was watching him when he first came in, he had a lot of potential, and he's obviously a few years younger, but he hasn't really excelled in the Primavera. Not really been too successful. Not the best stats. So yeah, he hasn't really impressed in my opinion. Even though a lot of fans speak highly of him. What's up, Vic D? How are you? Thanks for coming back. Barcelona have reached an agreement with Sevilla for Jules Koundé. With all their financial troubles, they're getting deals done. I mean, what the F is going on? Yeah, Barcelona, I mean, the thing is here, Chelsea fans are so pissed, man. Like, Chelsea fans are so pissed. This is like the third or fourth Chelsea target that's been taken by Barcelona. Barcelona have sold a lot of their TV rights, their percentages of their TV rights, and have signed deals with Spotify, and they've just had these sort of cash injections into the team, even though they have still I think around €1 billion worth of debts, but they're still able to because of these injections, at least this summer and this year they're bringing in a lot of good players. Um, they're also hoping they may have to sell De Jong or whoever, but right now they look to be pretty much they're acting like there's nothing wrong at the club and that everything's good and they're being competitive. So the fans, this team is really trying to avoid a banter era or a rebuild. Like they're just going right in right now, and we'll see if that's the best decision for Barcelona. I did see their game against Juventus, as you guys may have saw. I tried streaming that, but because of some issues, we decided it was best to cut the stream off early. But I was watching that game. Dembele scored 2 goals for Barcelona, left and right foot, and he looks to be more in form because when he's out of form, he's pretty terrible. But when he's in form, he's very good. On top of that, Keane scored 2 for Juventus, but Barcelona looked to be the better side. They had some more chances, but I mean, it was a good game. But yeah, overall, I mean, Barca have just a super stacked team, and now only their defense needed some strengthening, and now they're bringing in Koundé, so this is looking good. They have a lot of center backs. Their wing backs still aren't the best, or their full backs, but yes, I think Barcelona, um, you know, they are building pretty much an impeccable squad, one of the most quality filled teams in Europe. What's up, Joe? How are you? Listen, I don't know what time zone you're in, but over here it's like later in the evening. It's not in the morning yet, so I'm not super late because I'm in a specific time zone. But last night I didn't sleep too much, I will say, but I sleep a decent amount. I just have a kind of interesting summer sleep schedule, so don't worry, don't worry. Lazetic was pushing lots of players and almost had an assist, but Salad hit into a player. Yeah, Salad makers his attacking quality, man. Very questionable, very questionable. But people defend him with his life, and I think he does work, so it's fine. But yeah, Salad makers had a couple of good chances today, but wasn't the most clinical. Let's see. What's up, Rahul? Thank you for coming on. Guys, Rahul is a member. First of all, actually, if you guys are here, just please like the stream because, help that algorithm and help us grow as a channel. We gained a lot of subs today. We're growing every day, so we're doing very well. So please like the stream if you are on. First, subscribe and make sure your notifications are turned on. I say that because we do a lot of because we have a lot of different hosts on this channel, we have different time zones and kind of streams depending on the time zones of the people who are streaming them, who are hosting. And please, if you turn on your notifications, you should be able to see all of the different timed streams appear, so you can kind of jump in the chat even if it's for a little bit and just get involved with the channel. So please, in order to do that, hit the little bell next to the subscribe button on YouTube, and you guys should have our notifications turned on. So appreciate that. And Rahul, like I was saying, is a member, and for I think $2.99 a month, you can become a member to the channel, and you get a bunch of chat emojis and special privileges coming soon, including access to streams and content and chat features as well. So, good idea if you guys are really into Rossoneri to look into that. But we appreciate everyone who comes in and is a diehard fan. So thank you guys all. Carlo Moretti is another member. What's up, Carlo? How are you? He says if CDK doesn't sign this week, we should look elsewhere. The optics of this situation do not look good. I think I would agree with you because I think we kind of have to move on at this point if this doesn't go down. Because I was I was listening to Roy today on the stream, and he was talking about the schedule. And okay, this week, we're playing Marseille at the weekend, and then I think next week we have one more game midweek against Vicenza, and then after that I think we have our first Serie A game already. So it's in a little less than 2 weeks, I believe. Which is actually crazy that we're about to start our first game, and we've only brought in Origi. That's very concerning. And we don't really have much more time. We need to start bringing in other targets because this team needs a bit of reinforcement. So it's very, very concerning, and I agree. We'll discuss CDK in the situation very soon. So get ready for that, guys. Yeah, what's up, Christian? Tito is back. What's up, Tito? Adli is a beast. Yes, he is, for sure. Very happy with him. Dembele did very well. Yeah, he was looking dangerous, man. I mean, Cuadrado was pretty much getting cooked, and Cuadrado, he's definitely one of the better wing backs in the Serie A, and Dembele was kind of just turning him inside out, so it looked it's pretty entertaining overall. How is what Barca doing not part of FFP? That's what I ask myself every day. FFP, as we've discussed so many times on this channel, is literally just the most poorly regulated system in world football. I feel like it's just terrible. There's clubs who cheat it so easily, other clubs who abuse it, clubs who actually need that assistance. And if it wasn't for La Liga, Barca could even be, because they have their own sort of sustainable measures. Barca would even, could have been in more trouble. So it's a mess. And honestly, at this point, it doesn't really apply equally, and that is an issue. Guys, Nathan's on. What's up, Nathan?
What's up, everybody?
Hey, Nathan, listen, I want to tell you something because I I wanted to like message you, but I forgot to. But listen, about the stream that that super long debate we got into a few nights ago.
Yeah,
I want to apologize if I said anything crazy because I first of all, when I say stuff, I never mean it personally. Like I'm just kind of like really like that night I kind of lost it and we got into like a crazy long debate and I was pretty late in the morning, so I was kind of tired. But I said I may have said some things and listen, I love you, man. Like I really appreciate you coming on. So I never mean anything personally about you or Roy or anything. So listen, it's all love and thanks for coming back again.
hey, bro, trust me, you always hold good live sessions. So if you ever did anything wrong, I definitely let you know. But the whole point of coming here, I'll say it like this, and everyone here for the most part are a bunch of guys. When you're talking sports, if there's not an argument, then I don't know what the fuck's going on. So, nah, bro, like, you know, no one's really getting out of hand. I think the worst thing that happened was someone told, I think, Rohit to stop talking or to hurry up and stop talking, which that wasn't really cool. I can't remember who said that, but
Oh yeah.
other than that, no, man, I love every second of it.
And Nathan, listen, I won't get into the debate again, but De Bruyne is top class.
Uh,
Your mic's cutting out a little bit.
oh,
I
how's
can
it
hear
now?
you now.
Okay. It was probably all the interference of nonsense you just said, but that things like that can happen from time to time.
Yeah, yeah, guys, that we had like a 3 hour debate on Kevin De Bruyne. It was my dad was in there, so it was pretty funny. Okay, let's go back to the chat. I feel like all of these signings might blight Barcelona. Well, yeah, that's the thing. We don't really know like how what their future is like, but it looks like they're. I mean, they're showing a lot of confidence, so it looks like for
Who?
now they should be okay.
Who?
Barcelona.
Oh, Barcelona is winning the league next year.
You think so?
At the beginning of the year when they do the predictions, I'm gonna put $1,000 on it.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident in what I'm saying here.
Yeah. Listen, well, I can never bet against Real like until I see like how Real play this season. But yeah, I think that they definitely have maybe even a better overall squad than Real right now and more
But
depth.
I'll say
So
this: Barcelona, if you really break down their players, they have enough players for two Team A starting 11s that could challenge for the Champions League.
yeah, that's true.
They literally have two Champions League contending first team players on the bench.
Yep. And
Real
Nathan,
Madrid does not have the depth to compete with that.
yeah, and Nathan, the one something that I do agree with you with that we actually had another like debate on that same stream, and I was on your side, is listen, Makers does a lot of work and does provide balance, and he is valuable to the team. I don't think we ever said he wasn't, but I think we both agree that if we had even one of the options, like one of the wingers of Barcelona, just one of those players, and that could play on the right, we would be a much better team.
Oh yeah, for sure. Even like I said before, I wish we could get both Noah Lang and CDK because their combination's so good, and I know Noah Lang can play on the right. It'd be so great to get them both. It would be so good.
Yeah, and I think Noah Lang, like I think he costs like 20 to 25 million this
Yeah,
summer
he's super cheap.
for yeah like a forward player like that. It's a good deal for sure. And then this is if we had a nice transfer budget, but I don't know if
Yeah,
that's gonna work.
our 50 mil is like, and see that's why I kept telling Hans like why I'm gonna be so harsh on them is that our budget 85% of our budget is literally going to one player. We literally don't have the ability to just wait. Like compared to Liao, we had no other option other than to wait for him to get better. But for 40 million to spend damn near 40 million on one player, when you're talking about Milan's constraints, it's just I would rather spend the 50 or 60, whatever the hell we have, on one really good player, one ready-made good player.
Yeah, that would be the dream, honestly. Like the thing is, I mean, Teketelaer can kind of fill lots of different roles. So if he comes in, at least he can provide that versatility and
I mean, I want
be
him to come.
useful.
I 100% want him to come. I just think it's overpriced is all. But speaking of CDK, um, I read that I read that Bruges is willing to accept the 35 million, except that they need to make it to where the 35 million is guaranteed cash.
Yeah, actually, I was gonna bring that up because I have some sort of article that we'll discuss it. It's just a Sempre Milan article I can share. But Nathan, actually, before we get into that, just really quickly, did you watch the friendly today?
Yes, and I watched the second half because I was able to watch it while I was working. I listened to the first half as I was driving. Um, I'll be honest with you, I I want to say I was impressed, but we haven't played anybody. Like I know Adley looked good. I know some of the other guys look good, but I can't be impressed when I watched last night Juventus versus Barcelona and they tied them 2-2. See, that's to me that's impressive. But we're out beating the fuck out of these teams. I understand we're trying to get fitness, but you can get fitness playing against Barcelona or Real Madrid or Bayern Munich as well. I just I don't know. Like I can't even judge our preseason because we're playing against high school teams basically. So I don't know. I'm just
Yeah.
not really that excited.
Listen, yeah, I agree. Don't be overexcited, but I think there were some good takeaways, and Wolfsberg, I think, are well into their preparation. So, I mean, whatever. I think the Austrian league, by looking at the teams, should be a bit better than the Hungarian league. Even though you can't really make a team-to-team comparison, and I will say obviously the Hungarian team we played, they looked like they were much better. They were like insanely good, especially in the first half. So to take it with a grain of salt, but yeah, it was a pretty. I thought it was decent, good performance. If
Antonio, give me like 15 minutes. I'm
okay,
gonna mute
sounds good.
myself. I'm gonna be here, but I'm gonna listen to you. But just give me a few minutes.
Okay. Um, if I was a Chelsea fan, yeah, I'd be pissed. Salty like Inter fans. Yeah, you lose the Scudetto and you get all your players robbed by Barcelona. So FC Barcelona coming in clutch. Salamaker should be retrained to a right back. I think he's more of a right wing back or a right midfield. I think he can play in that. I mean, or a right back. Like he can play both positions. Just not a right winger. I mean, if you're playing him as a right winger, he's more like a right wing back at that point. Matrix Comps recently uploaded a video of CDK. We may be able to play it. Thank you for letting me know, Christian. I appreciate it. Antonio, was your dad who said Ali is similar to? Yeah, he did say that to Rui Costa. He said it, and he said, and sort of like a Pirlo, as well, because in other channels people are saying the same thing. Oh, really? So they stole it from my dad. So that's good. Also, Matrix Comps is a great channel, and he's also a subscriber to our channel. So we love Matrix Comps. Go check out his YouTube videos for sure. Max Cow, I just want Maldini to come out and expose Club Bruges. Yeah, Club Bruges is just playing hardball, but they have higher offers for CDK, so at least they're willing to negotiate with us. But yeah, they're really trying to increase our offer like by every little last euro possible. Um, or say what the situation is clearly. Yeah, it would be nice if we had some transparency. Nathan is chill, bro. Yeah, Nathan is a legend. Rahul again. Falcon Flynn, Forza Milan. What's up, Falcon Flynn? I don't really recognize you, so this may be thanks for coming on and appreciate you being here. SSB, the legend, the late night legend. What's up, SSB? What's up, Nathan from Vic? The notifications are not going out. YouTube messing around again. Yeah, guys, please make sure they're turned on if they're not. And if they are, it's YouTube's fault. So we should actually complain to YouTube and write them a nice long letter explaining all of their terrible, terrible issues to them. So maybe we should do that on a stream, guys, one day. Uh, Christian Pasmino, SSB, are you sure? I will turn on the notifications because I guess it kind of depends. Maybe make sure that your like phones or whatever devices that you watch on have notifications enabled and like aren't silencing them or something. It's probably something else with that. But yeah, I think maybe YouTube isn't at fault, but it's kind of weird because some people get them, others don't. So it depends. Antonio Nathan, what do you guys think of Pogba missing the World Cup? The surgery flopped from what reporters are saying. Oh, really? The surgery was terrible. Huh. I'm gonna look into that maybe after we discuss the biggest Milan news. That's crazy. That's unfortunate for Pogba. I didn't know it was a bad surgery. Um, yes. Wow, Pogba could miss it. Yeah, I'm just hearing that from SSB now, guys. Today I was kind of detached from the news. Like I know the Milan news because I just checked it, but like I said, I was kind of on like a little like vacation day, and I was kind of trying to watch a stream, trying to do my stuff. Um, you know, I was busy doing stuff, and so I wasn't able to follow all of world football. But yes, let's look into this later. Thank you for bringing that up, SSB. Rahul says De Bruyne. Oh no, listen, I'm not going to speak much about De Bruyne. I love him as a player, but De Bruyne is a 4 to 5 player. My skill being Maldini, Seedorf, Zidane, Pirlo being a 5 out of 5, and Maradona, Messi, R9, Pele being out of the world. Listen, um, this is a good scale. Like I don't have any problem. I think that's definitely a fair rating. I'm not saying De Bruyne is like anything like one of the best players of like these are some of the best players of all time, of course. So I'm not saying De Bruyne is on that level. So I'm fine with this scale. Like I have no problem. All I said was he's one of the best current midfielders in the world today, and he's top class. He's a world class midfielder today. Not one of the best of all time necessarily. He still has a lot to prove. Oddly looks like the Rabiot brother who got all the talent. Nice, Marshall. It's actually a really funny comparison. Lamau. Salad and Adley had a couple link up, but Calabria seemed off to me. I don't know. Yeah, Calabria. Listen, his defending. I saw this also on the stream. Someone asked, like, do you think Calabria can guard Vicha Varacelia or other players, other left wingers, especially in the Champions League? I mean, I don't know. I think his one-on-one defending can be a little bit questionable at times, and he needs help from Kalulo a lot. So we'll see what happens. Hey guys, also we have Hakeem here. What's up, Hakeem? How are you doing? Thanks for coming on. Hakeem, there you go.
Hello, how are you?
Hey, what's up?
I'm fine, thank you.
Your mic is really low. Is there any way you can turn it up a bit?
Okay, okay, do you listen to me now?
It's a bit better. Yeah.
Okay, just
Okay, here we go. Here we go. That's better.
okay. Just let me tell you that I'm sorry for my poor and broken English because I'm French guy, you know.
Oh no, that's totally fine. Listen, I can actually understand you very well, so it's all good, and we love people from all different parts of the world, and all this perspective, different perspectives. I want to ask you, if you is French, I guess the main language you speak?
Yes, exactly. Because I'm living in French side of Canada.
Oh really? Oh, like
Yeah.
Quebec.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, awesome! I wanted to go there this summer. I live on the East Coast of the United States, but it didn't work out. But I wanted to take a road trip there. Yeah, that's amazing. I hope to go there one day.
Oh, perfect. I didn't know that AC Milan has fans in the west coast of the USA.
Yeah, well, I'm on the East Coast. There's a lot of East Coast fans, like in New York,
Can
Philadelphia.
you hear me?
Yeah, Nathan, what's up?
Okay, I'm back.
Hey, but yeah, and Roy, who's like one of our hosts, the famous Roy, he's on the West Coast in California. So there's actually a lot of like coastal fans of Milan.
Okay, so guys, I will try to do my best to don't make mistake in English, and I hope that you will understand what I will tell you.
Yeah, yeah.
It's okay. According to Larry, my American accent is terrifying, so I'm sure he'll be fine. I'm sure.
Yeah.
So, guys, uh, do you know Carlo Pelleghetti is a journalist of AC Milan,
Yeah,
old man.
yeah, Carlo Pellegatti. Yeah, yeah,
Yes,
based in Italy. Yeah.
exactly. He said a few like 2 or 3 months ago, weeks ago, he said that if Charles de Ketelaere came in Milan, Ziyech would not come.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard that as well.
Yes. So you know what I understand? I understand that this season we will play with Salmakers and Messias in the right. Milan, Milan
Yeah.
will,
On the right wing, right?
yes, Milan will not bring another right wing if De Ketelaere come.
Yeah, I also heard the same thing because our budget, I guess, is very limited, and if we bring in Ketelaere for 30 plus million, I don't think we're going to be able to afford a loan with obligation to buy or a purchase for Ziyech, because I think we need to before we get Ziyech. Since Ketelaere may also be able to play on the right wing, we don't know how he's going to be used. We don't know if the management don't know if they need Ziyech, and they would prefer to maybe spend the rest on like a center back and a midfielder, like a central midfielder. But personally, my opinion is I would love us to get both De Ketelaere and Ziyech. The problem is, will Adli even get game time if he's on the bench with De Ketelaere and Ziyech ahead of him? So maybe they can Adli and De Ketelaere can both play in the front four somehow. But yeah, that is one a possibility. I think it's more likely than not that is true. That's just my own opinion.
Yes, for me the most important thing to don't see Brahim Diaz on the pitch anymore. No, De Ketelaere or Yassin Adli. The most important thing, don't see Brahim Diaz again in the pitch this season because a few years ago, do you remember of the French player Niang, Mbaye Niang?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. The
Yeah.
famous yeah.
Yes, Mbaye Niang. I
I'm
was talking every time with my friends. I said that I have never seen a worse player than Niang at Milan. But
Yeah.
now I will tell you that Prime Jazz is worse than Niang.
Well, there you go. We set new records.
Okay, Soga, I just have a question for you, as you are from USA. What do you
Yeah.
think about RedBird?
Ah,
Screw those guys.
listen, with RedBird, I think that right now the situation is complicated, and the reason why our Mercato is kind of super limited is a mixture of it's not just RedBird, it's also a lot to do with Elliot because Elliot still owned the club technically until September. So I think that Elliott should be blamed as well. So people who are saying Redbird out, I think it's a little bit too early to say that until Redbird take like 70% control in September. So I'm not too scared yet, but we'll see. I mean, I do think that they're sort of like they're an investment fund, so they are similar model to Elliott, and it's not really my favorite style of ownership, this sort of sustainable model. I mean, it's not I think right now, like Maldini was saying, it's time to make that next step. And I think InvestCorp, for example, would have allowed us to do that because they would have spent more money and we could have signed a couple players in the positions that we needed to kind of step up the squad. But I don't mind Redbird. I think they have good experience, with in France. with Toulouse and with some other sport clubs, and I think that they are definitely more experienced in this department than Elliott is. So maybe that's, and they bought us for a lot of money. And I mean, even though they're still looking at financing us, so they must be confident. I think they want us to be their sort of like premier club, like their top club that they own. So maybe they're building a little like dynasty of different clubs, one in France, one in Italy. It's kind of like City Football Group. We'll see, but hopefully they have a lot of ambitions.
I think. Well, first, when I was listening, what's up, Vic? I heard you shout me out. How's it going, buddy? But the one thing that I'm worried about is they don't. I feel like they don't understand how big AC Milan actually is. Like I know they have experiences with with smaller teams, but I don't think they truly grasp how big this club actually is. Like I understand the whole sustainability thing. I do like that they are gonna try and focus on the youth, the youth side of our club. But man, there's no point in being sustainable if you can't hold on to your best players. So I think they need to understand that we're up there with like Real Madrid. We're not at the bottom of the totem pole. Even when we're during our banter era, we are not at the bottom. We are much bigger than that.
Hey, you know what's funny about this? I was actually in a comment section of another YouTube channel recently, and I commented because I don't really respond to like sort of English fan bases or like sort of European general channels because everyone has their own like Premier League or Barca Real bias or whatever. But this guy was like going off in his video about like Barcelona being a huge club, and and in the comments I was like, you know what? I was like AC Milan, Bayern. I judge my clubs based on UCL wins, and so AC Milan is bigger. And man, like people are like trying, like going after me in the comments, like, but yeah, the point of this is, I think we all agree that this is one of the like pretty much one of the best clubs in the history, one of the best clubs today, even though we had our difficult moments, and we deserve to be treated like one of the biggest clubs. So because we are. So that's the thing. I don't think Elliott has either, but I think Elliott was what we needed to redirection our club, but redirect them. But I think now it's time to make that next step because we're not being run like a big club. We're not doing things like a big club. Even Juventus, who has been pretty poor these past years, for example, this summer went to the United States for marketing and things like that. Played against Barca. Is going to play against Real this weekend. Has these games in a very up and coming country with football. That's what big clubs do. Even in the Premier League, clubs are going to like Asia or Australia to do their training. I think we went to Austria, went to Hungary, but I mean, come on, we need to be doing like things like those clubs, I think. But yeah, bottom line is, let's see what we can do with RedBird in the future. It's very
Uh,
uncertain.
can I ask you a last question, guys?
Yeah, after that we have to go to the chat a little bit, but yes.
Okay. Who do you think will be the starter on the center forward, Giroud or Origi?
It's a good
I
question.
think Giroud's gonna start, and if Giroud kind of starts cold, kind of like remember in the beginning of the season, Giroud wasn't really. I mean, he had a couple of goals, but it was Zlatan was playing over him. I think if Origi can catch Giroud in one of those moods, then I think Origi can take over. But in the beginning, it's definitely going to be Giroud first.
I think Giroud is gonna go first. I agree because he he's already proved himself with the tactics. Also, he's fit because Origi is still recovering from that injury. He's not 100% yet, and he still hasn't
True.
gotten any like preseason games. So at the beginning, Giroud is 100% going to be starting. And it just kind of depends on like whether Origi can like how quickly can he show that he's the either the better option or the more convenient option for specific games. So I think Giroud is the safe bet now. Like I think for Udinese, the starting lineup, I think I can already predict it. Well, this depends on the Ketelaere, but besides the Ketelaere, I think the starting lineup is going to be Magnan, Tomori, Kalulu, and then Calabria. Then the pivot is going to be Tonali Benacer. Then the midfield three is going to be Leao, and then either Adli, Diaz, or De Ketelaere in the middle, Messias or Salamakers, depending on the tactics. But I think Messias on the right, and then Giroud up top. I think that's basically, besides that little like those couple of those positions, or injuries. That's what's going to be our starting lineup. So I think that Giroud is one of those players that's kind of locked in already to the initial starting lineup.
Okay, thank you guys. I just have to leave because I have to wake up early tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
bro.
thank
Hey,
you for
bro, come
coming
back
on.
anytime.
Thank you for the conversation, guys.
Yeah, listen, and if you ever want to stay on for longer, you can, and we can keep coming back and keep tuning in. We really appreciate all of our viewers, especially the ones who have the courage to step on the stage with Nathan and
Hey,
Roy and myself.
I'm a pretty nice guy, to be honest. I'm a pretty
Yeah.
nice guy.
except when you find bad drivers.
And I'm very sorry for my broken English, guys.
Oh
Nah,
no,
trust me.
it's fine. It's fine.
If I try to speak French, you'd probably shoot me. Okay, so let's just leave it at that.
I wish I could speak fluent French. I can speak Italian, but French is. Trying to learn French. It's difficult.
And always Forza Milan, guys.
Yeah, Forza
Forza
Milan,
Milan.
of course. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too. But Nathan, I was saying, you're a nice guy, except for when you meet bad drivers.
Bruh, I'm I'm telling you, bro. Like I'm in a freaking £80,000 bomb. Like if I crash, you guys will no longer hear from me.
My goodness, it's like we just hear something on the mic because you didn't have your close sound turned on, so we heard like a huge explosion. But yeah, okay. You don't need depth. Back to the comments. You don't need depth to win a Champions League. You need a great starting 11 and maybe one or two super. Super. Yeah, of course. Depth.
Yeah, yeah. It's kind of true. Like once you get past the round of 16, I mean, honestly, it's just one extra game at a random week. It's not like you're playing. It's not like the Europa League where you're playing, constantly, constantly more games just because there's just more teams, and then the teams dropping down from the Champions League into there. So yeah, that's kind of right.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree because I think especially in the group stage, when you have the group stage, and then you also have like maybe the League Cup and the league all at once, that requires depth. Also, yeah, you need super subs, but I mean, okay, so Barcelona, for example, it depends on your definition of a super sub because they have so many different subs that are class. And by super sub, do you mean a player who just is better off as a sub like Origi, or class players off the bench? And I think that having class players off the bench, and also for injury reasons, is just very good to have. So I think that, I mean, I think depth is important personally.
Yeah,
Uh,
I agree with that as well. I think for the league cups, just play your Primavera players. Like that trophy is as meaningless as it's not meaningless to a certain extent because it is a trophy. But
yeah,
I think we discussed this earlier. I think it only matters once you get to the final.
yeah, and also, listen, Inter won two of them this season, and they seem pretty sad about it. So there you go. uh, UEFA Lona selling their soul for any championship hope. Haha. Hope Madrid wins La Liga again next year.
Yeah, that's fucked up. I'm gonna be out $1,000, bro. He should be on my side.
United Fire says thoughts on Barca Juve yesterday. Yeah, I think I spoke about this a little bit earlier. Barca, I think were the better team, but Juventus had their moments. It was 2-2. Dembele's in form, good goals.
Bruh,
Quadrado looked like
bruh.
he was pretty terrible defensively, but he got an assist, I think.
Antonio,
Yeah,
how could they tell me? How can Roy and them sit there and tell me that? And your dad was guilty of this too.
yeah.
That Dembele was simply not good and a finished player.
So my dad only saw Dembele like in his like pretty bad moments, and he also saw his transfer fee, and he hates players that get sold for that much money because
That's understandable.
he's seen a lot of the best players in the past, and
No, I
today
agree with him
he's
on
like
that
no
point.
one he's today is like no one has that quality of like the players like that I've seen in the past, and besides like Messi, maybe Ronaldo, things like that. But
Yeah,
if he
I
sees
agree.
like
I
yeah,
100% agree on that.
so that's why he was very down on Dembele. But I think yeah, he was just exaggerating. Like I don't think he's a bad he if he saw him play, he wouldn't say he's a bad player, especially because he's 2-footed, and my dad loves those players. So
I
I
mean,
think yeah, so
he he put Juventus to sleep, man.
literally because he he did his little celebration.
Yeah, I mean, I was man. If this, yeah, of course, this all depends on whether or not he can stay, healthy. But it looks like he put on a little bit more muscle, which will help him out with the injuries. But if he can stay healthy and play like this all year, damn, I mean, he might get up there for the Ballon d'Or. To be honest, playing like that,
Oh really? I mean, I
playing
don't
like
know.
that.
I don't know.
Hell, let's look at the left backs that can realistically stop this guy.
Nathan, I'm gonna say something, and I know you're gonna disagree with me, and I don't want to get into a long debate, but I would take okay, maybe besides for age, as like one of the only factors, I would take Mahrez any day over Dembele personally.
Uh, I mean, they're both really good. That's the thing. Like, I'm Mares might not be faster, but Mares has the like. Once he gets by somebody, you're not necessarily going to catch up to him. Like, he leaves you like for dead, essentially, which I'm cool with as well. I'd prefer someone that's a bit more crazy, but like you remember when Salamakers turned into Ronaldinho for that one game? I can't remember who it was against.
Oh yeah, it was Venezia. It was Venezia.
Yeah, bro, I was full of praise for him that game.
He
And
nutmegged
then,
the guy, and then he gave like a curling assist to Teo that game. That was crazy.
yeah, like if that version of Salamakers shows up every year in at least 90% of the games, bro, I would have no problem with him being on the right wing, no problem at all. But I mean, he doesn't do it, so like I'm fine with someone like Mares. That I'm cool with that too.
Yeah, I just think Mara's like his first touch, his ability to shoot, but also give good assists is just fantastic. And he's also really good with both feet too. Uh,
Right, exactly.
yeah,
I get
Vic D supports Max Cal when he says that he wants Real to win. I think.
that's man. You guys are coming after my pockets now, man. When I stop, I'm gonna see if the predictions are even up yet. I'm gonna see how much I can win.
Yeah, I think they're pretty decent odds. Uh, how is Alexandra still playing at a big club amazes me. Yeah, he's kind of declining right now, but yeah, I don't
He
think
has
he's terrible.
experience.
Yeah,
He
he's
has
not terrible.
experience.
Yeah, Christian says we had Real Madrid last preseason. Yes, we did, and we drew them when Magnan saved Bale's penalty. But we didn't really create much chances. Actually, we hit the post in the beginning with Teo Hernandez, I think. But yeah, we played. That was a pretty even game for most of it. Tomori was playing good defense against Vinicius. I remember that.
Right. So why can't we continue to like? Don't get me wrong. The Marseille game is gonna be good. It's a good team. But come on, man. We need to play against the Barcelonas. We need to play against the Real Madrids.
I think we already have though. We played against Zalgiris, man. They freaking killed us. They were like the prime Galacticos, dude.
Hey,
They were,
we did get beat by that. That's embarrassing. I don't care if it's a preseason. It's kind of
yeah,
embarrassing.
Liverpool. Did you see Liverpool lose to Salzburg?
I mean, Salzburg has good players. I
Yeah, that guy
mean,
Sesko scored. He's really good. He's
Salzburg most definitely has good players. And my GPS is about to fuck me up. Where am I going?
yeah.
Oh,
Juve need a left back. Werner slash Firmino. Okay, that's it. Yeah, I did see that. That's interesting. Paredes, and then we'll be challenging for you. Okay, wow. So, do you agree with this? Juve need a left back, Werner slash Firmino, Paredes, and those three will make them challenge for UCL.
I mean, Juventus' uh, team sheet on paper should make them challenge regardless. But you already know if Allegri goes back to his old dark arts ways, then no. But if he can, be more offensive, then yeah, they can definitely challenge.
Yeah, and I think that it's about how much of a group the Juventus team is and how well they play together. I don't know. In this season, I don't predict them going crazy in the UCL. I think there will be Scudetto challengers, but I don't think we can expect them to be like one of the. I don't think they should be expected to reach like the semis or even the quarters. Like that the quarters is a good goal for them. I mean, but I don't know. Winning the UCL is pretty competitive. It's difficult. Uh, and also a lot of really well built teams make it to those stages, like teams that have played together tactically for a few years now. So
Yeah.
interesting. Um, we're not playing uh top teams so that the management can keep the status quo and not spend big after these big teams expose our weaknesses. Oh, okay, bold take. Um, SSB says, yeah, I think that as well. They actually kind of impressed me. Okay, Juventus.
Oh, against
Interesting.
Barcelona?
Yeah, I think that's what he was saying.
No, I
Um,
I, I agree. I thought this game was going to end like 2-0 for Barcelona, and I thought Moise Keane had a good game. He was really dangerous. And yeah, I thought Juventus did a. I thought they played really well.
yeah, I think they were solid. This is Messias' first time with Milan in the preseason. Yeah, because he came at the end of the transfer market. Wow. CDK will play with oddly in a drifting cam setup. Today's friendly proved that the formation can work. Ali is also a big CDK fan, I think. Wasn't Adli playing on the right wing in this friendly? Yeah, at
I thought it
times
was
he
a
was.
cam.
But he was mainly a cam, but he did sometimes play because Salamakers was there too. They would interchange. Salah's and Ali, yeah. See, Salah's and Ali swapping positions all game made our attack so much more unpredictable and fluid. Right, right. Adli is about to go off this season. Joel is here. Joel, I haven't seen you in a little while. Thanks for coming back, and hopefully you can come on more often. We miss you. Thanks for being here. Forza Milan, always. Messias and salchicha makers, little Italian joke, are really still about to be our right wings next season. Yeah, and you know, Roy is excited. So,
Prepared to attack down one side of the field at all times.
but it's all about the balance, though. So at least we're not going to be out of balance. Uh,
I don't give a fuck about
I'm
that.
joking. I'm being sarcastic. All the top clubs have attacking right wingers. Like it's just like,
Right and left.
yeah. Okay. Hakeem was just on. Thank you, Hakeem. SSB says, Antonio, I saw you on this channel going back and forth with those guys in the comments. Those Barca fans were rewriting history in that comment. Yeah, I know. Like, oh my gosh. I was just trying to explain my point. I wasn't like dissing Barcelona. I was just saying that before like 2006, before like the social media age of 2006 and like Messi, they had won one UCL and Milan was already like, so much far ahead in other clubs. And of course, I didn't say anything bad against Real because they have 14 UCLs. They deserve to be a huge mega club. But I just said, does Barca deserve to be a mega club with Real just because they were successful during like with Messi during like the social media revolution? And that's just my honest opinion. But let's not get into that. Yeah, I was debating some people. It was really annoying. Did we talk about Ziyech for 8.4 million? We mentioned that, but like we said, if De Ketelaere, who's actually, I want to get to De Ketelaere, but so many chats, guys. I actually love the chat different comments tonight because a lot of different topics. But I want to read all your chats. So before we talk about De Ketelaere for a little bit, yes, we mentioned Ziyech, but based on De Ketelaere, it's looking kind of difficult for us to do De Ketelaere and Ziyech. So that could be a problem. But maybe we actually maybe we are able to get both. But then I think if that might alter the way we play because If we're talking about this sort of defensive right winger or sort of balanced right winger in the 4-2-3-1, and with Adli and CDK, like all three of them get N plus Messias and Salamakers, that could be problems. But I mean, I wouldn't mind it. Good competition. R9 only played one season with Barca and left for Inter. He to me is not a Barca legend. Maradona is known for two things: most important, Argentina and Napoli. I agree. Like besides the fact that Barcelona one has 5 UCLs, like they act like all these amazing players. Now, Milan. I mean, okay, Messi. See, Messi kind of puts them maybe like an inch ahead because they've had like one of like the top four great, undisputably top 4 to 5 greatest players of all time with Messi. But Milan legends, besides excluding Messi, are just like as good, even better than Barcelona's legends, in my opinion. But Messi can kind of change that up. But Milan doesn't get enough respect, guys. Ziyech's salary is the problem, right? Yeah, he has a high salary. I don't know if we can afford it without him taking some wage cuts. Like I said, Ziyech is a problem. Ziyech's problem is more about the salary, right? Lazio lost 4-1 to Oh, really? I didn't see this.
To who?
To Genoa. Genoa Serie B now. Oh my gosh. Serie B Genoa. I'm gonna look that up real quick. Wow, Ollie. Milan will spend the next month negotiating with Chelsea over 8.4 million for Ziyech.
We gotta get past the Kettley first before we can
Yeah.
even think about it.
Guys, we need like the transfer market to last like 5 months for 3 players.
Yeah, we are so embarrassing in the transfer market every year. It's absolutely embarrassing.
Yep. Joel says Juve challenging for the UCL question mark. I think you mean them challenging to make it to the final just to fumble the bag again.
Yeah, but it's shit. If Milan can get to the final, we're gonna end up winning it.
Yeah, honestly guys, we should just play for the semifinals and the rest will just like shit will just happen for us and it'll just work out. Like we'll just find a way. Origi has already gone missing. Yeah, he hasn't played. He's recovering. He's in the training videos that I've been watching, but he hasn't
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he is. He just isn't playing.
Well, I mean, if he's coming back from injury, we still have a few weeks. So
Hey, Origi is here, so our Mercato's already at 10 out of 10.
so ridiculous.
Even though it's the only player we brought in.
See, this is what I don't get. We brought in Origi. How come we didn't try and get what is it, Ngonto, the young kid that they brought in to the national team? Like that kid looks really promising. Why not have him come in for a third striker? I'm sure his price is like $5 million. Like this is the shit I don't understand. Like we have a limited budget. Even if we get CDK, we can still get him. Like,
yeah, I think we could bring him in.
Things can definitely be done, but they are just not willing to do it.
So Nathan, I'm gonna ask you this because you did say in another stream that you can kind of like tell if a player is gonna be really good based on what you're seeing at a young age. Do you think Nyonto is gonna be a very good player?
Yes, as long as he can get the proper support. Because this kid, you can tell that he's physically strong. You can see how quick and fast he is on the ball. He's very quick feet. And, he's already been playing, some senior football and what on Zurich, I think that's what it was.
Yep, I think so, yeah. That's in Switzerland.
Right, in Switzerland. So I'm trying to understand why this deal would not be a good deal.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess, and he's also Italian, so that helps. And like for many reasons, like, yeah, I don't know. Honestly, there's not really many young, like, promising Italian players, in my opinion. Like that show a lot really high potential. And I think we should go after the few that do. So, yeah. I agree.
So, I would go for him. As for right wing, I mean, I think we're kind of fucked, to be honest.
Well, I think Gnonto can play right wing.
Yeah, he. But see, this is why I really want us to switch to a 4-3-3 because then that
I
would
love 4-3-3.
definitely work. That
All
would
the top
definitely work
clubs
with
play a
him,
4-3-3.
right? And man, like I said, the only other formation that actually the only formation that really counters a 4-3-3 is a 3-5-2 system. Other than that, the 4-3-3 is going to be the top system to use because you have so much control of the midfield.
Yeah. Ahmed Hassan says, Forza Milan, what's up? How are you? Ali says, don't forget, CDK can play center forward. He could be the starter with Origi as the vice center forward. And Giroud and Ibra, uh, you know, can have their roles as well over the next 2 seasons. So, yes, I think. Listen, I'm not saying we need another center forward. It would be nice if we brought someone in, but if De Ketelaere can play center forward, even better. Well, is that his best position? I don't think so, but that's where he's kind of been playing a lot. With another forward with Bruges. If CDK does join us, what number would he choose? 22? I don't know because Diaz is the number 10 and Adli just took 7. I don't know what numbers are available, to be honest with you. I'm not the
Yeah,
best at memorizing this, but
yeah, I'm not entirely sure either.
yep. Ollie says CDK, Leao, Adli, and Ziyech. That's an attack. Yes, but with Pioli's system, even though CDK is tall, I still have to see if CDK can be the striker up top because it looks like we need he needs someone who's very, very like good at the hold up play and acts like that big target man. So we'll see. SSB says Antonio asked Nathan about Pogba and him not going to the World Cup. I think France might struggle. They were playing bad in the midfield when he was. He wasn't. I don't know if he was or wasn't on France. I smell World Cup curse for France. Group stage max. Wow, SSB is making bold claims. But yeah, did you see Pogba, Nathan?
I didn't realize. I heard you guys talking about his injury was or his surgery was botched or some shit like that. But
yeah, I'm gonna check.
What position does Pogba play on France?
Well, recently France has been playing a 3 at the back, and I think he plays. I think that's what I've been seeing them play because they have like Theo Hernandez is like a left wing back,
Right.
but he's definitely like I don't know. He's one of the 3 central midfielders. With it depends on the lineup, to be honest.
Because I'll be honest with you, if this coach had half the brain he thinks he does, he would form that team around Nkunku.
Oh yeah, Nkunku's class.
But some of these guys just want to try and come out and prove everybody wrong that their system is this and that when the obvious answer is staring at them in the face.
Yeah, all I'm reading here is that surgery could fix the issue, but his World Cup participation would probably be ruined, like his chances at the World Cup. But he could also not get surgery and try to recover. But I'm trying to check.
Wait, so what was wrong with him?
Oh my gosh! Also, it looks like he's had this injury for a long time.
What was actually wrong with him?
I think it's his. Okay, let me actually read a full article. A meniscus injury.
So if he's had this for a long time, he's retarded. He should have had surgery. He should have had surgery. I mean, bro, come on. Manchester United wasn't even making the Champions League spot. So
he just guaranteed himself top salary for without even playing while he recovers.
He could have gotten his surgery in December, and then he could have been back, at the start of the season, and everything would have been good to go. And instead, this guy is fucking around with that. He's fucking around on a team that he knew he wasn't even going to be a part of next year. This guy's an idiot. He's a good player, but he's a fucking idiot.
Yeah. He was diagnosed with the lesion of the lateral meniscus in his right knee after a training session sprain in Los Angeles. And he's supposed to have surgery, but in the States, but instead flew back to Italy. And it's the reason why he hasn't done the surgery yet is because either he doesn't, and he may actually be able to play in the World Cup, or he could do the surgery and pretty much have to do all the recovery So I think that's he's still weighing up those options. So I don't think he's done the surgery yet, guys, from what I'm reading. Okay, let's see what else. What else? I think I heard somewhere that Pogba might be out for 6 months. Yeah, I think that's if he does the surgery and has to recover.
Yeah, that's
CDK,
not a
yeah,
that's not an injury that you get and then after surgery you're just back in like 2 months or something like that.
yeah,
That's yeah, he's gonna be out for a hot minute.
yeah. Roy just jumped in. I don't know if he's here, but Roy, if you're here, jump in whenever. Um, Alan says CDK will get a good amount of time as a striker because of Origi's fitness issues. Adli is a cam. CDK is a striker, and Ziyech is right wing. Easy Scudetto. Yeah, it seems like a lot of you guys are confident in this.
I wouldn't say easy with that though. We got to see how Adley actually does. Like that's all I was saying. That's why I don't like the preseason setup because I feel like Adley is not getting ready. Like if we could play against Barcelona or Real Madrid, we could kind of see where his head is at, even if it's just a preseason. But against these fucking teams, like you don't know, you really can't tell how this guy's gonna do. Like, we could put Lucas out there, and if we win the game 6-0, Lucas is gonna look amazing. You see what I'm saying? Like
Lucas, my
we
goodness.
need to play teams that are actually gonna make our players like do something. Like even against Marseille. Marseille's probably gonna be our hardest game. But Adley's played against Marseille for how many years now? Obviously, he's not going to feel any pressure against a team he knows.
Yeah, I think Marseille. It's interesting to see under Tudor how they play, but we'll talk about that. As that comes up closer. I think that's on Saturday. Let me check actually the official schedule. Oh, it's on Sunday. I apologize. Sunday, Marseille, Milan.
And for anyone thinking I hold these same reservations for CDK, I won't. I really can't say how good these guys are going to be until they actually are on playing at a big stage on a big team because the pressure is a whole lot different. But I will admit, from what I've seen, Adley does look good from what I've seen so far. But I mean, I can't really pass judgment until we play a game that matters, even if it's preseason.
Mm-hmm. Arjen Demroy says, in an interview with Belgium, a reporter said that CDK is a huge deal in Belgium and the league. Bruges used Leeds to drive the price up, but this manager knows the true value of the player. Okay. Yeah, but Leeds did actually make that bid. So, is Gnonto considered Italy trained? I think he should be because he probably was playing in the Italian youth system, and I'll look him up now. But I don't know. He speaks very good Italian, so it's likely that he was probably raised in the system. Let's see here. His club. Let me see where he was raised. He's a youth product of Inter Milan since the age of 9, and he joined Zurich in 2020. So I feel like his early years.
Oh, and Gonto, yeah.
Yeah, so I think he would pretty much count for sure as homegrown. You need 18 months in a yeah, so definitely, yes. Carlo Marti says 10 is the new curse number at Milan. Guys, hopefully not. My goodness, don't say that.
I would agree if we actually had a real number 10 join us. But I mean, our last real 10 was what? Kaká? Or not Kaká, who was our last fucking 10? That was actually reasonably good. Man, definitely not that fucking waste of trash, but
oh my god, Çalhanoğlu, man. Good riddance.
Yeah, but I never rated him anyways.
Yeah, so for sure. I think hopefully this doesn't come true, but now that we said it, maybe it does, unfortunately. If CDK comes, I'm pretty sure we're selling a foreigner. We're currently at 20 when we can only register 17. Okay. Yep. I did hear about this. I think we need to loan out a lot of players and kind of figure out the future of these players. Oh, also, was Daniel Maldini announced with Spezia yet, actually? Let me look this up.
I think so.
Let me look this up.
I think so.
Yeah, I'm looking at social media, but
Well,
I
if
don't.
we never win a Scudetto again, at least Maldini won it.
Yeah, add that. I don't think he was announced yet. Spezia just played a friendly against another Italian side. Actually, I don't see him there. Spezia is now trained by Luca Gotti, who is like a very defensive coach with Udinese. Uh, it's funny. Yeah, I mean, this kid was fired, but I think, and they got a replacement this past season, but he was there for a while. Ollie says, yeah, talking about Pogba. He says Allegri can't do anything. He's such a bad coach. Ripping Allegri. I think he's not a bad coach, but he's not my favorite in terms of style. Unlike Roy, I'm very grateful for that Scudetto because every major trophy, especially like Champions League, Europa League, Conference League, Scudetti. I'll take any European and league trophy. Like that's good for the cabinet for sure. Um, so no Chiesa and Pogba for Juve. They might struggle now. Should Juve have kept Dybala? Well, I don't know because they got Di Maria, and I think he'll be solid. And they have like basically, I don't think their attack is a problem because they have other players, but I think it's more about securing their midfield and their defense. Even though Bremer's in, I think they need another piece at the back and another midfielder now for sure. So that's a problem. Did you see the welcome Dybala? Oh my gosh, I did. It's pretty. I think that's way too much. Like Roma fans, I like their passion, but like doing that for signing a player who's free, like at the end of his contract and has been rejected by a bunch of other clubs. I don't know. Doesn't have a good look. And listen, if Dybala comes out and becomes the capo cannoniere this year and like does amazing, I'm gonna be eating my words here, but like, it was a little bit cringe in my opinion. Like I'm gonna be honest. But yeah, good for the fans to be passionate and good for the player. I'm sure it's good support. But to me, it's a little bit like unwarranted. They had like a Scudetto parade. Like it was crazy. It was crazy. We'll play those teams in the league and Champions League. Yep. We won 5-0, but Alexis Rebic still looked mid. Yeah, they had some issues. Rebic, I don't think was too poor. Forza Krunic, guys. When Skiller joins, he always says Forza Krunic. Ollie, match week 5, guys. We're playing Inter. Oh, is it Juventus? I think it's Juventus. So few viewers today. No, I think it's good viewership for a night stream. Also, we had a stream today, which did very well. Our last real 10 was Jack Bonaventura, quality player on Fiorentina, who looked good. Diaz is our number 10, as in the size of a 10-year-old. Yeah. Diaz, man, he's got to start clicking. I don't know. He concerns me. Skillard, yesterday I watched a long video. It's 40K views. That's a record. Everyone wants to watch. Or it's at 4K views. Krunic play. Oh, interesting. 40K views. Was this the stream watch along today? Okay. Juve's midfield is awful. Ramsey got released. Zakaria is injury prone. Locatelli is a diva more than a player nowadays. Heard they might get Paredes though. Yeah, Paredes is decent, I think. Come to think of it, who was the last big time player Roma signed? I think Roma fans think they got the Dybala, who was one of the best players in the world. Let's see what Mourinho can do with him. Yeah. I'm not really like mad that Milan didn't go for him personally, but I read that Milan are in early talks with Mehdi Taremi. Oh, really? From Porto. Would be a dream come true for us Iranian fans of Milan. Interesting. He looks good, but I don't know because I haven't seen much of this, but I know he definitely is a strong player for sure, and he's done well in Europe. So, yeah, I have no problems. I think that'd be a good player. All right, guys, we're caught up on chat. Let's discuss Charles de Ketelaere. Nathan just logged off. I don't know if he's coming back. Make sure reminder to go and check the link in chat, and I'm actually going to repost it in case anyone here wants to come on. But Yeah, so let's talk about Charles de Ketelaere. So as of today, Milan has restructured another offer. Basically, so this confirms that we are really interested in de Ketelaere. We've once again raised our offer again, and I think the sweet point here is 35 million, but straight up 35 million transfer fee, no bonuses. That's what Bruges want in order for de Ketelaere to finally be released. But it seems like we offered 31 million plus 4 million in bonuses to reach like this total fee of 35, but they want it down paid, so we're very close. It's just a matter of a few million to I think get to 35. So the negotiations are looking like they are actually progressing very slowly, but I don't know, it looks like this is kind of the I mean they pulled another offer, Milan. So it seems like they're really trying everything they can to get this, and Bruges is not like giving us much ground. So I don't know. I think it's positive, but it's not a done deal yet. I've been telling Roy for a while. I don't know if he's back, but it's definitely not a done
I'm
deal.
back.
Oh, what's up, Roy?
Yeah, I think it is.
But like, it's not though. Like, you can think that it will. I don't care if you say I think it'll happen, but it's when you say the words "done
I
deal,"
mean,
like,
I think it will happen. Therefore, I think it is. That's I mean, I'm not wasting. I mean, okay, I'm reading everything. Everybody, a lot of different journalists give you a different take of what's going on. But essentially, it looks like that's the direction we're going in. We're going in, I mean, now it's been 2 weeks. Paolo Maldini has traveled there. They went to Switzerland the other day to visit the main guy for the negotiation. He said the Bruges guy, I don't know what his name is, Menet, or something like that. He said that it was a 70% chance that De Ketelaere was joining when he was asked about that. It looked like the meeting ended in good terms, apparently, according to Pellegatti and his journalists that were there. That they saw everybody was shaking hands, hugging each other at the end of the meeting. So it's just a matter of details that need to be fixed. The player obviously has not even been training with the team. He's been training on his own. He's not been part of the games. So the direction is only one, and it is towards Milanello. Now, of course, anything can happen, but I'm kind of playing around with it. But I'm confident that it is a done deal. It's just a matter of
yeah,
moments, details.
anything can happen as we know, because this Mercato has been very confusing. Uh, but yeah, I mean, I think it's going in the right direction. But we need to get this done like by. I mean, we should get it done today, get it done tomorrow, like as soon as possible. Because, like you said on the stream earlier, I mean, we're playing Marseille this week, and then we're playing Vicenza, and then we have a game like first. I mean, just into the second week of August. So we really don't have any time, I think. Uh, and we need to get him in right away, get him integrated. Pioli has to figure out what the best possible 11 is for the first
Right.
game, like in
I mean,
Serie A.
we don't need him for Udinese, you know. Even though if he does come soon, he's probably going to be physically more advanced than most of our players because he's been going through the whole summer preparations, and the Jupiter League has already started. So that tells me that he's already at the end of his preparations for the league. So he's ready to go. So he's probably going to join, and I'm speculating that this might help him because he's going to join the squad and he's going to be amongst the fittest players on the team. So he
This is
might.
all Maldini's like masterclass, basically.
I mean, I think it's just a coincidence, but
I'm
yeah,
just joking. I'm just joking.
I doubt he's thinking about that.
Yeah, like I that's a good point, honestly. I think he'll be ready to go. The problem is, does Pioli know how to integrate him? Does he have an idea? I mean, he probably does because he's been like. I mean, if we're going after this guy for this much, it means that Pioli has given the green light and he loves the player and he's already kind of been involved for sure because they wouldn't be doing this for a player that Pioli doesn't really like. I mean, that's just useless. If we're spending this much money, you saw it with Tomori. Leao was a very good prospect, and he's blossomed into a great player. But he was a little rough when we first got him. But Tomori was instant impact, and we knew what we wanted. We wanted an aggressive defender. We paid 28 million, best money spent, and that worked out. And with him, it looks like we're paying even more, like our recent transfer fee, like a recent highest transfer fee. Is it the highest with Elliot or
No, it's the
what was
highest
it?
with Maldini.
Okay, what was Elliot?
I'm not sure, but I think we got to these kind of numbers with Paqueta and Piontek.
Oh, okay. Was Bucket out with Elliot?
I think so. I think Paqueta is a Leonardo player, and so was Piontek.
Ah, okay, right.
And even Castillo was quite expensive, actually.
Yep. Oh wow.
But as far as since Maldini took the helm, this is definitely the most expensive that Maldini has ever negotiated.
Yeah. So there you go. Like this is. I mean, if the management's going after this player, it means it's kind of like a given that they all really rate him highly. Also, Roy, someone in the chat, I don't know if you saw this, said that Matrix Comps dropped a video about him. So maybe we could play that video later if it's possible.
Sure.
Okay, cool. And I guess let's hear some chats, just make sure. Bruges is annoying as hell with how they're negotiating. It's not like Milan are going to pay them 100 million. Not sure why they're taking too long getting this transfer deal done. Yeah, I mean at this point, 31 million, just take the +4 bonuses, like get to 35. I know that like pretty much Leeds have dropped 37 million like cash on the table, almost 40 million. And they're like, we want him for that much, and it was accepted. And I think they're trying to get us as close to that as possible. But like I said, I think 35 million was their initial was what they were hoping to get, and just because Leeds kind of was able to pay that, it gave them a lot of confidence. And even though they know that they don't want to force De Ketelaere to Leeds, they're like, okay, let's try to get Milan to pay as much as possible, as close to Leeds, so that they don't feel like they're losing money with what they could have. So I think that's what they're trying to do. And if it wasn't for Leeds, I think this would be a lot easier. That's just my own personal opinion. But I think Leeds fans are still super, super they're hoping and they're all. I'm on social media a lot and I'm seeing their messages. They're saying oh, Milan are poor, they're gonna slip, and we're gonna be there, and De Ketelaere is gonna have to go to Leeds because he's gonna play in the Premier League and all that. And they're joking around about Milan not being a big club and things like that. So that annoys me, and I think that they are, they're just kind of being at this point over optimistic. I think De Ketelaere clearly wants to come to Milan, and everything is just waiting for Bruges to finally click there. So supposedly we have given the 48 hours to decide. Okay, yeah, Carlo, I will say Friday is the deadline. Hopefully, because Renato Sanchez 48-hour ultimatum, he still hasn't gone anywhere. De Ketelaere is going to be beginning of next week, guys. It's been over a month. So I mean, I don't know. Roy, so how many people were on the stream today? Because I didn't see.
I don't know. We had a good amount. It was good, but a lot. I'm not sure.
So not up to 40K, right?
I think we got to 5,000 something.
Nice,
the most.
Nice. And you guys, I think the channel gained now we're up to 3.4K, right? Subs. We gained a lot of subs.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, great stuff today. Team Melly, LOL. Antonio, what is the upcoming schedule looking like? I can actually share it, but because I think we've already exhausted this De Ketelaere news. Let me share this. The upcoming schedule. In terms of games. Okay. All right, here we go. Let me get this for you guys. So, okay, in terms of games, we have I don't know why that Inter game is coming up. Screw them for this. Okay, we played Cologne. We played Zalgiris, Wolfsberg today. This Sunday, we have Marseille. This is in Eastern Time, U.S. Saturday of next week, Vicenza, and then Sunday of the week after, we have our first Serie A game against Udinese. So basically, like 2 weeks, like more or less, a little bit over 2 weeks before we actually play our first like competitive match. Uh, yes, Melly, we did very good today. Yep, here you go. What's up, Hussein? Guys, Hussein, if you want to come on, it's just me and Roy, and I put the link in the chat
Hey,
if you're interested.
you should just so the people can see, you should zoom in.
Yeah, I tried zooming in a bit. I don't know why it's like.
Yeah, there you go.
That's better here. Yeah, and then. Oh, wow, I didn't know Atalanta. I didn't realize Atalanta's our second game. Wow. So we have Udinese, Atalanta, Bologna, Sassuolo, and then I think the first game is in our first huge game is Inter, and then I think and then Napoli, yeah, and then Juventus. So
And this is something that I want to bring up, which is a little bit of a concern that I've been asking myself. Because we are playing games straight from the pit hells of fire right away. Like, these are not going to be walks in the park. We're playing against very competitive teams that are going to give us hell to pay. My question is, why is Pioli so lacks so much intensity in how he's preparing the team?
mm,
It worries me a little bit because you have to start strong. It is very important to start strong because when you start strong, you get you get on that wave right away. Then you can ride that wave all the way to the end. But if you don't catch that first wave, you're gonna you're gonna have to wait, and other teams will have caught that first wave. So it is a concern I have. I hope it's not something that I need to be worried about. The way the team is training doesn't look like it's super intense. These friendly games, I agree with what Nathan was saying, are not very intense at all.
yeah,
So I wonder if Pioli wants to get the team fit while the season is going, rather than having the team fit before the season is going. Everything Nathan said about intensity is all very important. As a matter of fact, Allegri is crazy on the intensity with Juve. It probably cost Pogba, okay, but Juventus looked really good against Barcelona. And if Juventus catches that first wave right away, gets point after point, because they have an easier schedule too. They have an easier schedule too. So this looks like it's getting set up for Juventus to catch a first wave of victories, but we need to be on that first wave as well. I just have this little worry back in my head of how he's preparing the team. I hope I'm wrong, or I hope I don't need to. It's nothing to worry about.
I think it's a fair point. I would say that I don't think Pioli is the type of manager that's like a Conte or Allegri that's gonna try to like he's like overkill with his
Well,
tactics and things like that.
but
But I
but
do.
sorry, 1 second,
Hmm?
because I've followed Allegri's not Allegri's Pioli's pre-coaching sessions a lot, even in his previous seasons. He definitely was much more intense. So the preparation was definitely much more intense last season, for sure, and then previously too. It's just strange. The environment seems everybody's very happy, relaxed. Everybody's very relaxed, which is good because it means there's good team chemistry. They all love each other. It's all a band of brothers. That's very important because that's why we are the best team, because of that reason there. But the fitness is real. You got to get those muscles ready to work for 90 minutes. So it's strange.
Yeah. Well, at least like the Hungarian team beat us and like they made us fight for that game. I mean, I think that Marseille is going to be challenging. I think that even though the games aren't like the hardest game, like two of them that we played, Cologne and this Wolfsberger game, I think that and even the Italian side we played, I think that you know they're still going to help us in terms of fitness, just for playing a whole match. Even though players are subbed, I think it's good to start getting the full 90 minutes into some of our top players. But yeah, and then training with intensity, I agree. But also like you said, injuries play a role in this because if you've been training it very, very like crazy hard, you do risk those injuries, higher chances.
I think that's maybe another reason why he's taking it easy because we get so many injuries, especially in the first half. So that might be a reason why.
Yeah, like because to prevent that again from this season. Also, Origi is still injured, Ibra is injured, things like that. So
Yeah, Origi's gonna be a little bit of a late bloomer because his full preparation is gonna start very late, since the season starts in what 2 weeks and
yeah,
a
like a little
half,
over two. Yeah,
a little over 2 weeks. So his preparation is very late. So I'm not expecting Origi to go full force right away. It's going to take a little bit of time before he gets into it. If Giroud doesn't get injured, knock on wood, he's going to be the starter, and he's going to because he's Giroud is looking good now. He's physically he looks good.
yeah. He didn't play today, did he?
He did not play today,
He was fine, right? Like his fitness.
as far as I know. Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I was just concerned about. I was like, all right, hopefully he's okay.
yeah.
But
And also Rebic is looking good and looking fit, right? Because Rebic now has played many games. He's been very motivated to come back. So Rigi is going to be back of the line until he gets that fitness back. It's going to take a little bit of time for him.
yeah, for sure. Okay. Playing. Oh, SSB says playing in Marseille is a grimy place. Their fans are rowdy. Whenever I watch them play, should be a good experience. Hussein says, "I'll come on later. Great 5-0 victory today. Really love the way Adli played. Yeah, thanks for watching the game. I think Adli was one of the brightest. One of the diamonds today. Very good. Uh, Team Ellie says maybe not to risk injuries, but I agree, Roy. Got to catch the wave. Yeah, we have to start strong. We always start strong, so we got to do it again this year. For us, it's always the middle of the season that gets us. We like because of injuries and other stuff. We always hit that like difficult period, but we usually start and end well. So first four games aren't too bad. Udinese isn't all there. Atalanta just lost Palomino to suspension. Sassuolo loss last season ended 3-0. Yeah. I do think that. Well, I guess let me think about this. So, Udinese, I think Udinese though you can't just shrug them off because we drew them twice last year. They're always an annoying team.
But sorry, excuse me. But aside from looking at what has happened months ago, I mean it's the teams that we're playing. Udinese has always been a difficult team for Milan. Historically, it's a difficult team for Milan for some reason that not many people understand. They're just I don't know. Atalanta is a team that plays very good football. Bologna is a team that is okay. Like Bologna should be the easier game. Sassuolo is a team that plays very good football. And one thing was when we beat them 3-0. When we beat them 3-0, our players were going at full force. They were going at, a turbo. Right now, we're not. The turbo is, we still got to wait to get to turbo.
Yeah,
So it's difficult. I wouldn't shrug these teams off.
yeah, and I think that today you saw Leao like as well. Like he looks like his form is actually picking up. It was a good finish. You know, he obviously got on the score sheet. The last game against the Hungarian side when he came in, he was really unprepared, made a lot of mistakes. So this is he got on the score sheet and is finally picking up his pace because he's going to be crucial. Udinese is a team that plays pretty defensively. I think they still have Beto and Delofeo, even though I think they're gonna probably lose Molina and maybe Udoge. I don't know if they're staying. Uh, but yeah, they're always gonna be a difficult team for us. So we have to make sure we can go out, score, and just play a really solid game. Good fitness as well. Fitness is really important. So yeah, we have to be prepared for that first game because I don't want to drop points on the first match day. It's always a bad feeling because then you start to panic. Because especially if it's against a team that you should beat, like Udinese, you don't want to start panicking after match day one. So the one that I worry about is Bologna and their motivation. Okay, Ali, trying to sound yeah, Bologna on paper should be the easiest. And usually we have a good record against Bologna, but they can be tricky, of course. Oriki's situation is the same as Messias. last season. Macias started his first match last season on match week 15. Let that sink in.
Yeah, it is true. It's not as bad as Messias's, but it's similar. It's similar.
Yeah, for sure. Um, Udinese's current lineup. Let's see it. Okay. Well, I'm not sure if I can get you the full picture because they haven't really gotten into form this season, but I can try to find uh an example of this. Let me go on their team on transfer market actually, just to kind of get a list of all the players. Yeah. Also, guys, really quick, Macias did do an interview after the game, and he spoke very highly of Adli
Yeah.
and the squad.
And also, Leao has been posting pictures on his Instagram stories alluding to Ali, saying, you know, team, like he's happy. Leao is happy that Ali is there. And this is what I was thinking today. Was Lart correct? Is Ali Kessi's replacement? Do we need to get a midfielder?
I don't know because I don't think Adli's the best in the pivot. Like, what do you think? Like,
I think he can do all five of those positions, like no problem whatsoever. Because he has the intensity, he has the IQ, he has the technique, he literally has everything. He
so
literally
would you,
has everything.
so would you feel confident starting him with any other midfield partner in the pivot?
Not necessarily in the pivot, but he can play in different roles. Um, the pivot we have Tonali and Benacer. And then if this is Adli, if Adli is the player that we're seeing today, we have a very strong player. If he can do what he's doing today against Udinese, against Atalanta, against Bologna, against Sassuolo, then we have a very good player. So in that case, we don't need to replace Kessie because we have a player that can play through these guys like butter. Now, Kessie also brought a lot of physicality. Now, we do have that. Pobega, Bakayoko if he stays. So is it really necessary to get a midfielder at this point? It's a question I'm asking.
Yeah, I mean, I would prefer to get one just because I want to bring someone with the mixture of physicality and a little bit of creativity in that pivot role. Someone that can like potentially, because Benacer, I think he needs a little bit of competition, and also, or the fact that he gets injured a lot scares me. And if he goes down, and it's Tonali, with Pogba, who's actually injured right now a little bit, not too severely, I think, and he didn't play. So we've only seen him a little bit, and he hasn't really impressed so far when he's played. I don't know. For me, it's just a little like it'd be nice to have that certainty, and I wish Bakayoko was like in his prime, like he should be, but he's not really playing like it. He's playing really poorly. But if he was like more fit, I'd feel more comfortable.
Yeah, the other player we got to discover is going to be Pobega. We got to see if he can bring that muscle. I said this a million times. I'm not going to say it again. But they were saying in the beginning of the season when they saw him that they really saw him developed physically, and they were very impressed with him. As a matter of fact, they just extended his contract. They gave him a big pay rise. He was getting 300K before. Now with this new contract he signed, it's 1 million. So they're putting a lot of faith in this player.
Yeah.
So I wonder if he's going to bring that muscle that we need.
You know who else gets paid 300K? Evan Indiga. And he's won the Europa League as the best defender that Frankfurt has. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, that would be a great buy. That would be a great buy.
Yeah.
I really hope it happens.
So at this point, Roy, would you be fine with just getting De Ketelaere and like a center back, and then just that would be it, really?
Yes. Well, I would get. For me, honestly, I would go for Ziyech. Because I think I can get us. If we got De Ketelaere, a central defender, and Ziyech, I think that is enough. I think that is enough. I don't think we need to get a midfielder. I don't think we need to disrupt anything, right? I mean, it depends on how Ali is. The positive thing about this is that the season starts early, right? So that means that we're going to play like 3 weeks of the calcio mercato or 2 weeks and a half of calciomercato. So we're going to see, and there's a lot of games. So we're going to see if Pobega is the dude. We're going to see if Ali is the guy. We're going to see how these players play, and we're going to have time to make those adjustments in the market
Yeah.
at that time. So
And
it's going to be very
yeah,
interesting.
we also have to be positive because I can see myself, I don't really have the most confidence sometimes. I can see myself like, yes, we should be striving to win, but if we drop a couple points here and there and things happen, like against like what happened against Spezia last season, we shouldn't panic because there's still plenty of games to play and maybe we don't hit our super amazing groove right away, but we'll hit it later. But so of course I want us to do very well right away, but we have to look at the bright side if it does happen and not get too down ourselves. And as long as we're still like no team pulls away by a lot of points early on, then we should still be set to fight it out later down the road.
We have to do that, though. We have to be that team that starts strong from the beginning, because that is a key. That is the key to win the Serie A, is starting strong right away. And Milan has not been doing that for 7 years. As soon as they start doing that, we get a second spot, and then we get a scudetto. So
Yeah.
starting strong is the key. It is the key. And so I really hope we start strong. We have to start strong.
Yeah. But let's say we do drop some points, like what would you like? What would your thoughts be?
If we drop points, then we drop points, and we just have to try and catch them. We have to play catch up. You have to play catch up. I mean, it's a marathon. It's not a sprint. So the winner of the marathon is not necessarily the person that is in first from the beginning. But
True.
starting strong from the beginning gives you a big advantage, and we saw that advantage.
Yeah.
But yeah, obviously, even if you don't start super strong, you can catch up. But the problem with that is that at that point, you are depending on other teams to lose points. So it's not on you anymore. We need to be in control of our own destiny from the beginning. So, like
Yeah.
we have been
I agree.
these 2 seasons, yeah.
I agree. I hope we minimize our suffering. I'm gonna pull up Udinese's lineup soon. Not only for the goal, I was impressed by Adli's forward movements. Given that it was a simple team to play against, I like Adli's passion. Assuming that CDK is in our team, what roles can Adli play this season? That's an interesting question. I'm interested to hear what you have to say, Roy, but I think Adli and CDK would most likely alternate between right wing and center attacking mid, and also CDK can play striker or center forward, and Adli can maybe play in the pivot as well. So it's interesting.
Yeah, yeah. From the way I'm seeing Adli and knowing how Pioli likes to do his football, I'm seeing a lot of interchange between CDK and Adli. My guess is that CDK is going to start from the middle and Adli on the right, and they're going to switch since CDK likes to start from the middle, go to the right, then come back into the center. While Adli, you can tell from what we are seeing, you can ask him to do whatever he's going to do them all, because Ali, from what we are seeing so far with these lesser teams, it looks like you can play him in any position and he will do the right job. He looks like he has the IQ to do all the positions. So you can ask him to play on the right, you can ask him to play in the middle, you can ask him to play on the left, you can ask him to play in the double pivots if you need.
Roy, I have a question. Besides Pogba because he's injured, if you look at Juventus, Inter, Milan, out of these three teams, do you think Adli looks like the best midfield signing so far
Uh,
this summer?
mm,
Because I know Inter got Aslani,
I'm not.
Mkhitaryan.
I don't know. I don't know. That's a tough question. I mean, we got to find that out. Right now in the preseason, it's hard to find out. Also because I haven't watched. I haven't watched Roma. They got Matic.
Well, they also have Dybala, so yeah, I mean,
Dybala, Matic, and Wijnaldum. So
oh yeah,
those might be three good midfielders. Obviously Dybala. Juventus, all those players. Locatelli is going to grow into a really good player, guys. It's coming. And then the thing about Juventus is that they have the next crop of Italian nationals: Miretti, Fagioli, Gatti, Rovella. So they have all these players that have been going through the national ranks since they were 14, 15, 16, 17. So they have a very good generation of Italians coming up. They're going to be a very tough team to beat. They're going to be a hard cookie to
Uh,
hard.
yeah. Let me ask you about Roma really quickly though. Do you
Yeah.
think because the players you mentioned, Wijnaldum won the UCL with Liverpool. He's won a lot, on the top club, even though his motivations were a little bit poor last season. Do you think that Roma with Wijnaldum and other players, if they get Wijnaldum and Dybala and these players, like, will they be a Scudetto challenger?
Yes.
So you think it's like a? So how many teams are in the race for the Scudetto
Four.
this season? Okay.
Four. Because now Roma has the depth to win the Scudetto, but they'll have to sacrifice the Europa League. They don't have the depth for both, but they have the depth. They have the depth for one or the other. So he is going to have to choose which competition to play. But he does have the depth to win the Scudetto. I mean, to be honest, that team can easily win the Scudetto if the other team's a choke. So, I
Yeah.
mean, it's a world class team with a world class coach. But remember the thing about Mourinho. Mourinho's greatest strength is not the aesthetics of his football. Mourinho's greatest strength is the ability to turn his players into warriors that will sweat like crazy till the last minute, and that is very difficult to beat. So yeah, they have a chance. They definitely have a chance with these signings for sure.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how competitive. I think their biggest weakness is gelling all these players together. Uh, and like I mean, Mourinho this season, he got them into Europa League, okay, and he won the Conference League, which is big for Roma fans. Like for the Roma fans, it's a huge accomplishment. So he definitely has. Now they're going to be asking for more for champion UCL qualification. Is I think Roma fans have to wouldn't disagree. Is UCL qualification is the minimum. Like if you don't get UCL qualification with this squad, it's not. I guess it would season is kind of a failure because you're not really improving based on last season in terms of the table. Maybe you go to fifth place and not sixth, but come on, it's both still Europa League. So my point is, let's see how much they can actually improve with these players with Mourinho, and I think now it's less of a rebuild and more of like people are going to kind of be expecting Roma to do something. So I think teams like are going to be careful of Roma, and I'm interested to see what they do under all this like kind of light and the pressure a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, and just one thing I wanted to add to that, because you kind of brought it up and it made me think about it. Roma could finish third in their group and end up in the Conference League again. And they could win the Conference League again the second time in a row.
Yep, it's possible. Go for the Conference League, Roy.
That'd be hilarious if Mourinho does it.
Yeah. Okay. Roy, but if you play the big teams in preseason, you can't experiment as much compared to playing smaller clubs. I think it's a double-edged sword. Okay. John Supreme. Okay.
Well, I want to answer that. It's not a matter of experimenting. It's a matter of getting your players in shape and ready for maximum level, high intensity competition. That's what it's mostly about.
Is Pioli experimenting much?
I don't see
know.
much. I don't see much experimenting. Honestly, I see the formation being pretty much exactly the same way. Obviously, the experiment is Ali. He's definitely working with Ali. It looks like he trusts Ali. I mean, Ali is guys. Ali is leaving his mark right now. 4 assists, 1 goal.
Is 4 assists already?
Yeah, yeah. He had an assist with the first team.
I know he has. I know he had one this
Oh
game.
no, sorry. My bad. 3 assists and 1 goal.
Okay. Did he have a Colin assist?
Yes, for Krunic. Oh no.
That was the Hungary team. So he scored 1 assist today, 1 assist against the Hungarian team, and 1 assist against Lemine Almeno.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, nice. Yeah, so that's good. Those are good numbers.
These are good numbers.
And he's not playing the whole game either.
And then we can see him. We can see what he's doing. Like he's not losing the ball. He's going through. He's play. It looks like he's been playing with the team for a long time.
Yep.
He's a smart cat. This guy.
He's like if he plays Cam, it's a lot less flashy than Diaz, but it seems like he just accomplishes so much more just
Yeah,
because
yeah.
he makes the right decisions.
More methodical than Diaz. While Diaz is more of a forward push, kind of go forward in a straight
Diaz will just
line.
try to run through like 5 people, but Adley will kind of look for the wings and he'll play passes like horizontally if it's the right thing to do. So I hope against teams that kind of are more closed, he can still like he'll find his groove and he'll be like a vertical threat. But I think with his passing ability and his long balls, like he should be able to kind of unlock those teams as well. So and especially with Leao, I can see him giving long balls to Leao a lot. Yeah. Roy, do you think Adley can play like a 6?
When you say six, six is isn't six a center back?
No, I don't think so. I think 6 is like a holding. Hold on.
Four. I think what you mean is four. A number four. Six
No,
and
no, a
five.
6 is a defensive midfielder, basically.
Six is
It's like
defense. Are you
it's
sure?
the deep lying playmaker, basically, behind the other central midfielders.
Well, okay. So that position, yeah, definitely he can for sure.
It's like a Xavi, basically.
Yeah, yeah. He wouldn't play it like Xavi, but he can definitely interpret that position his own way. Yeah.
Okay. Ali says Ali plays higher up than Kessie. I think he's still physically weak for the pivot spot. We need someone to rotate with Benacer and Sandro, and I don't think Adli is it. Yeah, I don't like. I don't know. It's a bit risky. Also, guys, we have 40 viewers almost for a later stream. Please like the video if you guys haven't yet. Turn on notifications, subscribe, and look at the memberships if you're interested. Good views for a later stream. Yusuf L2 says Amrabat seems good. Yeah, Amrabat's a decent player, but I don't know if he's really needed, honestly. Currently, our squad, which needs 4 Milan trained and 4 Italy trained, we have Calabria, Gabbia Pobega, Tonali, Florenzi, Mirante. In order to build a full 25-man squad, we need one of each. Okay, so we need another one of each of those, basically. So yeah, unless they don't really double dip, do they? Because I'm pretty sure Gabbia Pobega and Calabria would count for Italy trained, but I don't know if the double dips like that. So I think that then we need one more from each. Otherwise, you register with a Serie/CL with a 23-man squad. Yeah, that wouldn't be ideal. Pili knows what he's doing. We'll start strong for sure. I think our team still thrives on being underdogs, even after winning the Scudetto. Yeah, Messias said that in his interview. He's like, this year they're saying we're going to be 4th, 5th place. We'll see.
Yeah, they're saying that. It's definitely true.
I think our team still thrives on. Yep. Also, as in Pioli's words, we cannot be chasing always. We want to be in a leading position. Good thoughts.
I just
Good,
want to say
good
something
point.
real fast regarding what Messias said that we're 4, 5, 6, whatever. I'm telling you guys, because I pay attention to a lot of what other fan bases in Italy say, a lot of people have no clue what Milan is doing. The project, how these players are being paid, how much they were paid. They just don't know what we're doing. So they have no idea. Because they don't follow, they don't care. They don't know Kalulu was only 500K. They don't know what our wage structure is. You know, if you tell them, Benacer, Kalulu, Tomori, Magnan, they think these are second-class football players. They really do.
Wait, no way. Really?
Absolutely, 100%. So, and this is great. This is beautiful. This is in our favor because soon they'll figure it out. They'll figure it out soon.
Most of the ones that I watch, like Italian people, they don't like since we won the Scudetto, they value us. But I agree that they don't really like they say, okay, this Mercato, which even Milan fans are a little bit disappointed with. Like, let's be honest. But they look at it and they're like, okay, only Origi's coming in, Sanchez is falling through, CDK is taking forever, and they're thinking like, oh, like what is happening with them? They're not going to be good. Like that, I agree with. Like they're really underestimating us, and they don't know like these things about like our wages and our sustainable model. Like they don't really understand it. But like I agree with that. But I do think that there is some respect on our players, from what I've seen from other Italian like people online. But yeah, I'm sure. I guess it depends who you're like listening to. Oh, what's up, Nicholas? How are you?
What's going on, mate? I'm good. How about yourself?
I'm doing well. Doing well. Did you watch the game today or
I didn't
yesterday?
watch the
Yesterday.
game, but I've seen the results.
Yeah. It was a good game, honestly. Well, it wasn't. Don't be too excited, but it definitely got some people talking about Adli and other players. So it's good stuff.
It'll be interesting to see how Adley does in the Serie A.
Yeah, I hope he can hit the ground running. Um, there's actually some more questions about this. Ali says the fact that everyone in Italy is looking down on Milan just motivates the players more. Yeah, I think so. Oddly, swap for CDK. You can bet your top dollar we're going to see that movement on the pitch every match they play together. Okay, rotating around each other. Team Melly says it's a failure from the standpoint of who the club invested in, and their top manager Mourinho is going to be a thorn for us, Inter and Juve. Um, yeah, so I guess not making top four would be a failure.
Can I ask a question here?
Yeah.
I was not really asking a question as such. So I reckon we'll get CDK, and I reckon we'll also purchase a right winger before the Mercado ends. And then from there, I don't think our team needs any more improvement. We only need a right winger. Adley's a great midfielder, and if we can get CDK as well, then I reckon we're fine.
Yeah, I
Hey,
think
Nicholas, what's up, man? How you doing?
Hey, what's up?
I was thinking the same thing. After seeing Ali, I kind of have that same feeling. I'll be honest with you.
we need a center back though because we lost Romagnoli and
Oh, yeah. I don't. Did you say we don't need a center back? Maybe I heard wrongly. Yeah, we definitely need a center back for sure.
Depends on Kier. If we keep Gabio as well, if we keep those two, then I don't think we do.
Actually, I agree with that. I agree with that. I agree with
It
that.
just
I don't know if
depends
I
what we do,
trust
I guess.
Gavia yet.
That's fair.
Honest, I don't know. I
It'll
know
be
he's
interesting to
supposed
see if we get that Tottenham centre back.
Yeah, for sure. I think I read somewhere today there are more links with him, so it's looking like that could happen. Okay, for Roy, who is better, Adli or Pedri on Barcelona?
Well, right now you have to say Pedri because Pedri has the more pedigree. Played already a Euro for the national team. Has played the Champions League. Has played European football. So obviously today you have to say Pedri. No doubt about that.
All right, so Roy's actually speaking sense. Let's go.
Nah, I mean Ali has to prove what he's worth. I mean, guys, the thing about Ali is right now is that these are just friendlies with teams that are not impressive at all actually. So we got to see how he does against Udinese, Atalanta, Bologna, Sassuolo, etc., etc.
Yeah, who the heck scheduled these friendlies for us? Like, who is doing that? We need to be. I don't know. In my opinion, I think we need to have some like a more competitive schedule.
But I'll tell you what. I have heard people say that have watched Ali that that's how he played against PSG, and that's how he played against the top teams in France. As a matter of fact, I remember watching his highlights against PSG, and he was being creative. He was being free. I think surrounded by the quality that we have, he is probably going to adapt really fast. Now that I think about that.
Yeah, I think he also scored a nice goal against PSG, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, in France, that's the maximum level, right, against PSG. So he did well against them.
Yeah. DS runs on instinct. Adli plays more cerebral. His height also helps a lot. Yeah, 6 is a defensive mid. Hussein says congrats on 3.4K. Thank you. Hopefully we can keep the next goal 5K. 5K, Roy? Question mark.
Yeah, 5 minimum.
That'd be nice.
10.
I think we're getting more viewers also because we have more people that are subscribing to us as well. So that's really good. Very few players can play 6, 8, and 10. If Adli can do that, this is huge. On top of that, off the top of my head, I think only Modric can do that in the world at an elite level. Team Melly says they don't care, which is why they'll be surprised that the spanking is coming their way. LOL. Did Pogba get surgery from one of Milan's doctors? Hey, I don't think Milan's doctors, like the surgeons or the people that like they recommend to do surgery. I think our surgeries usually always go well. Also, I don't know if Pogba got surgery yet. Like, is that confirmed? Because all I read was that he has to make the decision to get surgery.
As far as I know, it has not been decided yet.
Hey, Roy, apparently we have 40K views on the last stream.
Yeah.
But wait, how do I see that? Is that on the channel still? Oh yeah, there is.
Yeah,
Oh wow, yeah, awesome. Man. Oh, you kept it up. Awesome. And Roy, you think that's gonna be okay to stay up?
No, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
That's great stuff. Awesome. Yeah, good stuff. Ali can play at right and CDK on the middle. We can see Ali giving assists from the right. Yeah, they can alternate for sure. We need a center back and a center mid to replace the guys we lost. Us upgrading our attack is purely out of necessity. I agree with that. I think Gabi still has room to grow, maybe more so when sent out on loan. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if I can trust him yet. And Dika signing, I am dreaming for. He can play as CDM for closing the game. Yeah, and Dika is fantastic. When will Rafael and Manyan be free?
This guy is a Juve fan, I think, or what? Is he a Juve
I don't
fan?
remember what. I don't know.
I can't remember. I think he's a Juve fan. So you see, this is what this Juventino is thinking. He's looking at Leo and Magnan. I mean, you're looking at the right players.
Yeah, Juventus. Manyan's never going to Juventus after what the fans did to him. You remember that?
Yeah.
Like the racial stuff. Like that was messed up.
All right, that happened with Juve.
Juventus' stadium. Yeah.
Oh wow. Fuck.
He's not going there. And then Leao, I don't think Leao would go. I'm no expert, but doing research, I think Ndika can play as a CDM for sure. Roy, as a coach, can say more.
Look, he has the technique to play anywhere, really. To be honest with you, I think the reason why he plays as a center back is because he's extremely aggressive, and he probably is very good at suffocating players, and he has that physical strength, and just he occupies a lot of space. So that's probably why he ended up being a defender, for that reason, because that's probably the most valuable thing that he does. But the way he plays football, I think so. I think you can put him as a CDM. He has the technique to play as a CDM. I mean, hell, he has a technique to play as a winger. He has a technique to play as a wingback. Let me tell you this. He has a technique to play as a wingback for sure. Yeah, Ndika is one of the best prospects coming up right now in football, for sure.
Yeah. Amrabat seems good to be a concurrent for Benacer. Roy, do you like Amrabat? I know he plays for Fiorentina. I think we've been
I'm
linked
not
to
too
him before.
familiar. I'm not too familiar with him.
I think he's solid, but I don't know. I don't know if he's realistically like someone we'd actually get. What role does Diaz play? Wait, which Diaz like Brahim number 10 or
Yeah, Brahim Diaz.
yeah.
What role does he play?
He's an attacking midfielder for sure.
Yeah,
but he can also play on the wing.
Hopefully he does well.
I think that if CDK comes in, he's going to be pretty much struggling for minutes.
You know, one thing that could happen, I'm putting assumptions, predictions, is that Brahim Diaz just does not convince, and he does go back to Real Madrid. But by that time, Maldini will have had a very good experience at Spezia, and maybe, they'll be confident to put him back in the team. So then our attacking midfield will be Maldini CDK rather than Brahim Diaz CDK. That might happen, but if Brahim Diaz starts to bang in goals, put in assists, then guys, he's gonna be very important, and we might buy him.
You know what I'm worried about? I'm scared that so let's say Adlia just has a very good game against Marseille and like just has a great end of the preseason. And the Udinese game comes, and just because Diaz is more familiar, Pioli starts Diaz and Ali doesn't play because either De Ketelaere is here or like Messias plays right wing or whatever, and he doesn't get the starting spot for that game. Like I would be upset with that, but personally.
Okay.
What do you think? You don't want him to start?
I think if Pioli thinks that he's the best player to start, I mean, then Pioli probably knows better. I mean, honestly, the way it's looking right now, it looks like Adli is going to be a big part of his team. Because, as I say, guys, this guy is showing an impact. This is a very good impact. Now, one thing that we have to also be aware of regarding Adli is that he said in his press conference that he had been preparing for quite a while. He's been getting ready to get to to adapt and get integrated into Milanello. So he's probably been working on his fitness. He looks like a very disciplined guy. He doesn't look like a guy that gives a crap about partying. He looks like a guy that is very serious about his job. So he definitely might be already fitter than the other guys. That could be a possibility too. Or this guy just did that and he's really good.
Yeah, I think you see the skill there, the decision making.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Chabino says, "Who do you think will win the World Cup?" Early predictions. That's really difficult, honestly.
I would say based on the teams today, Argentina, but
I don't mind that.
I don't know what the teams would look like. Spain, they're always a contender. England might have a point to prove after the Euro. France has talent, but I don't know if they have the hunger. It doesn't look like it. Holland is not producing exceptional strikers like they usually do. So that's going to be a problem for them, even though they have exceptional defenders.
Yeah.
Portugal has some interesting players. Brazil is always Brazil. Germany is always Germany. So yeah.
Yeah, I like Argentina too. Mike also says, I think Brahim is going to be limited to an impact role this season, which would kind of suit him fine. Impact sub. Um, yeah, I don't know. That's going to be interesting to see like the dynamic. All I know is that we need to be scoring more goals and we need to be more sort of like fluid in our counters and build up play and play in the box. So I really want Messi to win a World Cup. He'd be the undeniable GOAT. I don't know. I don't really care. Okay, so we're caught up on chat. Let me pull up Udinese's actual like team here to kind of look at it. But yeah, like I don't know. I'm not too worried. It's just more of like the way they play. So okay, goalkeeper Silvestri's the starting keeper. It's no more discussing.
Sorry, I want to respond to this. Okay, those are okay players, but remember that Holland is a country that produces exceptional attacking players. You know, Bergkamp, Van Nistelrooy, Van Basten, Gullit, these kind of names, and Robin, Snyder. Players that offensively are just monstrous. I'm not seeing that right now from Holland. Not that level.
Yeah, I think that they have good, decent players, but I don't think they're good enough to win. Like I don't, you know, I agree. Okay. So let's see this list. So goalkeeper Silvestri, center back Beccau's pretty solid. Um, the rest of their center backs, like you know, I've seen them before, but they're not any. I don't rate them super highly, but they play sort of like a 4-4-2, or like even like this sort of some like it depends, I guess, on the game. But I see them with two lines, like defending and then countering with like Beto and their attacking players. But here, Udoge is a good left back, and then Molina is a good right back. Um, but he may be going to Atletico, I think, or some other club. Uh, while they have some good defensive midfielders, like strong players, that you're seeing here, Arslan is good. Wallace is pretty solid, and then their attacking players. Pereira is always difficult. Delufeo and Beto. Beto's pace is really, really like exceptional, and they can give you problems when they play counters. So like that's I guess what's to be a little concerned with.
Yeah, guys, we know how Udinese play. The game will be the usual game. Udinese is going to park the bus, and we're going to have to look for the crosses because Udinese is still one of the biggest teams as far as height in the Serie A. So they're going to try and push us to the side. Um, we have to kind of just create holes and create channels. It's always the same thing with Udinese. It's literally always the same thing. You know, they usually score like a lucky goal, and then it's like trying to chase a rabbit down a hole. We hopefully that doesn't happen.
What I'm concerned with is this preseason. I've seen a lot of a lot of the goals we score are kind of like counter attacking scenarios because we played like pretty open games,
Yeah, yeah,
and
true.
I think that we still and we've always been good at this. So I think that we still have to see if we're able to kind of break down, you know,
Right.
these difficult teams that park the bus.
Yeah, that's an issue.
Yeah, for sure. And because we have the ability, like we have the one method, which is just crossing the ball into Giroud and hoping that something works. But can Adli, De Ketelaere, all these players, can they create more vertical play and
Yeah.
shots from the outside potentially, things like that?
Well, you see it in Ali's game that part of his repertoire is that through ball, right? That vertical through ball.
Yeah,
And that's something that in our team we don't really have anybody with that in his genes. We have players that sometimes will look for a through ball, but we don't have players that have that weapon at their disposal at any time. So maybe Ali can become very important there, can because those through balls can really split defenses. I don't know about CDK. I've never seen CDK play a full football game, so I can't really judge.
yeah, guys. Clint's here. What's up, Clint?
What's up, y'all?
What up?
Thanks.
What up?
Yeah, thanks for coming in.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I saw it. I got off work not too long ago, man. Try to get, a couple of things done in and there. Yeah, well, man. And,
Yeah. Hussein here says Udoji is great. He scored a handball goal against us, but yeah, he's pretty good. God, I was so mad at that game.
Yeah, Juve was after him, but Udinese decided to keep him for another year. He's a prospect, Italian prospect from the national team. Also, Udoji has been going through the ranks since he was 15, 14, 16.
Yep.
So he has probably a good future.
Udinese does have good players, though. I noticed that. Like, that Molina kid went to Atletico, right? I'm surprised
It's
nobody
not a
picked him
done
up.
deal, but
No, it is. He passed the medical. Molina went to Atletico.
wait, check.
Yeah, he did.
Let me check. Um. Okay, I think. Okay, yeah, they haven't announced it, but I think actually, I just read it. He's in Madrid already, so I think that I think it's a done deal actually.
Yeah, it suits him. I feel like that's the upgrade of Udinese. I have a feeling Udinese and like Atletico have like a similar style of playing, or at least similar players. The Paul type, mold. I feel like
Right.
you fit in there, and that's Simeone spirit.
Yeah,
Um,
he goes and fishes from Udinese, of
you're right.
course.
You remember the guy when we played, was it I think last year, that that Nigerian, the blessing or whatnot, like swore, I think he got mad, he ended up getting a red card.
I think that was success, or was it?
Success, right? Yes, success.
Blessing
Yep.
is the player in LAFC.
Oh,
Blessing.
okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, success. Like, yeah, they're all, I don't know, something about Udinese, they're all like jacked. I don't know. Even that their attacker, wasn't named Beto. Well, he's good. I thought we linked him
Yeah.
at one point. We're desperate to
I
get an
mean,
attacker.
that guy's fast, man. Like he's like faster. He might be faster than Tomori.
Yeah, but it's like the thing is, I feel like some of these players though, even though they are talent, but then they get to other clubs and they go a level up and they can't keep up.
Yeah,
right? It's just like the pressure gets to them.
like for example, Beto, right? Like he's very good, like pacey, and he's a strong player. He's good finishing, but like with the way we play, I don't know if he's be the best. Even though I think it's good to have another option to like at the striker position to have someone like if you play against Liverpool with the high line, like Leao would be good, but you need other players that can run in behind and actually because like if you just want to try to pass the ball up to Ibra or Giroud, you're gonna have a high line there, and they won't be able to go deep with it because there's not really much space. You know what I mean?
Right.
But if you play with a pacey striker like Beto, you can those long balls can actually maybe and those counter-attacking through balls would be more suited to vert to increase the verticality, let's say, of your game. But yeah, so I think that I get your point. I think tactically is good for Udinese because they play counter, but like I don't know if his first touch and his technique is that good because if, in other situations with us, I don't know if we can rely on him to be that lone striker. You know what I mean?
Bet,
If we
are you
had him.
guys talking about Beto?
Yeah.
You're right. No, but I think when it comes to technicality, I think anybody that comes from that for the Portuguese league, most of the time it's that flair to them. I don't know why. I mean, that's just how they play there in Portugal. They're just technical, and I think he did come. I don't know. Was it Sporting? He
I
comes
think
He's
from a
Brazilian.
club in
it was a
Portugal.
lower division side. I'm pretty sure.
He's Brazilian. Guys, by the way, Nicholas and Hussein are here too. You guys just jump in whenever you. What's up?
Yeah,
Yeah, no
and yeah,
problem.
yeah,
What's up, guys? How are you?
yeah.
Hey, how are
What's up,
you?
man? Yeah. Dude, I was watching the game today, man. I was at work. Thank you, bro. I was watching on the stream. Man, I was I was impressed. I was impressed with Adley again. Yeah, man, the kid. I'm being. I'm gonna tell you, this one thing was on my mind throughout the whole day. I'm afraid that we run into a situation where like the catalyst comes. Yeah, he's gonna be good, but Adley just becomes that guy without knowing. Like we're expecting, the Khaled to be, like maybe the top talent, but seeing stuff from Adley, him being the underdog or going under the radar, of course we're appreciating how he plays. But I don't know what happens if we go into a situation like he just becomes like that blow up player. He becomes our best player, which I might sense. I mean, the spirit. Now I know it's only 2 games. And I'm not get ahead of myself, but it can't happen.
But you can definitely see his leadership skills, and you can see his just desire to play. Like you can see he wants to play and he wants to prove himself. And most importantly, you can see his quality. Like the kid has quality.
He does.
Yeah, I mean, having both CDK and Ali would be amazing. I think. But I think I can't remember who I talked about this earlier. But maybe we don't need another midfielder. Like I think maybe we have everybody we need in the midfield.
Do you guys reckon if Addy plays well, he'll get called up to the French World Cup team?
I don't. Knowing Deschamps and how he calls players, it took him so long to call Teo to the national team after like his best season. Didn't even call him up, so I highly doubt that Adley will make this World Cup team.
Did is he going to Algeria? I think to play for the Nigerian national team.
I don't know. Is that the done?
yeah,
Is it?
yeah.
Is he? He's already decided.
Yeah, Ali is committed himself to the Algerian
Oh
national
really?
team.
Well, when was this?
Oh,
A while ago, a few weeks ago. Well,
Which they all do,
yeah.
which makes sense because you gotta understand Algeria, including from the coach all the way to all the players, 90, I'll say 90, 80 to 90% of the whole team was born in France. Even with Morocco too. The thing about these North African teams that speak French, or even Senegal, for example, like Senegalese, like former the Ivory Coast, not too much, but even though there's a lot of people that are born in France, but you take Senegal, like from Koulibaly all the way down to like Mendy, like the goalkeeper, they're all born and grew up in France. But sometimes it's just they opt out. They rather go play for their country because they
Yeah.
might not know. And it's just saturated for Adli to play right now in France with the talent, dude. They got way. France has like 4 different starting teams, man. I swear to you. Like
So
it's
on like online, I don't on his like professional page, like on transfer market and stuff.
Yeah.
It says that he still hasn't played any games with Algeria, and he says that it only says that he has French citizenship. But according to you guys, I think it was announced somewhere. So I'm just gonna trust you guys.
I don't think it was necessarily announced. I'm not sure, but I remember that it was just mostly rumors, really, that he would eventually pick the Algeria team. And what you mentioned, Antonio, was a good point. I think it's not even Deschamps like picking players late. I think he just picks favorites all the time.
Yeah.
At times we see Rabiot at his worst, and he still continues to pick him for the France national team. The same
Yeah.
goes with some, at the time when France, were developing fullbacks, they still insisted on players like Pavard, picking them. He was
But
continuously picking Giroud when he was also not that great back in Chelsea. So yeah, it's just a lot of
but but
favoritism.
but but
Yeah,
but right, and to add to your point, one of the things that came years ago, I don't know if you guys were paying attention, like in France, there's one thing too to try to keep also like the white crop, like they just don't want the straight, just kids of immigrants just like flooding the team. So they try to enrich because when you look at somebody like a Pavard, for example, right? Yeah, he's good, but there's somebody even up at what you call that, like us, like superior in talent than him. But they want to keep that balance too, where it's just you just don't end up having just North Africans and West Africans and like completely on the team, which just happened because they caught this call. I think I don't know if you guys remember, like years ago, like the people in the federation, like they wanted to put a quota on the amount of like certain players that actually play for the national team because it was becoming problematic. So, but those are like you gotta understand where like the game is being played is in the banlieue, like meaning the suburban French, like suburban areas in French, which is just consist of just immigrants. So of course, that's what you're gonna have as far as talent coming out. But that's been a problem. So that's why sometimes you see like a Giroud would be there, but Giroud's not the most talented French. I mean, how I say forward, right? But they kind of it becomes political. Let me say that. So sometimes you'll see some of these players just playing. I mean, when I look at Griezmann right now, he's still starting when the guy's been downgrading, right? When Kuku can play in this position, yeah,
Yeah,
he
and
can get
Kunku
called
took
up, but
forever to get into the team.
right. So it's
yeah.
just yeah, they have to be a bit political to balance stuff out, right? And that's just
Yeah,
how
on
it is.
on this topic, actually, Teo Hernandez. At first, I was like, well, he's like, he's white and it's fine, but he is actually, I think, he's Spanish as well. So maybe
Yeah,
that's
Yes,
why.
he's
yes,
Spanish. They
Maybe that's
both.
why.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
speaks both languages
he's
fluently.
I think he
right, but
speaks Spanish even more because he was raised in Spain and like he went in
it's
the Spanish youth system as well.
he from Theo and his brother, like their dad went to play in France. I think back in the day, his dad is actually from Spain, but I think they end up going over there because I think Theo was born in Marseille, I think, like southern France.
Yeah,
So he's but yeah, I think their father is actually, which France is a really, France is a really diverse, really, really diverse country.
yeah. I think
You
Mares is
know.
born in Marseille as well. Uh, I have a question for Hussein, back sort of on Adli,
Yeah,
because we've
what's
gone
up?
we've gone the French national team route so many times on this channel. Like it's an interesting topic.
Yeah,
We actually had a debate with Roy. I debated Roy on that for a while, but anyways, so on Adli, I'm interested to know your opinion because so today, how did you watch the friendly? Just because I'm finding a Bayern fan that's so interested in Milan's Milan's games and friendlies is actually
yeah,
interesting to me. So
yeah. No, it's a good question actually, but I'm like I was born in Austria, so for me, watching Wolfsberg, who's actually an Austrian club, like
okay.
so yeah, that was my initial reason. But at the same time, I mean, I also watched parts of the Milan friendly against the Hungarian team, but I also watched Juve's friendlies. I watched Inter's friendlies, Roma's friendlies. This
Yeah.
was all about interest. And I mean, when you're so passionate about football as well, like you it doesn't matter what the team is, you'd always watch it. But for me, I mean, I was happy. I get to see a club from my native country play a big club in Milan. So, albeit a 5-0 loss, they're not my main team, by the way, because I'm not near that region of Wolfsberg at all. But again, it's always good to see these big clubs coming in and giving an a performance for the fans basically because
Yeah.
Austria is kind of like Germany actually. Like I think the way Red Bull Salzburg dominate Austria is actually worse than how Bayern dominate Germany. So for fans, this is like a refresher basically. So
Yeah, I have a question. Is the Austrian league, since I don't really follow it too much,
yeah.
do they kind of feed their best players to the Bundesliga? Is that kind of how it works?
Yeah, it kind of is like that. I mean, for most of these players, especially because they're mostly Austrian born, it's like for them, I'll use the Austrian Bundesliga as a stepping stone to the Bundesliga because, I mean, obviously for them, if you play in the German Bundesliga, you'll get paid better and everything. You'll have a better chance in a top club to play in Europe. Austrian clubs right now, I mean, it's really surprising because it's like I said, Red Bull Salzburg dominate the leagues and even the cup competition as well. They're winning a double like almost every season, yet somehow their coefficient, Austria's coefficient, is still pretty high up. So you still have 3, 4 Austrian clubs in like European competition.
Oh, I didn't know
So
it was that high. Well, oh yeah,
yeah,
actually, sorry, I didn't know European competitions, but is it
yeah.
Is it first place is guaranteed UCL, and then
First
like
place is guaranteed UCL. Second place is pretty much Europa League. I think second and third are Europa League, and the fourth place is basically Conference League.
But that's crazy to me, right?
Yeah,
The reason why I say that is I'll probably say over the maybe the past 10 years that Austrian football started to come to the rise. Obviously, with the
yeah,
whole Red Bull group, right? So I'm
yeah,
thinking why teams like in Scotland, like Rangers, they don't benefit from that, right? Because I understand like the Scottish is not as good, but I think they've Rangers and Celtics they've been a bit pretty good, and they still got to go through playoffs. They don't even get like a right to playoff berth, which try to.
right.
I was talking about that with us with Scottish I've seen. I'm like, I'm really surprised. Like, see, Rangers went to the finals, but they don't get that first spot. So it's
Yeah.
no
crazy.
wait, did
No, that's a
Rangers
good
win the league
question.
again this year? By the way,
No,
Celtic win.
I'm I think I'm going to
Celtic
assume
did.
Rangers.
I think it's Celtic. Yeah, I think Celtic did because
Celtic won
they're
this
in the
year. Yeah,
UCL. Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
yeah.
Celtic won the league, but Rangers won their cup competition, but lost the Europa League final. I think that's how.
So is Rangers now just condemned to the Europa League again for another year?
I think so because what happened was Celtic weren't actually supposed to get direct qualification, but because Russian clubs are gone, that allowed Celtic, the next country in the coefficient rankings, to get that UCL spot. So Celtic pretty much benefited from that. I think Rangers are. I'm not sure if they're in the Europa League group or if they're still in a qualification round, but I do know like regardless, it's always for some reason they never get direct qualification. So
Yeah. So also another point on back to like sort of the Austrian league. Do you guys
yeah,
see Salzburg today against Liverpool?
yeah, I got to see parts of the match. And again,
Sesko looks very good in my opinion.
yeah, so I was mostly watching for him because he's rumored to Man United, as every player in the world is obviously. But yeah, I mean, he's just very good, so good in the air.
Maldini
Very
met with
clinical.
his agent actually at Casa Milan.
Oh, nice. That's
Oh,
really
it
good to
was
hear.
earlier in the Mercato.
Okay.
Salzburg. Salzburg just picked up an Ivorian kid. Konate came straight from the Ivory Coast. He's like a new
Yeah,
like he's like a promising coming out of that's where my people from obviously. So he's
yeah,
leaving like our. They feed him up. He just he's in Salzburg. Hopefully he does good.
yeah,
He's our youth. Like we have our eyes on him. I won't say he's the next Drogba, but hopefully he goes in the right conditions, man.
yeah,
It's
yeah. No, for
like
sure,
that.
man. I mean, I find it a bit annoying with what RB Salzburg are doing because I mean, I grew up watching mostly the Vienna clubs winning the league and everything. But I mean, at the same time, I'm a big fan of how they scout players. Players from Africa, players from Eastern Europe. Even players from North America as well, which is really cool to see. Obviously, as the player you mentioned, Konate, he's come
Yeah.
through from Eastern Europe. Sesko's from Eastern Europe, I think, like from Slovenia or something. And they also have players like Mohamed Kamara from Mali,
hmm
Adamu from Nigeria. So this is really good for them.
Cause they have those scouts in West Africa, and like they're
Yeah,
poaching, they're feeding through there. Because I think Mane went to Salzburg right before he went to
yeah,
Leipzig,
he
or is that
did.
yeah,
Dude, a lot
right?
of players
So
did, man.
yeah,
Like
so
I
they
know
all go.
Upamecano. I
Wait,
know
who just went? Who went to Salzburg first? Did you say?
Mane,
Mane
Naby
Sadio Mane.
Keita. Yeah, they were all there
Oh,
before he went to Leipzig.
and
didn't
Yeah,
he go?
so
Naby
Wasn't didn't he
Keita
play
as
for
well.
Southampton?
He
yeah,
went from
that's
Salzburg, Southampton, Liverpool, now Bayern. That's his
Oh,
route.
wow,
Yeah.
that's
so
crazy.
he didn't go to Leipzig, no? It was just Naby
Nah,
Keita.
no Leipzig. No.
Okay, so he went straight with Salzburg, yeah. But yeah, Salzburg, they be recruiting, man. They be getting these guys. Or through the US, I think it's through the Red Bull, like New York Red Bull. They're scout.
Yeah.
That's how what's his name? Adams. No,
Brendan
but Adams went
Aronson.
straight. Yeah, but also Tyler
Oh,
Adams, he went
Tyler.
straight.
Yeah,
He went to Leipzig actually,
he went to
from Red
Leipzig.
Bull here
Yes.
to Red Bull New York to Leipzig. So yeah,
Yeah.
the whole yeah, I think that's what City is also doing. They're doing like with Troyes in France. And they bought this Indian club. They got one, and I think in the Australian league. But they're selling a lot of Brazilian players to France, actually, to Troyes, like Man City players.
I
They're
actually said
sending
this
them there.
earlier.
So
I said this
mhm.
earlier, but do you guys think RedBird could eventually do that?
I mean, they got Toulouse, so
Wait,
why
RedBird has
not?
Toulouse, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Toulouse. Yeah,
Yeah,
and
that's
they're also based in the United States.
yeah. Nah, I was going to say actually, like, I mean, I sometimes watch Toulouse. It's like a weird relationship I have. It's because of FIFA that I started watching them. But I remember you were talking about how like their media is set up, and it looks
yeah,
really unique and everything. And I agree. The revamps they've been making, media wise, scouting wise, has been really, really, really good.
yeah,
And you
Yeah,
know,
they're getting a lot of praise. I've been hearing.
absolutely, yeah. Like I think with French clubs, I said it a few days ago that when it comes to a lot of the clubs, like PSG's improved a lot on its scouting, so it's become a bit competitive for the other clubs to find ways to get these players because PSG, like every year they're finding really good players. I think one of the best examples literally right now is like Nkunku. I don't think anyone would have expected him to play the way he is now, but that was all made possible because of his time at PSG.
yeah,
And so I feel like Bordeaux is another club with a reputation of like getting these young players, but they're in the second division. They actually are going to be in the second division now, not third anymore. So that's good to hear.
Oh,
But
right.
nice, nice.
yeah,
Right.
but
Let me right, and not to cut you off, right? I think
yeah,
let me scope out. Let me kind of like explain to y'all why France has so much talent, right? Let's say outside even the colonies. Let me say how they benefit. Because think about mainland France alone, right? You already have your immigrants, your population there. They're already playing, right? Now also come here to the Americas, right? Like, let's
Hey,
then
Clint,
see
wait,
like
before
and
you start this, I just want to say Roy doesn't believe in this argument. Just saying.
okay, no, it's fine. It's fine. It's no, it's not too
Because
cool. I'm just trying.
because apparently it's like the immigration is insignificant to their
No.
success,
Yeah,
and that
yeah.
and I don't know if you were here for that, and that it's mainly due to their academies.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
what
okay.
his argument
And
is.
I'm not saying no, and I'm not refuting any of that, but I'm just
No,
trying to
I think you
share.
should be refuting that,
You
but
right, yeah, no, but I'm trying to like share like the scope of things, because like
yeah,
in the
yeah,
Americas, right? Because like a guy like Magnan, for example, right? He comes from the Americas, like right in the
from
Caribbeans here,
Guyana, yeah.
right, from Guyana. So the he like Martinique, Guadeloupe, they still getting these players from there, right? They're going to the mainland and playing, and now you got people coming from West Africa. They're going, so they're getting. It's just for them to scout. They don't have to break out a. It's not harder for them because
Yeah,
those
exactly.
places
It's
that
an
we speak of.
advantage.
It's part of France, right? And then you can even go closer to Madagascar, places like what they call Réunion. Those are smaller islands. Like there's still players they can just poach from there, and it's just insane, and I think they benefit a lot from that, like
Yep.
they do. They benefit a lot from that. Now mind you, yeah, the academies are good. Why the academies are good? Because the talent is there. If they didn't have all that, trust me, the academies wouldn't be that good.
Listen,
And that's what
I was getting yelled at for saying that last time, and literally people from like the francophone world were like agreeing with me because I think it's pretty simple logic, like in my opinion. But anyways, let's not get into that again because
no, it's just I was just trying to like,
yeah,
just
yeah, yeah,
share that, and And then now, and then also, the football is just becoming popular like every year, right? It was popular back then.
Yeah,
Yes, those are soccer countries, but now it's even more popular to the extent where like everybody wants to bring their kid to the academy. Because
Yeah.
before it was like, nah, I don't want you to be playing football. But now it's just like throw everybody in there. it's it's and it's just becoming this again like a global phenomenon times three, because it's already a global phenomenon for the past centuries, of course, but now it's even times three. Everybody has their eyeballs. I mean, it just gets bigger and bigger. So all these kids are coming out of nowhere and people are benefiting. I mean, just look now how many biracial kids are coming across Europe. All these mixed kids, no matter it's Germany and all that. I mean, even Italy,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So everybody, it's pretty interesting. France is a
yeah.
pretty interesting
Yeah.
place. Their media is really annoying though.
Hey, yeah.
Yeah, it's
Now
Hey
really
I
guys.
was
annoying.
gonna say something. Oh
All right,
no,
go.
go ahead,
Yeah, no, no, no,
Antonio.
go ahead. I was gonna read some chats, but go ahead. Finish on this
Oh,
point.
okay.
But
So yeah, I was gonna say the thing with as I mentioned, when you have a club with so much money like PSG, it's not a surprise that they're able to swoop up many like talented youngsters. But what helped Toulouse actually was number one, definitely the investment from RedBird helped them, scout as many youngsters as possible.
Hmm.
Obviously, you could say like, but a lot of French clubs, there's so many youngsters in the country in general. What makes Toulouse unique? And what actually makes Toulouse unique is that what they decided to do was a bit like Chelsea's model, where anyone that's in Chelsea's academy called Cobham, they, are basically in this academy rank and they get education. Like they get also sent to school at the same time, so they
Yeah, that's
continue
yeah.
to stay in the
Yep.
system. But what
Hmm.
Toulouse instead did was they made their own high school basically, where they get
oh
taught
my
both,
goodness.
education and footballing fundamentals. So that's what really makes them unique. And I think this year they actually won in under 17 national tournament, the
Is
Toulouse
this because of
Academy.
RedBird or was this there before?
No, no, no. So
Not
the Redbird kind of like modeled off like what they already have in place with Clairefontaine, because that's what like in France, period. That's what the Mbappes and all these guys like they go through. They go through these like the French. You gotta understand like the football, the FFF. It's a whole country government thing. It's just not the football federation. So in a lot of like football academies where like a lot of kids they were going to like especially like Clairefontaine, they're going over there, like they're going to school and they're playing football at the same time. It's almost like boarding school, and then on the weekends they'll go back to their families and all of that. So you got people like the Thierry Henry that benefit from that, people like Bernard. Like you have certain players that benefit from that, and then clubs
yeah.
started emulating these type of things. So I'm not surprised why Red Bull would do something similar.
Right,
They
right, no,
probably tweaked
yeah,
it,
I
but it was
Yeah.
there
understand.
before.
All
This
I was
this
asking, so it was basic. I'm not saying they created it, but did
right.
they were they the ones who started this for Toulouse, or
Yes,
was it
they
already
were,
there?
because this school that I was talking about was actually just established a few months ago,
Oh my
and
goodness.
yeah, and right now, so what actually happened when I said that Toulouse won the national championships for under 17 players. So in the semifinal, they actually tied against PSG the first match, so they had to do a replay, and they ended up beating PSG 4-0 in the second match. So it
Oh
just
my
kind of shows
goodness.
you like you know what they've been doing at Toulouse has been a success, and I think that's something Milan fans can maybe look forward to, because obviously with the
Mhm.
amount of youngsters coming up and you guys also investing, looking forward to investing in the Keteler. You also have Ali, all these guys. Kalulu being my favorite one in Milan. This is something you could definitely look forward to, and I just think in general with Serie A, the biggest issue is the treatment of younger players, and I'm really hoping that Milan can kind of change the look of that. Because yeah, it's really sad that you want younger players to get game time in Serie A, of course, but you can't, because when you do loan them out, you can't really trust the other clubs to give them game time. They always prefer someone more experienced.
Yeah,
No, but
that's a
I tell
great
you about
point.
that, right? Right. I'm gonna tell you. So we can and now go back into the Serie A portion. What I've noticed, at least with the youngsters, it's not because they're not given the chances. Because even in Serie B, right? Because why in Serie B they'll go and they're still not getting playing time. I just feel that maybe like a lot of clubs should be, and I'm just speaking out loud. They might be investing in some type of I would say like therapists that can get into the head of these youngsters, because I feel it's a mental block with a lot of these kids. Like I think the talent is there, but I don't think they're good at coping with pressure.
Yep.
And I don't think it's not even because they don't want to give them a chance. Because some of these, the Colombo and all these guys, they're getting their chances and City B and all that stuff. But why are they not putting out? It's either they're not that good or they're good, and there's a mental blockage. And I feel it's actually the latter. I know sometimes on the stream I'll usually say, like, okay, maybe the talent's not good compared to the rest of Europe, which can be true, but I think it's really mental because when I look at the guys like the Pinamonti and all these guys, why is he being loaned back out? Why can't he break into the whole line, right? Why are they sending him out? I know he's 24 now, but I look at all these things.
Yeah. Hey guys,
Dude,
before we
I
start reading,
totally agree. Like, I mean, Sanchez, get him up, put Pinamonti in, let Pinamonti go through the ranks, and maybe he's going to become their best striker. But give him away to all these teams in the lower portion of the Serie A. Like, what kind of development is this? It's basically just throwing away talent, wasting talent.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, you look at the clubs that wanted Pinamonti. I mean, you had clubs abroad, but even in Italy, you had clubs like um, Atalanta being the biggest one. And even if Atalanta aren't at their best form, we know that this club is going to do whatever it can to get back to European spot. And if they're looking at Pinamonti, who I think people forget, I think he had the same number of goals, if not maybe just one goal more than Scamacca last season. I mean, and he was playing for Empoli of all clubs as well. You still had a good season. I think Pinamonti also ended up scoring against, most of his goals against bigger clubs. I know he scored against Juve, I think. I think he scored against Milan too. I'm not sure. But yeah, these are much, bigger clubs. I think he's a player that can get used to pressure. And again, yeah, it's just not the right kind of development with a lot of these youngsters in the league. That's just how I view it.
yeah.
I, Go ahead,
I
Antonio.
just want to say, I do want to read some chats, but Roy, just a question to Roy. Like that point you guys just discussed a bit about Toulouse is actually I didn't know that those details. I mean, that's gotta be optimistic. Like I didn't know that was mainly
I
Redbird
was on
doing
a
that.
call, guys. Sorry, I don't know what you guys spoke. I was
Oh,
on a
well, they
phone
were
call.
just talking about how Toulouse basically set up this sort of like youth like school system with Redbird, and like they modeled it off of other French systems, and
Okay.
basically like they've been achieving a lot of success, especially in the youth systems, and they even beat like PSG's Youth
Oh
4-0 in a
wow.
recent competition, and they just got promoted to the first division again in France. So they like people are and their marketing and media looks much better with Redbird, and there's a lot of optimism around that.
And
So.
then they're in a good region also. Then the south of France, right? Other than the Parisian region, when you're around the south, Marseille is not far, so you can recruit. So Toulouse also is not some like small town. It's like they're known. I know they play a lot of rugby there, but it's one of those cities like it's known. And TFC, there's been decent in League right? The others, just a few years they went down, but talent definitely came through the ranks, at Toulouse for sure. So I'm excited that Redbird is doing some good stuff. Hopefully, it can translate to Milan, but we'll see. Right now, we need CDK. They need to get that off the line before we start thinking about schools.
Yep.
So,
All right,
CDK is
guys.
coming tomorrow, boys.
Oh my
Okay.
gosh.
He
Hopefully.
is. He is.
Hey guys.
100%.
Hey guys. Let's read some chats. Andon here says, "Should we be worried because no major signings so far, and the season starts in just 2 weeks? Do you guys think it will affect a lot of the first part of the season?" We did discuss this a
No,
bit.
I don't think so.
nah,
Yeah.
what I saw today, I'm not. No,
Not
no.
not not the signings. What will affect us is the physical preparation, which I have questions about, but not the signings.
hmm Yeah, I think we're decent enough, especially to start the first couple games. But it'd be nice to have these players like CDK in and other players by the time and
Yeah,
very
I
well
think
integrated
I
by
think they're going
Inter.
to try and do that. Absolutely. I'm not worried. I think Milan is going to do the right stuff. Yeah.
Yep. Ziyech or Berardi, who will you choose to play? Who would you choose for Milan?
I would go with Berardi.
Karate for sure.
I
I'm
like
taking
Ziyech,
ZH. I'm taking
but
ZH.
it's fine.
Yeah, I would. Ziyech definitely has a better left foot. I think Ziyech has got maybe in the top five best left foots I've at least seen on highlight reels. I mean, whatever that says. But Ziyech, I still have red flags with Ziyech because of his behavioral issues with coaches, locker room. Very strange. He seems like a big persona that likes to get into fights.
Roy, would Berardi's mentality issues also be a
No,
concern worth it?
absolutely not.
No,
No,
that wouldn't concern you at all.
Berardi would be. The only difference between Ziyech and Berardi is that, as far as quality, is that Ziyech has a very special left foot. But as far as players, I think I would be perfectly happy with Berardi.
Okay. Apparently, Majidin says that they blocked the last video of the streamed game,
Oh
but
my lord! Oh
but I
my lord!
but I went I it was there for me when I just checked. So
It's fine, guys. Don't worry about that.
is it up?
I don't know.
I still see it for me, so I don't know.
It's probably some countries.
Yeah, that's
Whatever.
true.
It's fine, guys.
Yeah,
Don't worry.
some countries got blocked.
Yeah,
That's
depending where you at. Yeah.
apparently
Did you guys see Magnon's near stuff up? And are you worried about it?
Say again?
Did you guys see how Magnon nearly got an own goal from that pass? And do you think, are you worried about it?
No.
wait against
No.
Against the Hungarian team?
That was literally his first ball that he played after the holidays. It was literally the first ball.
Wait. Was that the Hungarian team that we're talking about?
Think so, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's just like a little slip up.
No.
Yeah, he was a really good.
Magnan already convinced me on all levels. Like last year, like I'm not. That's a guy like one on the team. Like I'm never gonna worry about. I know he's gonna get. Yeah, no. It's
I know we spoke about this before briefly, but Magnon for World Cup, yes or no?
for the World Cup, I think he can definitely. He's more athletic. I think right now he's better than Lloris right now. I think it's based on on a senior level. Lloris been there long enough, but I think he's gonna be the number one after this 2022 World Cup going forward. I mean, they see his talent. He's number two. France been struggling to have good goalies for the past 10 years. I'll tell you that because what's his name, Steve Mandanda from Marseille. From Marseille, it's been like the number three for like the past I don't know 15 years. Yeah, they've been having goalie problems. So people like Magnan are kind of special though. So that's not their forte. That's one thing I'll say. They don't have a lot of good goalies coming out of there though. As far as right now.
I
So
think
it's one
what
thing.
I think Deschamps is one of those guys it's like until he's like when you finally get a chance, you kind of have to do like prove him right away. And from what I saw this last like Nations League groups, Magnan did play a few games and he did really well. So I think that and also he just won best keeper in Italy, he won the Scudetto after winning best like with Lille and everything with like the most clean sheets in Europe in like the top 5 leagues. So I think that he's definitely building like a pretty
The
amazing
no,
case.
but what you're forgetting too, the year before even the Lille won the league, he was the best goalie of League 1 like that season
Okay, yeah.
before they even won it. So
Yeah.
they already had eyeballs on him for the longest. They knew what he was. So it's nothing new under the sun. It was new to us. They're like a Serie A lovers that okay, he's coming in. Yo, who's really this guy? But in France, word of mouth, he was already coming out, and that's what he made. It's just right now, Lloris been, yeah, he's been around, man, since Lyon days, man. He's been good. He's been good. So we'll see, man. Magic Mike, shout out to Magic Mike.
Hey guys, I'm back. What's the topic of discussion now?
Well, we're just going through chat basically. Yeah, talking about Milan players.
Right.
This next one is from Georgie who says, Forza Milan, greetings from Bulgaria. What's up? How are you? We really need a right winger, and I think Ziyech is top for us. I can't understand why we were pressing for Jaquetler, because Adli looks great as the trequartista.
Yes, but we still need to have two attacking midfielders, and Ali also is a player that can play. They said, I mean, Pioli said it, guys. I'm not saying this. Pioli said this. That he can also play in the double pivot. So if we only have Ali there, we would have a player less. We'd still have a player less. We still need Maldini left, right? Because we had two attacking midfielders. Maldini left, so now
Yep.
it's only Brahim Diaz. So we still need another player.
But I guess his argument that Adli should be the other attacking midfielder.
No, bro.
I think we
Ba-
need another one because we
Yep.
can't rely on Diaz. And look, Krunic can fill in against, I guess, the poorer teams, but I think we need another top quality midfielder.
For sure. For sure. For sure. And we're building. I think eventually, right now, Maldini. I think his short, long-term goal right now is try to build a team UCL competitive going into it, not with named players, but I think that's what more their face he's focused on based on these signings. Because try to get a CDK, I don't think is like forcibly like okay, we're getting him for like just to be dominant in Serie A for the next 2 3 years. I think Maldini being a champion, I think Champions League is his main concern. Obviously, he wants to win the league, but I think that's where he's looking at. If I had to, guess. So bottom line, we are getting CDK. Hopefully,
Are you there, Antonio? Antonio left. Disappeared.
I'm here. I'm here.
Oh,
yeah,
No, I was just letting them speak. Uh,
yeah.
yeah. So yeah. Next comment. SSP. French football is like a book. Immigration is chapter in the book. Some countries have the chapter longer than others. Some shorter.
I don't
Uh,
understand that.
he's basically. We had a whole debate about this basically, and it's the extent to which you believe immigration played a role in France's success. But we're not going to get into that. I know my opinion probably aligns with yours, Clint, but let's not get into that. If you were to look at the players Chelsea have rejected or sold over the years, academy and first team, it's insane. These guys could have been an insane team or could have had one. Yeah, Chelsea's academy is unbelievable. PSG really dropped the ball. Imagine if PSG started doing what Bayern does with German players and even Bundesliga players. PSG wouldn't need to buy all these players and have a proper team. It's like scouting from France.
Yeah, but you gotta understand, it's like, see, yeah, we can say all that, Bayern. See, Bayern are teams that grew up organically, right? Other teams grew up organic. PSG didn't really grow up organically, right? It started with this. Now they try to do the organic phase of it, and what I mean by organic, that's when you start doing at the beginning when they first came in, you just need to buy the players, put them out there, right? Which is quick success now, built to Qatar 2022. We don't have time to wait. And it can either work for you or it doesn't work, right? And it worked for them domestically, but in the Champions League, they're still struggling, meaning you don't have chemistry. You get a bunch of pieces and you're throwing them together, which other teams done in the past. Remember of like a Real Madrid with the Galacticos, the first Galacticos with Ronaldo and all these guys wasn't meshing like those mid 2000s, man. They were getting out round of 16 of the UCL every year until they did the second round with Ronaldo and them. Even that, it took years for that to build up. So it's not, so they're learning, they're doing the right direction because people like Leonardo, I feel like they're parasites. I hate that guy because
Yeah.
he's the reason why Milan went in the Benta era. I blame him because that's how they got our players when he moved over there. I don't like him. I don't like him. Yeah. But
Yeah, and
anyways,
that's the thing with PSG now. It's like them getting Luis Campos is going to be a big game changer. The thing with Luis Campos, I'm just surprised PSG didn't get him earlier before. I know obviously it'd be tough to just tell Leonardo like, oh, we want Luis Campos over you. Sorry, you have to go. Obviously, that's not going to be easy. But at the same time, I just still feel like there were times they could have gotten him earlier. But instead, Luis Campos, he went to Monaco and he went to Lille, clubs that actually have a proper foundation. And I think that was something PSG lacked and was probably a reason why Luis Campos decided, okay, maybe I don't want to go here yet, maybe in the near future. But now he's here. He's already gotten some good players, some well-developed players. And yeah, I mean, now it's really time. I feel like now is like, for PSG, there's no excuses because, they have the support, they have the fan base, they have the players, they have the direction. Like, we know what they want. Everyone knows what their ambition is. But,
for me though, a PSG legend that people forget is Pauleta, man. I miss Pauleta.
Pauletta, yes.
Pauleta's a PSG legend, man. They didn't stop playing. Like that era of PSG, I really liked them because
Yeah,
you know they were like even though Lyon was dominating, but they were like a top three. They were making it into Champions League, you know, before the Qataris came in. But you know, stuff evolves. But yeah, PSG's on the right direction, man. They're on the right direction. I think once Messi leaves, they're building for the future. Now, if Mbappe wants to go and win over there, make a name for himself, you know, the guys they're scouting, I like it. Not big
yeah.
name stars. Let's see what
You,
happens.
you know what the thing is, though? I think some people overlook the effect that Mbappe wanting to stay at PSG over Madrid for now. I feel like some people overlook the impact that it might have because I feel like for young French talents that eventually play at PSG in the future, I think that will
Hmm.
give them a signal that, you know what, even though I might, have dreams of playing, outside of my country, you know what, there's probably, a reason I should stay here. There's something about this club that I've seen legends like Mbappe stay here for. And then that's going to give them an even bigger boost with the younger generation that may come through the ranks.
Yeah, because think when PSG got bought, 2011, imagine the kid that was 8, 9 years old at that time. Now he's 19, now he's 20. Guess what he wants to play at now? He
Yeah,
wants to play. And now I mean the kid from France. That's why I was so adamant on Milan becoming good. Because you stay bad for too long, they're not gonna remember you. These new
right.
crops, they're not gonna want to go play at your team. People are gonna want to go to Man City. Why? Because you grow up, you start seeing stuff. So you got to start seeing players a certain way. Reason I become a fan, coincidentally, they happen to be good. Then that was my team. Right? I was picking and choosing. I think I had like a spare year to kind of pick. Okay, I like this team. Watching different Champions League until you know what. I like this player. I stick with them. They're good, and you stick around. That's how a lot of people became Barcelona fans. They want to go to Barcelona because they grew up watching. And then some teams just disappear like the Ajax, right? If you grew up early 90s, you probably seen Ajax being good. You could have been an Ajax fan if you were outside of Holland. But, and that's why it's important for your team to, at least become, proficient, right? Think about Parma, at least when they had their little run the late 90s, there, you ain't gonna see that.
Yeah.
These dudes in Serie B, like, say you're a Parma fan, they're gonna be looking at you like, unless you're from Italy, I don't know, man. So it's yeah, I think it's important for your team to be good, and I think PSG, bro, we'll see, man. We'll see. I don't know who's gonna win the Champions League this year. I can't even speculate on that because it's really unpredictable this last few
Yeah.
years.
I mean, it's going to be a weird one as well with the World
I,
Cup in between.
Yeah,
So,
I
yeah.
think it's
I
impossible
agree.
for PSG to win the Champions League.
I don't, now with Gautier, actually, I think they have a good chance because he knows what he's doing.
Uh, if he
Yeah,
can,
but it's ego. There's egos to be managed, man. I don't.
yes.
I don't know. I don't think the chemistry yet. I haven't seen like I haven't watched the league game yet, but it's looking at Messi, Mbappe. I don't know, man.
the, the
I don't
Exactly.
problem
know.
the problem they have is that they have two players in that team that rely on the work of other players. So having two players that are not going to work hard for you and just fight for you, you're never going to win anything like that.
Right,
Yeah,
and the
Yeah.
big and the big mistake too, letting go of Di Maria. Di Maria was the
Yeah,
workhorse of
I
PSG,
I
Absolutely.
completely agree.
and then and that guy,
Absolutely.
him leaving, they're gonna learn the hard way now because it's like, okay, what you really doing? Is Mbappe gonna be pressing? Is Messi's gonna be pressing? Nowadays, it's not solely yes, you need an individual, right? If you're comfortable, you can work around for the team. But in that team, you got three people, right? Who's gonna work for who? Are everybody gonna go and attack and try to work for Mbappe, or is everybody gonna go and try to work for Messi or for Neymar? Or everybody's gonna work and those threes are gonna stay out there and they become liabilities, right? So then you're expecting them to score more goals than they concede, and how you create that balance. Yeah, Gautier can come out there and say whatever he wants, but if Messi not liking what he's hearing or he's losing the locker room based on these guys, they're gonna look at you like we won more than you. Those things really matter, man. That's why it's hard for some of these coaches to even when you look at a guy like Pochettino couldn't do nothing. I don't know. It's gonna be really tough. If it's just Mbappe, I can understand. But we talking about you adding Neymar and Messi. I'm not saying
Yeah.
Messi is problematic, but how do you create that balance? Where what have you really won? What has Gautier really won? What can you really tell Messi in terms of tactics? Right? Not to diss him, But you look at all of that, and it's like, well, hopefully it works out, right? I think they should have kept Pochettino. I don't even know why you don't have stability. But hey, who knows? Who
Yeah,
knows?
I agree with everything you said, but I mean, Gautier, he's getting in the right players, and I feel like, yeah, I think once Messi leaves, I think he'll get in the right winger for his system. But I do agree, Messi is going to be a problem because he doesn't run anymore.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Yeah, but then at the same time, if you're talking about that, we're gonna have to wait until Messi leaves, and that just shows the issue at PSG. Their expectation is to win a Champions League. It's with Messi.
Well,
I mean, let's remember that.
sorry to interrupt you guys, but there is talk of letting go of Neymar. So Neymar might be on the move between now and the end of August. If
But
To
he
who's
Milan, I
picking up his wages?
if they keep Messi and get rid of Neymar, then they have a better chance.
I mean,
But
Neymar's gonna have to take
Neymar
a wage cut no matter where he goes because he's not gonna go to Madrid. He's
not at
definitely not going to the
Newcastle.
EPL. No, he's not gonna go to the EPL, man.
I mean, he can go to Newcastle. They're gonna pay the back. Me,
Yeah,
if I was Newcastle for branding purposes, I'll just get him.
yeah, but Neymar has literally no desire to go to a non-Champions League team.
He has no desire to even leave
Yeah.
because he loves. I mean, Paris, man, it's a different life once you have that money.
But
You're
who
with your
would get him in the
friends.
first place? Like Neymar
Newcastle
would,
can get him.
but in the Champions League. Like I think Neymar is a liability at this point.
That's what
He's
I'm
not.
saying. That's it. No matter where he goes, he's gonna have to take a massive pay cut.
Or Roma, Mourinho can go and discuss with them and try to poach him.
You know
Shoot.
what? You know what? That could
Uh-huh.
actually work, but it's still Europa League though.
Yeah.
Or Juve would be stupid enough to go and get him
Well,
and try to pay those
Juve has been linked with
wages.
him. Yeah, Juve
Yeah,
has been linked with him.
Juve would do some stuff like that.
Absolutely. There is a flirting there between Juve and Neymar going on right now.
They'll do that. The fact that you imagine that Juve, what they swapped Danilo for João Cancelo,
Yeah.
and I can't forget that, man. It's just I sit there and I look at it, I'm like, wow, right? And then also you let Romero go, like, and then you have the defender problem. Sure, but then I'm not mad at Juventus because it's also those are not smaller teams, so they have that luxury to make those mistakes. I'll say
I mean, they have endless
so.
amounts of money, so
Yeah,
they don't
money.
care.
So
They
yeah,
don't care.
but nah,
They
but
can literally spend anything they want.
nah, but like I reckon, like let's say this, man. So sticking on Milan for a little bit, I think Milan, right? If we project Milan into the future, 10 years from now, top team. What levels you think Milan gets to, Jay, in terms of similarities of current teams that are big, like a Liverpool similarity, a Madrid type, similarity, or
Liverpool for sure.
Liverpool? Okay,
Yeah, because we unless
a
we get the,
Bayern.
the
I
well,
don't know. For me,
yeah, yeah.
I would say it'd be our own thing. It's going to be our own way of playing football, our own.
Well,
But it's going to be. Look, if Milan does what it's always done in the past, which is get to the top, top of the mountain,
And they
they become the example, and everybody else follows. So I want Milan to become better than everybody else and just become the next modern thing in football, the next movement. That should be the goal.
right.
That's what they've always
You know
done.
what's
That's what they
crazy,
should keep on
man?
doing.
It's like I grew up like I guess it's part of being a fan, man. It's like you're used to thinking at least we're going at least quarterfinals. Like you're not worried about no group stage or any of that. Nowadays, I'm worried about even getting out the group stage. This is not this type of talk I used to even engage in, 15, I don't know, 18 years ago. It was like, okay, it was a given for us to get out at least quarterfinals, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Unless that other
Absolutely.
quarterfinal against Deportivo, man, I don't even want to think about that. I think that's one of the worst ones. Sometimes I think about between the final, like the ones we lost like 4-0, but we beat them 4-1 in San Siro. That one was bad.
yeah, but
It's like
that's
we
what
couldn't even
happens
score one
when
goal.
that's what happens when teams don't progress like they're supposed to. They hold on to They hold on to players for too long, and
True.
they don't
Yeah,
progress like they should
That's
progress.
exactly what happened. Yep.
but I heard that's what Maldini. That
What
that's
is
what
this?
Maldini. That's what Maldini was complaining about when he before he left in '09, I think, signing old players to big contracts, and he was because and I think that's what now look at it, that's what bit us in the ass because then 2011 after the Scudetto, all of them retired. Now you can't replace them, and then Benta era. Here I am.
The end of that era, in my opinion, was in 2008. After winning the Champions League,
Say yep, no, it is. Yep, I agree.
that's when we were supposed to renew the team. Instead, we kind of went with the
Really,
same
I think it
guys.
should have started in 2005. To be honest,
Oh damn, that early?
yeah,
Wow.
I think. I mean, don't get me wrong. In 2007, that was. I don't think any team with that age number, can ever do that again. And
Yeah,
that's
they were
all.
mad
But
old.
you
Yeah,
That's only because those guys ooze class, like
but you know what,
serious
Nathan?
class.
You know
So
what it
it's just not
reminds
gonna
me
happen
of?
again.
You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of Real Madrid this year. That it was just more players that were had a lot of experience and just knew how to beat anybody. You know.
Yeah,
But
but Madrid were
they
smart. Look at the midfield three that their upcoming
right.
midfield three now, like nearly like a 20-year age gap between these guys
Wh- which I
almost. So
which I think Milan attempted because if which I think Milan attempted with with Pato being the young Thiago Silva and and Ibrahimovic, if those three could have stayed right, everything healthy, Pato not getting injured with that three core and added ease in pieces in there, we would have still be consistent. I don't think would have went down. I think that what happened in 2011, taking Ibra and Thiago Silva, man, I think that was like one of the worst things also. Because I think if we'd have kept that core, because 2014, maybe getting a new coach as well, that wasn't freaking Seedorf or any of these clowns that came afterwards, I think somewhere down the road would have been at least in Champions League and would have not gone down that low,
well,
right? That's what I would have thought.
But
I
yeah,
think
we didn't have a strong manager, bro. That
there was
strong ownership at that period. It was a
I,
weak
I,
ownership.
I think honestly, I don't even think it was even really that much to an extent. I think it was just the plan and execution wasn't there. Because remember, Barbara was the one who suggested that they start uh, doing like the wage cuts and things like and trying to be more stable. But the correct plan, wasn't put into place. And instead of actually, because remember, Roy, also that was when they were first starting to talk about the youth project. But these guys never actually stuck to it. They just kept getting older guys and older guys. They didn't want to actually be patient and wait for those young
Bro,
players.
I'll never forget those days, man. I used to be in my barracks room, man. I spent the barracks, I spent military, and I'll come off. So I bought cable especially just to watch Serie A, and I'll just sit there and almost cry, just see us lose. It's just, the beginning, you don't realize that your team is trash. There's like that little period of delusion. Because I was kind of there. It's like you still think, no, we're still Milan. But it's like, no, actually your team is just garbage. And I think it
Yeah,
took me 2 years to realize, like, all right, to reconcile with the fact that we're not good. We're not even Champions League level. Because the first year we're like, oh, we're gonna come back, and then it's like it kept going down. And I think it's a year three until I think I'll say 2016. 2016, that's what I'm like, okay. Because even I was in denial and 14, 15, I was like, no, can't be true. 16, I was like, all right, we're just scums. That was it, right? And man, it was a painful time, man. Ooh,
yeah,
just thinking
yeah.
about it. Yeah,
It
it's
was real disappointing that they actually could not be patient enough for players to get better.
right. And then that Atlanta 5-0, whew, I don't know what to do. If I could take a flight to go and slap Pioli or the players, I don't know, man. That one too it was really dramatic. But you learn to appreciate these moments though, right? Because you need those as a wake up call, and I think they're good. And I mean, here we are now, right? Fast forward. So it's Yeah, man. Hopefully it's for the better. But with Maldini there, man, it just I'm happy because I mean you're talking about a guy that won everything with us. He understands, even though it's modern times, but he understands what mentality to feed through them. And he wasn't like a random player on the team either, right? It's one of our top players. He was a captain. So having them around, I think the kids, you can just see an improvement, right? Let's think about Leao's first game. Think about Leao's first game for Milan. You think about the Theo first game for Milan. Look what they all are now, right? But when I remember like Kalulu against Genoa, his first game, right? Yeah, it's against Genoa, and then I think he scored actually, and we drew. But I mean, look where they are. So they're hungry. We'll see, man. We'll see.
Yeah, if we would have started this youth movement in 2005 and have those guys learn from those legends for 2 whole years, man, we would be in a sweet spot right now.
But you live and learn, man. When you've been successful too for like a good run. Because when I mean successful, in this case, I'm talking about Berlusconi. Since he took the team, all they knew was just success, maybe a little bit down periods in the late 1900. So complacency gets built. You feel like you don't have to fix what's broken. And I
And
think we were a victim of our success, and that's exactly what happened.
I agree. And that's one
Yeah.
of the things I do admire about Real Madrid. It kind of sucks how they treat their legends, but at the same time, I love that they're cutthroat and they realize that they cannot stand still, even if it's a fan favorite. They
Right,
go cutthroat, and
Yeah.
bro. But
honestly, I like it. I like it. It has to be done.
But listen, my boy Fiorentina Perez is right. He's businessman, no. So sometimes they gotta operate with an iron fist. And saying
Yeah,
he's a successful billionaire, right? He ain't no just guy that inherited a lot of money. So they got a way of seeing things. They understand how to fix the books, and these socials he has to respond to. So when you look at it, I say there's two teams in history when you look throughout since the 1950 all the way until now. I mean, I can put Milan in there. I say Bayern, Milan, Madrid. Those three, they've been, if you got to look on the long span of times, those teams have been consistent. Doesn't always retail about in terms of trophies, but just the quality being at that level, right? It's kind of like Germany. I mean, Germany went to 16 consecutive quarterfinals, and nobody else can do that, right?
Yeah.
Consistent. So it's you got to look at those teams. It's like they've been consistent in time where they weren't winning certain things, but they were just there. And you look at Madrid. I mean, Madrid's always gonna be Madrid, man. 14 Champions League. Come
yeah,
on, man. Yeah, it's crazy.
One thing
yeah.
about Madrid is their ownership structure that kind of makes it almost uh, it can't fail because essentially
Yep.
it's a team that is being funded by its fans
Right.
through the
Yeah.
stakeholders, and
Yeah,
that structure makes it impossible to fail.
I think
Yeah.
it's over like what 90,000 socios, if I'm not mistaken.
90,000. Yeah.
Yep.
Like
So
the
it's
thing with is the same at Bayern Munich, but it's only 75%. I know Real Madrid has around 90 to 100,000. Barcelona has around 150,000. Um, and Bayern Munich fans only own 75% of the club, but we have over 300,000, I think, um, like shareholders technically
Yeah,
part of the club.
shareholders.
Yeah.
Correct.
So there's this a lot, although for Madrid and Barcelona, they have more of a voice. It's like less people for 1%, so they have more power. And yeah, I mean, you just look at the way that the club communicates with these fans. I mean, they do things either like every 6 months or annually. I mean, look at Barcelona now. Obviously, the state they're in financially doesn't look very good, right? But at the same time, how are they able to get these players now? It all happened because of an election. They decided to bring back their former president in remnants of their glory days. And so far, what they're doing now can be sustainable. It's not something that they should be doing, but I feel like Barcelona, they have what they think they have no chance. Meanwhile, you have the same thing with Madrid, and I think Madrid, what they call
yeah,
socios,
yep.
they're more ruthless, to be honest. Like they literally do not care about. It's like you mentioned, they don't really care about the players. For them, it's all about the well-being of the club. It's all about if
Yeah.
the players respect the club. And yeah, I mean, just
Because what's his
everything.
name had to come back. Like they brought him back, like Fiorentino Perez. Because
Yeah,
they had that guy that had his little run when the club was failing. They weren't having it. Madrid was
exactly.
almost becoming a laughing stock, and they had to bring that guy in. I mean, Madrid were like
Yeah,
what 4 years in a row, 5 years in a row, not making it. So after from
yeah,
2003 to 2009, 6 years, they weren't making it past the round of 16
You
until
exactly.
can
You
thank
Ronaldo,
know,
and then they
Leon for
came.
that.
so they got all those
Yeah,
players, and then I think, yeah, exactly. And for them, like bringing like Florentino Perez bringing Mourinho was like a big game changer because that gave them sustainability. They're able to break the deadlock, finally reaching quarterfinals, semifinals, and yeah, man, Florentino Perez, man. I mean, it's so crazy to even think about him because that guy is just a mastermind of what he does. Um, from just not just Real Madrid, what he's trying to do in the European scene with the Super League. This guy's crazy, but I mean, he knows his
but
stuff,
you
man.
need you need these owners, right? Like sometimes I miss Berlusconi, even though he did some fuck shit towards the end of his tenure. But that charisma and people, it's not people you can really come and play with. You understand?
Yeah,
Like they're not about. They don't take the BS. They're not soft. You're not gonna play them. Like they're
they're
really
old gangsters, is what they
they're
are.
old gangsters, right? So when you think about the club, you think about these presidents. They come to your mind, right? And you need that. So it's you can't have clowns running your club. They're gonna run your club to the ground.
Yeah,
What Bartomeu did to Barcelona, right? He ran their club to the ground because that was an overnight switch. It wasn't even gradually. They went from 0 to 100. We're like, y'all can't rest your players. Y'all broke. And it's just you looking like them. What happened to Barcelona, right? And then that 8-2 was the biggest signature to be like, you guys are entering this era. Now they try to get Cook out of it, right? But I'm telling you right now, if Barcelona doesn't go deep in the Champions League or they don't win nothing within the next 2 years, it's gonna get worse.
bro,
Mark
they're
my
winning the
words.
league this year, bro. I,
We'll
I already
see.
said it earlier. I'm putting $1,000 on Barcelona winning the league this year.
Okay, okay. We'll see. We'll see,
Yeah,
man.
I feel
I
like
Really?
hope they
with
do.
I
What?
feel like with
You put in $1,000 to
I'm
put to,
putting 1,000. Yeah, on whatever betting website that I
but they
use.
don't look that
I'm
good, man. Why
no,
would you
no.
do
They're
that?
gonna destroy the league this year, and I'm dropping $1,000 without hesitation.
you know what I would be optimistic with them winning the league, but I'd give it some time. I don't know how their defense will gel up. I mean,
But the thing is, they're always gonna have the ball. Like
yeah, that's the thing.
before Xavi came, they were a disaster to even watch.
Yeah,
But look what Xavi did in the short time. And the reason why I have hope is look at the team they had when they destroyed Real Madrid in the second El Clasico, and now it just got even better. And they got Kunde and Araujo, bro. They're gonna eat this year, bro.
yeah. I
This is
feel like
this is a simple league win for them this year.
yeah,
But
I absolutely. I feel like for me at least, Barcelona's weakest points are just their fullback positions. I mean, you can trust Alba, getting assists and everything going forward. Defensively is all
mhm.
right, but right back. I mean, I still feel like there can be an improvement on Jordi Alba, but you know what I mean. I'm just
Well, they
hoping.
they have a Serginho Dest as well. Like,
Yeah,
but
but I
guys,
mean,
I just got home. I
yeah,
just worked like a 15-hour shift, so I'm fucking tired. Hey,
yeah,
but
yeah,
Forza Milan, hey, keep it up, guys.
Hey,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah. A player without a like Barcelona to get was Danny Olmo. But Danny Olmo is a dog, man.
yeah,
That dude is man. I love Danny Olmo, man. He's a good player. He would have fit that Barca system, false nine perfectly. If they didn't want to go for Lewandowski, I
absolutely.
would have got him. I would have
um,
got him. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
I'm sad Nathan left because I wanted to challenge him, but I'm not seeing this strength in Barcelona. Like I see this team being a little bit difficult to put together. Um,
I'll say that, and I'm on that side of the fence as well. Because the only thing is just the way these players were picked up, especially the ones on the free, they weren't thought through. Like I feel like, yeah, okay, Xavi wanted them, but it's not. I feel like it's not a full strategic thing. It's like, yo, we wanted Kessie for the longest because they haven't been bought. They came in, okay, go get him. Go get this guy, right? Let me get Christensen. All these are good players, but how do they fit, right? You get a Christensen now, and then you have Araujo, and then you get Kunde. How all these even got meshing? When it's coming
But
from a Chelsea system, when it's coming from Sevilla, so it's like, how you even putting these guys together in terms of chemistry? I don't know. I
well,
don't
but
know.
I mean, the thing is that he cannot replicate what Guardiola did because Guardiola had three players that were perfect for that kind of game. They were just like happened to be the three most perfect players for that kind of game, and they happened to play all together, all three of them in the same team,
Yeah,
which
that
was
era's never
Iniesta,
coming back,
Messi,
man.
and Xavi.
Yeah, that.
With the midfielders he has now and the wingers he has now, he can't do that. He can't do that. It's going to be difficult for them. It's not going to be so easy.
And that's the fan. That's the. I think that's the illusion. They're still living in the past, thinking that's gonna get replicated. That was a special time for Spain, and it was a special time for Barcelona, and those things are almost once in a lifetime. Not meaning talent is gonna come in there, but when you have that set like a Xavi, Iniesta, and Messi all together, come on, man.
Yeah,
No,
that's just
it's
another level.
and
That's
then
another level of football.
you still have some Busquets, Yaya Toure before, all these cats. Nah, man,
Oh
come
yeah,
on. Like it's not.
yeah.
All these guys were technical. These are the bunch of guys that got put together. It's it can work out, but pay 50 million for Lewandowski. I don't know, man. I would not
Mm.
done some crazy stuff like that. That's too much money.
I mean
I
Lewandowski,
agree,
even the
100%.
wingers. I mean Dembele is good. Don't get me wrong, he's good.
Dembele. Somebody
But
put a tweet out today. It says Dembele. Sorry to cut you off. If they said if Dembele was never injured, there was an injury prone, he would have been better than Mbappe.
yeah,
I think that's
Dembele.
possible.
Yep,
Go
I
ahead.
agree.
But I mean,
What's that?
Barca, they got that monopoly money, so
Hans,
they don't give a
your
shit.
volume is super low.
Yeah, I could barely hear you, bro.
I said that they got that monopoly money though, Barcelona.
Yeah,
They do have.
Barcelona
Yeah,
monopoly money.
They make money from out of nowhere. Your volume is quite low, Hans, by the way.
Yeah.
Is
I
it
don't
better
know.
now?
Honestly, in Europe, the teams that I see that are really good is Real Madrid, and
Can
I
you
don't
guys hear me now?
see. Can you?
Yeah, I can hear you. I
You
can hear
good?
you,
Yeah,
man. Yeah, you good.
You good? Okay.
yeah. The teams in Europe that I mean, according from to last season, according just to last season, the only team that looks like is a champion winning team was Real Madrid. All the other teams looked quite bad, to be honest with you, like all of them, and
Hmm.
uh, and Barcelona looked really bad. I thought, and when I saw them in the friendlies, it kind of looks like the same thing, just different players. I don't know.
No,
I
I
think
kind of
Nathan is
agree
gonna
with
be
you.
a little sad if he drops $1,000 on Barcelona.
I think so, but he might be onto something. He might be onto
Yeah,
something.
but I was gonna ask you, Roy. Like, so I was out for like a few minutes.
Yeah.
I want to ask you, like, do you think this is down to tactics, or do you think this is down to lack of experience? Because I feel like what we forget is that Real Madrid have their midfield trio. Cruz, Modric, Casemiro, and that's obviously a fantastic midfield. They literally just won their fifth Champions League. But Barcelona to win a league, they're gonna have to rely on Pedri. They're gonna have to rely on Gavi. I mean, their most experienced player in that entire lineup is literally Busquets. So that's why I wanted to ask you: do you think the issue is experience, or do you think it's really just down to tactics?
I think I just according to what I saw last year, Real Madrid, and also by the way they are handling their mercato, the team is a unit. It's a real team. That's a real team. That's a real unit. I mean, I don't see Barcelona beating
Not right, right.
Real.
And the thing too, Madrid they have a wild card right now, because the wild card can be and it can be a hit or miss. But if and then Hazard, meaning win a World Cup year, starts off like the season, great or a certain way, or we even get flashes of Chelsea, that's gonna be a problem. That's gonna be a problem.
Yeah, and look, the project Real Madrid right now is being run pretty nicely. It's being
Yep.
run according to how they're doing. Barcelona right now is being run in a very panicky way. They're selling all their stuff. It's a very strange environment, the Barcelona environment right now.
It's ran in the merda. way. How they do?
It's
Try
very
to
yeah.
very ensurish.
They have that similar situation. So I think it's difficult for them to compete against Real Madrid. Real Madrid looks like a perfect machine, and also the new players. Real Madrid already has the next best players in Europe. For the next 5 years. If it would have gotten Mbappe, then Real Madrid would have become a top dog for sure. But I don't know. That's why Hussein. I just see Real Madrid being a better team in all in all.
Yeah, I would agree with that. But
Yeah,
I
no,
mean, they did lose. Didn't they lose 4-0? I mean, I don't really watch La Liga that much. Wasn't that like the last game?
They lost 4-0
Barcelona
against
whooped
Barcelona.
them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess Nathan, he's got that in his mind.
Yes.
What's up, guys? I've returned from the
what's
ether.
up? What's up, Antonio?
So what did I miss?
No, we just talking about Madrid and Barcelona. The whole
Nathan,
Any
you know.
debates or?
Nathan is convinced that Barcelona is going to win the league. So convinced he's going to drop $1,000
Wait,
on
did
it.
Nathan just leave?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's tired.
But there's a lot of quality there. So Nathan likes players with quality. So that's what he's seeing. If Savi can get those players to play like a unit and fight together like a unit, sure,
Yeah.
they can win. But you got to show it first.
I have a question for Hussein. Hussein, I like your picture. Did you change it?
Yeah, thanks, man.
It's hilarious. Dude,
Also-
I just saw it.
Also,
I love that.
what's your name now? I see in parentheses it says
It's-
part time.
I'll tell you what I think about Bayern, Hussein. What I saw.
Go
I
ahead.
think Bayern is in a rebuilding phase, and they need to. It just seems like there's a new generation coming in that needs to do what the previous generation did.
Yeah,
So they're right now maybe not at their peak. Bayern right now is not at its peak, but I don't know. How do you
That they
think it's
get
going
you
to be
this
next season?
This Bayern. Sorry, Hussein. Let me try to say this. This Bayern reminds me of, like, I feel if it can happen, they can kind of go back to that 05, 06 era a little bit. Like, where they were, when Balak was there, like, they were good, but it's just not.
yeah,
The players are just, they were good, but they just they were missing something, like, like a top until, like, when the Ribéry and Robben they came, of course,
yeah,
and they went to that other level. That's why I feel like this Bayern is, because when I look at somebody like Sané, he's so talented, but he's so inconsistent as a player right now. He's inconsistent. One day he's good, and the other day you don't know what he's doing, and it's like you asking yourself, like, okay, what's happening? And it's I don't know, man. I don't know. Would you agree that were you okay with Hansi Flick leaving Bayern?
no, I was not okay because the main issue with him leaving is disagreements with him and our sporting director in Brazil. If you guys don't know Brazil, he used to play for Juventus back when they used to play Europa League. Yeah, that's how I like to say it. So Brazil, I mean, he's done a good job overall, but I feel that if we made enough investments, in 2021 season, I think we could have gotten farther in the Champions League. Maybe another final. That's just my opinion because I'm with Lewandowski was injured, but I still see with Flick, you have an identity. It's obvious what you're trying to do. The reason the attacking play is very balanced. It's just so free flowing. It's just so nice to watch. And I think the issue with the match we lost with PSG that time in the quarterfinal. That issue was actually down to two players, and that was Lewandowski being injured, but also Sané just being complete garbage. Couldn't pass the ball to anyone. He has like zero vision. Like I'm literally looking at Ali today. I'm
I
looking
remember
at
that
his
game, by
vision.
the way.
Yeah, I'm literally looking at Adley, for example. His vision is fantastic. It's like he's not even looking like at any player. He just finds a player out of nowhere. Yassin Adli. I'm looking at Sané, and he's just literally there's one player in front of you. You could just put a through ball in, but he decides to take a shot, and it's so frustrating. But yeah, I feel like if we won that game, I feel like there'd be more trust between the sporting director and Hansi Flick, but eventually Hansi Flick just left. What people don't know about Hansi Flick, why he went to the German national team as manager instead of any other club, was actually because when we won the World Cup 2014, he was the
He was
assistant
there.
manager.
Yeah. Yep.
So for him, it's like, let me just do, what Joachim Löw left off. It's about time things get fixed. And so far, he's doing good. This is the issue of a striker. And, I mean, you could see at times he's working well with Timo Werner, but it's just not enough. So, I mean, there has to be time on that. But, yeah, that's the only issue I have. I'm not saying Nagelsmann is bad, but, I mean, it's so obvious. I mean, with Hansi Flick, he sticks to fundamentals, the Bayern fundamentals. Nagelsmann is trying to change things up, and he's just playing long ball football. I really am getting irritated by that.
Yeah,
Where-
and I feel the jump was too quick. I feel like the jump was
Yeah.
too quick for Nagelsmann. Meaning, like, okay, he had that brain with Leipzig. Okay, boom, he should be the replacement. Yeah, it can be good, but then you can also end up in like in a Niko Kovac situation where, if it doesn't work out the next 2 years, and then they get you out of it.
Right.
So-
And it's funny actually because the coach I wanted after Hansi Flick was the guy that eventually went to Leipzig, Domenico Tedesco. So Domenico Tedesco, he's an Italian-German coach. He's coached quite a few clubs. His time mostly at Hertha Berlin was noticeable. I mean, they're not the greatest club in Berlin, but they had an identity, and you could see, by the way they're winning points and, scoring goals out of nowhere. That's something that we really needed. But instead, we got Nagelsmann, who we didn't do anything. We didn't change anything. We were just playing in the Liga, at least, in the Bundesliga. We were just playing, same football and outscoring our opponents. Because that's just how it is in the Bundesliga. No surprise there. But then in the Champions League, I mean, we had Barcelona. Beating Barcelona isn't that difficult. They're not that good of a club. But then you had Benfica. Now Benfica was giving us problems, and that gave me like red flags because, defensively we were just in bad shape. I'm literally thinking to myself, what is Nagelsmann telling these players? I've never seen a shape like that before. And then you could see he's just changing it to a back three, and then all this long ball nonsense. It's literally long ball. That's my issue. I think let's forget about the players and who's coming into the club. My issue is just the tactics.
I have a question. What is the formation of Bayern?
Man, it changes all the time. Like, it should be a 4-2-3-1. I think what Nagelsmann is trying to do now is a 3-4-3. So.
Okay. And who's the two central midfielders? Who are they? Usually?
So that should be Goretzka and Kimmich. So that's what it should be. Yeah, but that's the thing. I don't want Goretzka there. I'm not a big fan of him, to be honest. It's not that he's
more
bad.
like a attacking midfielder, isn't he? Like kind of like a
He's box to box, right? But I feel like the issue is
And
we're going.
who's-
I will say this about Goretzka: when Bayern won, so this is like 2 years ago.
Yeah.
When this season, when Bayern won the UCL, and like when Milan started on the come up, and I was like watching all of world football because I was like super into it, especially because like seeing Milan fighting for like UCL finally. I was watching Bayern a lot, and like this Goretzka looked unbelievable like that season. Like, I mean, because he was not only like a really physical presence in the midfield, but also he was like scoring some insane goals. So I mean, I don't think I think Goretzka and Kimmich is fine, honestly.
I don't. It's not that Goretzka is bad. Him and Kimmich just make a good duo. I think the issue is Goretzka defensively. I think he gets caught out of
gonna say
position
that.
a lot.
You guys should just get a defensive midfielder and play three. Honestly.
So my thing is, if I were to make a double pivot, it would be Kimmich with another defensive midfielder, preferably like a destroyer. And I don't know who there is nowadays, but right now we have Gravenberg that we got from Ajax, and I'm not saying he's the
Gravenberg
answer.
is good though. He's
I'm not
good too.
Yeah, I'm not saying he's the answer because obviously we have to wait and see because he's still a young guy. But at the
If
same
he's
time,
defensive positioning though, I don't think he's the answer.
Yeah, that's the thing though.
Gravenberch.
I mean, what I've seen is that I've seen that, how do I say? He gets in the right positions, that's for sure. but his tackling and his awareness can still improve. That's the issue.
Yeah.
So there's still going to be issues in midfield, but
Who's in the
issue. It
sorry guys,
reminds me of
who's in the
Pobega.
who is in the three attacking midfield roles?
the three attackers. So that should
in
be
order.
yes. So Lewandowski left. So
Probably Mane, Gnabry, and Sané, right?
Mane, Gnabry, Sané. Yeah.
It's crazy. Like they pronounce Gnab. Because the guy. He's Ivorian and German.
Yeah.
So when they pronounce his name like Gnabry, it's not. It's like Gnabry. That's how you pronounce it. Like
Yeah.
in French. But I like him a lot. That's a guy. This is one that you say he worked hard to get where he's at.
Yeah.
And that's how I reckon how the Salamakers, if they any type of his evolution, if it had to be similar to something, it would have probably been something to in his mode. Where they're not tactics, just like they worked on themselves just to become better. And that's why I feel like, hopefully Salamakers, turn into that type of mode where he's our guy.
I really
But
like
we'll
how
see.
Salamakers plays today. I really
Yeah.
like how he played today.
Yeah.
But he's always like when it comes to his final shot, it just doesn't look good because it always seems like he's shooting straight where he.
Yeah, that was an issue for me, in my opinion.
But his gameplay, like his interaction on the ball with the other midfielders was really good today. Really good. So I was very happy with it.
Yeah, but that's good. That's good. With but I think Bayern, right? Just sticking here for a little bit. They should get what's his name? Was it Dominic Salvoslai? I can't say this guy's name
Szoboszlai,
properly.
yeah.
Salvoslai, right?
Actually,
That's
we
a
should
good.
get him.
That's a good player.
Yeah,
For Bayern, I think he'll. I feel like Bayern's lacking like a really creative, cheeky guy that they need. I don't know.
Well,
Yeah.
Mueller usually plays in that role, but he's kind of a
Yes.
different
Yeah,
player.
nah, so in response to that, I mean, we have Jamal Musiala. He's pretty young, but I feel like
Yeah, Musiala, young man, too young.
yeah, I feel like he's kind of the same player though. They're definitely very creative, very good dribblers. But I would say Szoboszlai has the advantage because he's much better with set pieces, and it's not. I'm not saying like Bayern like that, but I would say that we haven't had like good free kick takers in a while. We have Kimmich taking our free kicks, but when you look at Szoboszlai at Leipzig, for example, I mean, he's crossing, the ball, and like Andre Silva always, he's on the end. Obviously, he's not always going to score Andre Silva, but at the same time, you could see, the positioning, the understanding, and just the placement is really, really good, and that's why
That's a player I kind of regret for us though,
Yeah.
right? But I'm thinking,
Oh
but I
my
think
God.
it had to happen to us. No, I'm just saying, like if
Him
I
and
imagine,
Olmo. Him and Olmo.
no, I said Andrew
Would be
Silva
good.
was if Andrew
I
Silva,
regret
but then we
Andre
got
Silva.
Rebic,
Well,
right?
guys, you have to understand that when Andre Silva and even Paqueta, like the situations that they were in, I know. Listen, I'm not saying I'm crying about it because it's fine. Like I said, it's water under the bridge. But you can't really judge a footballer's potential when they're surrounded by garbage tactics and a garbage like overall system of play. Milan was terrible.
I just feel like Silva alone. I can't say for Pocket, but Silva, we didn't even give that kid a chance like that. How many seasons he's with us, and then he just like, oh man, we should give him at least another season,
Yeah.
man.
I would say
on.
though with Andre Silva, he's been a bit overwhelming at Leipzig, but he was very good at Frankfurt. I mean, time will tell how well he'll do. Again, it's a bit difficult when you have to kind of be, Timo Werner's replacement, player who was very quick, and he just scored like for fun sometimes, But Andre Silva, I mean, at least for him, he's become very important and crucial player for Leipzig to win a trophy. And I know this is their first trophy ever, so so it's always good for him. That kind of,
It's crazy. It's a club that was created like what 11 years, 12 years ago. The one like
Yeah.
deep through whatever years. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's crazy, and it's interesting. I think for a youngster, I think Germany or France or like maybe sometimes Portugal, but I think mainly Germany and France are probably the best clubs for development. If I was an agent, that's why I'm pushing my players first.
Yeah.
For
There's a
sure.
lot of young players in the Bundesliga and the second league.
Even the French players ready to go over there too now.
Yeah.
So
Exactly. Like I think Well, I know this that in terms of under 23 players, there's at least 10 or 11 in the main Bayern team. So as Roy was talking about, us having a rebuild, there's a lot of under 23 players, and that shows. We really, I mean, even before 2020, we were kind of slowly rebuilding, but at the time we were getting like mid 20s players in their mid 20s, but now we're really getting like under 23 players, and a
I
lot of
like
them are ironically from France as well, actually. So
right. Yeah, I like what they did. They did in Germany. I was listening to like I won't say seminar, but also not podcast, but what they did, how they issued more license, and I don't know if they're doing that in Italy, but more UEFA licenses where they push that towards like more, and maybe like in smaller I won't say smaller towns where like just be able to allow people to go and get those licenses to go back to their local areas and be able to train these kids where it creates that pipeline where you just get talent, right? They understood that because I think one of the lowest point was after that Euro 2004 where like they end up last of the group and they had to revamp that whole system. So why they came about? Because I don't remember Germans being like that technical in terms of like technical trying to put flair to their stuff. And I mean you see now with the talent and being, I mean they've always been consistent, but it's always good to remodel. But I feel like they're going to a second crisis where I think they have to reinvent themselves because that 2018 World Cup was kind of bad. But I'm always interested, and in there I'll watch mainly Dortmund. That's who I like, kind of like in Germany. But
yeah,
I also like I also like the what's in that era when Zico, Graffiti,
yeah,
the
Wolfsberg,
Wolfsburg. Yeah, that
2009. Yeah,
Wolfsburg 2019, man. That was another level, man.
yeah,
Like
that,
Zirko, the way Zirko get disrespected now, seeing the films, oh, he's slow, he's nasty. I'm like, are we talking
yeah,
about the same player? I understand he's old, but bro, Edin Zirko, come on, man.
yeah. No, Edin Dzeko was always a special player. There's just something
Man,
about him, man.
it's been
And
good.
Grafit, him and Grafit, I think to this day, even with what Lewandowski's achieved, I think they're like the highest scoring striker duo in German
Yeah,
history.
they did.
So that's how good they were, man.
That back heel that he scored,
Oh yeah, I still remember
I
that.
never,
I was literally thinking of that as soon as you mentioned it.
man, that back heel still lives rent free in my head. I
Yeah.
think about it, I'm like, they had their era. Stuttgart too, they had their run.
Yes.
You know,
Yeah.
the thing I like about Germany, once sometimes when it's not Bayern's year, some of these teams they have their run. Like
Yeah.
in 2011, where Dortmund came back and won the league again,
Yeah.
it's
Bro, like believe me, obviously I want my club to win, as many trophies as they can. But I miss those days too because the anticipation there was always there. Now when I look forward to a league season, I'm just like, okay, whatever.
they need that, man, because I think this can't dwell for too long. Bayern being too dominant like that, man. I
Yeah.
think it's gonna kill even the level of Bayern as a team. Like
Yeah.
it's gonna come to a point where like even in Europe they won't be able to compete. Like you're gonna need fire within your league, and I
Exactly. Yeah.
think they need to sit there and then find a way. Like okay, we need to break this. They're
Yeah.
gonna
And
have to.
exactly. And the times when, there were other clubs actually giving Bayern a run for their money. I think it's like you guys might have mentioned before. It's I mean when Juve was dominating, it was mostly Juve in those Champions League finals, the 2 years in like 2015, 2017. But when Serie A was, Milan and Inter, they're competing for the trophy. Even like Lazio, Roma at times in like early 2000s, you could see what was going on. All of those clubs, they went to European finals. Lazio went to European final. Inter, Milan obviously won like two Champions Leagues in the century. Inter won the treble. You see what I mean? Like when you have that competition, it improves, all the teams, and you can see how eventually they do in Europe. And that was the case with the Bundesliga. We saw Werder Bremen were in the Europa League final, Dortmund Champions League final, Bayern Champions League final. Uh, you know, even Schalke in a Europa League final. Yeah, we're really missing that, man.
Yeah, so hopefully they get they get to those levels. Hopefully they get to those levels, but money is a big factor now, and man, it's really killing the game. It's creating a gap. Let me not say killing the game.
Yeah,
It's creating a big gap. Before you could have been, close to teams, but it's, money is just no matter what league you in, it's creating a big disparity gap. It's almost like a local team against like a team from space, not
yeah,
even in country. It's like it's that big gap. Because now think about a team like Man City compared to like a team like in the third division in England or second, even in the Premiership, right? Before, if we go back 10 years, even Man United, there might have been, a little bit of proximity in terms of, okay, we also
right.
can have quality players, but now it's just a big gap. You're not
Yeah,
even nowhere near them, and it's getting silly, right? So
yeah,
it's like, how do you keep up with, all these things moving around? And that's why I like Serie A right now. It's a good time because every team is within the proximity, right? Roma is doing their thing, but
yeah,
they got their talent is almost closer to Milan talent, even though talent's a bit superior, but it's like a same kind of like mode. We can beat each other, right? It's not
yeah,
like a big gap. Juve was running away with, but I think at this point everybody's kind of like on the similar trend, and I like it. And I like what Fiorentina is doing. Actually, I want the league to be harder. It's like now when we
yeah,
win, it's not a Mickey Mouse trophy. It's not a fluke like everybody's pretending. Because I hate that term. It's like, oh, it was a fluke. I'm like, how's it
yeah,
a fluke? I'm like, what do y'all mean by fluke? Give me a definition of a fluke. We won the thing,
yeah,
but there's always
exactly.
excuses. But it's whatever.
Yeah, and you know what the
So,
thing is, when I was mentioning, the more composition, the better the teams are doing. I mean,
mhm.
let's put it this way. With in Germany, like every, the top clubs apart from Bayern in the Bundesliga, they're quite equal. But now
Right.
they're picking up a lot of talents, like crazy. Especially Leverkusen is a really good example, and Leipzig too, even Frankfurt. And I think Frankfurt winning the Europa League gave them, this notion that what we can actually strive for more rather than just watching Bayern lift all these trophies. And so
Hmm.
they're getting all these talents. They're they have the resources as well. Most of German clubs aren't really in debt, so they have the means possible to do so. They just do it, financially responsible. Basically, they just make sure the wages aren't too crazy and this and that. And so they're getting all these talents, and so I'm hoping they can give us a race. But it's just a matter of mentality now. And the same thing is in Italy. I think after Roma winning the Conference League, look at Fiorentina for example. They're in the Conference League now, and they realize, oh, you know what, this is a trophy we can win and we can really benefit off of. So they're getting their talents. Roma won a trophy, now they're getting their talents back as well, and they look
Right.
like in good shape, maybe top four race. And the same goes for Milan. They've won their trophy. Getting all these players now, they might get the Kettler. Same with
Right.
Inter. They won a Coppa Italia. They got Lukaku back. Juve. They didn't win anything, but they see these top clubs. All these different clubs are winning trophies now compared to before, so they're on the race too.
But you know what I think is gonna matter in the long run once teams start to become equal now, and what's going to play a big factor in the social media era with these kids coming up is going to be lifestyle, like city lifestyle. Like if your city
Yeah,
is trash, bro, best believe ain't no kid is going up in there. That's why for Newcastle, I really doubt unless you're from like some small bum town, but like some of these towns, like, I don't. I don't really think they're gonna try to go to these towns and cities in England and try to live. Now, yeah, if the team is
yeah,
good, yeah, they might go, but lifestyle preference is big. I mean, look where Fabregas just moved to, was it Cuomo or whatnot? Like
yeah,
his ass knew why he moved there. Like,
yeah,
come on,
exactly.
bro. He want free vacation. So it's like
Yeah,
these things, and I think that's where I feel like Milan. Like, I'm not too afraid because just I've never been to Milan myself, but obviously it's the internet now. You know what happens.
yeah,
Milan
yeah,
Fashion Week. I mean, look what the lifestyle layout is in Milan Fashion Week. These guys will go there. They live for that. They rather be at proximity with these nice stores and
absolutely,
all of that. So that
absolutely.
plays a big part. So I
And
think
you know
that's where.
what? Yeah, I
Mhm.
was gonna say this is the lifestyle thing is really important. I think people overlook like when Manchester City was bought out by you know the Arabs from Dubai.
Right.
What was important for these Arabs is not to just invest in a football club and make them one of the best in the
Nope.
world. Their idea was to change the infrastructure around Manchester. So they've literally changed the scene of Manchester. They've built apartments, they've built complexes, they've changed parks, they've done all this and that, changing what the city looks like, and that's why Manchester, city has become an attractive destination.
Right. So now
And
who's really corrupt?
and is
England, the English or the Italians, like they always say, Italy is corrupt. Like who's been bought really? I'll say, yeah, it's exactly. Yeah, but go ahead. My bad.
No, and I was gonna say this is exactly what Newcastle has been planning. I remember one of my friends was a Newcastle fan. He retweeted something and I read it, and it was about how the Saudis are trying to change the scene of Newcastle as well. And one of their first goal is literally building apartment complexes around the city. They want the look to change. They want the city to improve. The whole scene to look different from what it was before. And again, yes, things like that lifestyle is really important and necessary for players. And I think that's why the big clubs, look at the locations. Bayern Munich and Munich, some nice
Yeah. Yep.
humble town, humble
Barcelona.
city.
Yeah.
Barcelona, Madrid,
Nona.
Milan,
Paris.
Paris.
Yep.
Yeah,
Uh,
even
um,
and London, of course.
because it's just the weather out here in London is not
Yeah, it's
favorable
just
for.
it's the weather really bad. Yeah, I mean you can get nice homes there and everything. Everything's there.
I
So
mean,
yeah,
even the state, right? Even in the states here, MLS, people
yeah,
rather go to LA now and play, or they're probably gonna go to Miami now. I feel like Messi's probably gonna go to Miami. I put
yeah,
money
maybe.
that he's gonna go there because it's like he's Latin, or the Latino culture is down on that part. I mean, it's everywhere across the state, but
Yeah,
Florida with that weather, a bit closer to Argentina, not far from South America if you fly from there. So the life's the only thing maybe you have to worry about flood, but like the scenery plays a big. I mean, think about we watch the NBA here in the state. There's certain cities NBA players don't want to be in. They don't want to be in the middle of nowhere in Oklahoma City.
yeah,
That's why they don't go to these places to play. People rather be in LA, in New York, play at the Garden, or I can think about go play in Miami for sure, right? Some of these play like Milwaukee. This is not really the places team unless you got drafted and
yeah,
you forced to be there. Those are not those areas. People don't want them. So I think with
yeah,
football, it's definitely similar. We'll see. Hopefully, that becomes a factor and Milan can, poach some guys. Like, let's say we both got a 500 million, like another big team, and the players like, you know what? I like their city better because of culture. Your city is trash. I'm going to Milan. Man. Good, good food, everything. Yeah, go over there. So we'll see what happens, man. But I'm curious to see how the football landscape is going to be looking in the next 20 years. But I think teams need to start modernizing fast or try to keep up. And I think teams like Milan, they're tapping in because, dude, if you're fantasizing or you're romanticizing with the Serie A from the 1990s, all right, you're gonna stay back there, and there's no way back for you until I don't know. Before you figure that out, it's gonna be too late. So yeah, we'll see, man. But what Newcastle is doing, I like what they're doing. I think they want to do an organic build. You're probably seeing how City and PSG fell for them, but I think flipping because you see they didn't get a big name coach right away, knowing that they have the money. So we'll see what they're doing over there, man. But they're the richest club in England, which is or in the world, which is crazy to me. But
yeah, yeah. And they're
Newcastle,
definitely doing an organic build. I mean, they haven't spent crazy yet so far. And not only that, I mean, what makes it easy for them to do an organic build is the fact that they already have the fan base to do so. They already have the support. They already have stadiums
yeah,
filled up before the ownership. And I hate saying that, but it's kind of true about Man City with their fans. But yeah, for
I
them, I
had
mean,
a
it's also a bit easier because Premier League money as well. I mean, they're gonna get a lot from TV
yeah,
revenue. Let's be fair. So that's another thing. So right now, I mean, it's for them to build an identity. They have the coach to do so. Eddie Howe, I know some people will be like, but he's just a average English coach. I don't think he's that average. I think he can implement a nice playing style, um, and nothing too defensive.
it's kind of like when Man City started out with Mark Hughes, right? Mark Hughes, like he was the first one, the first coach to inherit, that team before Pellegrini came in, and then obviously, after that, Mancini. But Mark Hughes, when he had that new Man City with, that when the Qataris came in, it was a nice slower build, right? So I think they're using
Yeah.
that mode, and then little by little, the big coach is gonna start coming in. Because what I'm thinking, like people like Guardiola, what's his next move? Does he leave the Premier League now? Where does he go after that? Or does he go national team level? Or does he stay at Man City, become a Ferguson, try to beat, try to like get a record, right, with his 1 billion and try to stay there for the next 10 years and commit? Because he after Man City, bro, he ain't going to no other club is gonna be just giving him baby money like out of nowhere from the skies, like. So I highly doubt he's probably gonna leave that place, but God knows, you know. Hopefully, if he come in Italy, we'll see. Go to Juve over there. I don't want him at Milan. I don't know. I would want a Jurgen Klopp at Milan though. I ain't gonna lie. I think it'd be a good coach for our system, especially since we try to play like them. Yeah. Is everybody gone? Am I tripping?
I'm
No, I'm
actually
still here.
working on like something that I want to. Oh my God, Hussein! Look at this new picture.
I'm doing
Hussein, what's the
FPL
what's the
stuff.
rest of what's the rest of your name say, Hussein?
Oh yeah, it's kind of funny. I just wrote Usain part-time Milanisti.
Nice, nice. Listen, I'm actually working on something that I want to share with you guys on the screen, but it's like sort of like it'd be a good discussion. But
Okay.
just give me you guys. I guess we can read some chat and look for a new topic. Okay, what are your thoughts on Jude Bellingham?
Bellingham's a
Hussein?
good player
Yeah,
though.
that's a good question. I really, really like Jude Bellingham. You know what? I mean, I feel like he's a player a lot of people universally can agree is very good. With Jude Bellingham, he's so good going forward, defensively as well. He just became their third captain. So it just shows the leadership quality he has as well. They're putting all their faith in him. And he also has a really good work rate. Defensively, offensively, he's always running. Like it's kind of like how do you say? He's like a warrior on the pitch, really. For someone his age, he's just a
And
very big hustler, man. And
and yeah, go ahead, my bad,
I was
bro.
also gonna say, like, just tactically, he's quite versatile as well. Um, at times he was kind of put in an um, attacking midfielder position. Sometimes also as a six, surprisingly, but yeah, man, he just works all shifts. He's capable of doing anything really. And that's what I really like about him.
And,
But I hope Dortmund can keep him a bit longer before he goes elsewhere.
right, and the
Stays
reason
healthy
why,
too.
right, and the reason why Jude Bellingham is what he is right now is the kid comes from, and that's coming from Rio Ferdinand. The kid comes from the abyss, like of freaking like the English pyramid. So he played at that bottom level where it's physical, where it's just dirty, where you turn into a man, right? It's not your little kids that came from, Chelsea Academy and just ran over. You see what I'm saying? Not saying, not describing that, but like they understand the hardship. That's kind of like a Tomori. They became good when they were playing in second, the second bottom of like, with Derby County. It's like over there, from my understanding with English, they say it's usually good for young English players like to go experience those levels because it's really physical, it's unforgiving, or it can be soft. And I think it translates into some of these players. And because I think what Jude Bellingham was with Birmingham, if I'm not mistaken, and them coming from there, I think they said at a young age he was already playing with a lot of older people, and it really transformed
You
him
just
like
gotta
as a
hope he doesn't turn
player.
into
Yeah.
Deli Ali.
Nah, I don't think he will, man. He's
Nah,
not that
I
kind
don't
of
know,
guy.
man. All that money, and it looks like Deli Ali. I
yeah.
don't
Yeah,
know.
I
He
think I
doesn't
think
have
I
it
think I
anymore.
think for Jude
The
Bellingham though,
mentality.
I just don't want him to turn into a central situation. It's like you said, he should stay in Germany as long as he can. Him going into England now, I don't think it's not going to do him any good because then there's going to put too much pressure because not only they're he's going to go over there for a higher fee. And my thing is, I don't like this higher transfer fee because these younger players now, it adds pressure to them, and now they feel like they got to perform well. We
Yeah.
bought you for 100
Well,
mil,
it's good for
and now
Dortmund.
he's not
It's good if you're
performing up to
selling him.
standards. Right, but then he's not performing up to standards, and now people are confused. Like,
Yeah.
okay, and he has the pressure, and he's not. I think at Dortmund, he's comfortable. They're all young there. Yeah, there's pressure, but it's not going to
Have,
be as England where they're
have you guys
demanding.
seen this guy from Aston Villa that we're linked to? Because a lot of
Chukwueze.
people are a lot of people are likening him to Bellingham. I don't know if
Yeah,
that's where you're going with this, Antonio.
they're rating. I was on
Uh,
a French chat. They're rating that kid though. I haven't seen him play, so I don't know. But a lot of people have been rating him to say he's good. But I don't know him
I
personally.
mean, when I first watched him, how do you say it? It was against Liverpool in some cup match, and Aston Villa mostly played like most of the younger players. So that's what I remember. But what else can I say? I mean, I don't know if because I also saw Nigeria play. I don't know if he was in the midfield. So
Because he's an English guy, and I think he has 1 year left on his contract.
Mm-hmm.
This kid Chukwu.
2020,
I don't know.
23. But they said Moncada likes him a lot. That's what the French folks are saying. He likes him a lot. That's
That
the
means I
reason why
want
they
him.
want him. That's what they want him. This is because Moncada is insisting. That's why he came on our radar. I mean, Moncada scouts a lot of cats anyways, but they like him. Usually, our second alternatives are usually good. Okay,
Because
yeah, you're
I think
saying
Barca, PSG, they're also linked with him. But
right.
I
Oh
think
yeah,
PSG, they're gonna get Renato Sanchez. Hopefully,
yeah.
we can get this kid.
Yeah, I
In my
actually don't
opinion,
want Renato Sanchez no more. Like, I don't like
I don't
players
either.
that disfigures. I don't want him no more. I don't care for him. Yeah, you said I had a question though. Since
yeah,
I assume you watch like okay, I don't watch the Bundesliga like that. With Leipzig, their defender like Sima Khan, is he good? Because we were linked to him for the longest. He was the one that's supposed to
yeah,
come before Tomori.
bro, man, I'm so glad you asked me that. I'm a big fan of Simakan, man.
Okay,
I still
because
think,
this
I still think Simakan has work to do in this game, but he's still pretty raw, but he's fantastic. I mean,
is he better? He's better than Tomori.
I don't know about Tomori, but I mean, maybe he can reach that level pretty quickly. I will
He seems more
say,
like a Kalulu, like
Because
he
you
can
do
play right
because
back.
right, because
yeah,
you do know Tomori is the alternative for Sima Khan's the player that was supposed to come
yeah,
for the longest. He was coming, and I think there was like the whole injury issue and the agent, and then I think Milan couldn't wait, so they just went for Tomori.
We
right,
literally had a jet waiting for Simicon.
It's crazy,
yeah,
man, and that
right,
turned out good.
yeah. Right now, I mean, Simakan is good, but I think Tomori was a smart deal, especially because he was already getting experience at a big club like Chelsea. So that was good on Milan's part. But what I will say about Simicon is how do I say it? I mean, it's not awareness. I feel like just defensively he's very good. I just feel like sometimes on the ball he can be a bit clumsy. That's really it. Um, everything else,
Lapse in concentration.
I wouldn't say lack of concentration. I just feel like at
Just his
times
technique.
technique, exactly. There you go.
Oh,
Technique is not good, but otherwise he's a great defender. But again, that's the thing with the technique. That's why he has Guardiola and Willie Orban playing with him, players that are good on the ball. So, but
mm,
otherwise, I mean, I would say he's a good dribbler with the ball. He can carry the ball. He can create a few chances, but it's really weird. I think under pressure is basically when you see his technique starts to dwindle down
okay.
Oh, he can't handle the pressure as much.
Because I
as
feel
much, yeah. And
wait.
that's kind of the thing with under Tedesco at first. It was something he was working on with Simicon a lot. I've noticed Simicon was also getting benched some of those times, but eventually started to come on. After January, he's starting to play more, and you can see an improvement. But obviously, he needs to do more work, and I think that's when he'll cement himself as like a top defender. Like right now, he's just slightly under Josko Guardiola's level, but he can reach his level very quickly.
Hmm.
I'm glad we got Tamori.
Yeah, I'm glad. So that's
Yeah,
why I
Hey
think
guys, some news.
yes.
This is from. Let me check the source exactly. Uh, the source is called. I think it's a Belgian news source.
What they
Oh, is
saying
this
now? What
CDK?
It
they say?
says deal is not complete completed yet, but an agreement between Milan and Club Brugge for De Ketelaere is imminent. It now seems a certainty that De Ketelaere will play for the Serie A champions.
I saw that since this morning. I saw that on
Yeah.
Longo, on Daniele Longo's tweet.
Yeah, he
Like
probably
he's
just
been saying, yeah,
Well, this is just posted 3 minutes ago, but
yeah, of course. Yeah, they're behind. They've been saying that. Even Daniele Longo put the devil and the Belgian flag, right? I don't even know between him, what's his name, Sheila or Vitello. I don't know who's like the most accurate guy because they be bouncing off the same thing. And sometimes I feel like DiMarzio is out of his depth. I know he's said some true shit, but just sometimes I don't know, man. I only trust Romano. When Romano says it now, and I know Romano looks up to DiMarzio, but I feel like DiMarzio also says so. I'll be translating these things off the tweet. They be going at what's his name, DiMarzio. They be cursing him out, especially Milan fans. They're ruthless. Yeah, man. They're a bit passionate a little bit. Um, freaking yeah, but I think I have a feeling Milan's gonna do a XXL, as we say in French, Mercato. Watch. What's that decalculated situation unlock and watch all these players fall into place? Because if we get even the alternatives, I'll still say it's an A minus. Right?
Man, if we get
Like
CDK, Ndika, this Villa kid,
I don't think we're getting
that's a
Ndika. I
crazy
think we're
Mercado.
getting I think Tangaga most than likely, which I won't even be mad about.
I wouldn't either, honestly, but
Yeah.
it's just Ndika's perfect for us.
Yeah, but I don't even think they want to entertain that because, yeah, they're saying that's his value. The moment we put in, they're going to elevate that. And then other teams going to want to go and try to get him or they're going to hold on to him because I don't even think his contract expires in like what? Did it expire next year? I doubt it.
Yeah, it
They're going to be
expires
like,
2023.
oh,
Ndika.
2023?
Yeah.
Yeah, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll see if Baldini can work his magic. But I think they're going to try to be cheap because they want to get Ziyech and that other kid from Villa. I don't see us paying three players. I mean, to even add 2 mil was a whole freaking
Well,
novel.
here's my thing, man. Like we've only spent like 6 million basically to get Florenzi, Macias.
Exactly. Right. Yeah. And then
So this
the
this this is crazy to me. If we're not going to spend some money, because even Elliot, they were spending like 60, 70 million net probably.
oh no, but I don't
Between like
think
transfers coming in and transfers coming out. And
yeah,
we
but
we
is it
we let
RedBird
Hauge
money
go.
though?
We let so many people go now. We probably
But is it
raked in probably like 25 million. We've probably
right?
raised
But
like 25 million,
yeah, but
close to that.
is it RedBird's money right now or is Elliot that's still in charge? Is it Elliot spending money?
Yeah, I think that's the problem. I think
Yeah,
that's the problem.
so
They're like in limbo right now.
they took the club at the if they knew that would have been man, they should have addressed this issue. If they knew there was have been an issue, because you can't.
Yeah, and
I'm just
you
not
got
with
this guy
this.
like trying to sue, saying that the deal wasn't, what is this?
Yeah,
Like the
that's
blue
Elliot.
bird or
It's.
whatever the company name is, blue something, blue sky,
I mean, then
trying to
again, it's
sue.
it's an investment fund. You know, you never knew anything was never concrete into that thing. I don't care. It's just whatever money you allocate, just allocate the money, and that's it. That's all I can say. Yeah, it's but we'll see, man. But this 5-0, I know it was Wolfsberg or whatever team, Austrian team that was there. But I was impressed with the movement, the intensity. At least we were going, and this is our second game.
Oh yeah.
I was, it's still continuation from last year. I think what we need now is those pieces to complete now all these players around, and I think we're set to go. We're set to go because I look at
Mhm.
other teams. It's just Roma. The reason why Roma they scare me a little bit is because I respect Mourinho as a coach, man. People are willing to die for that guy. I don't know,
Yeah.
i.e. Mourinho, like he's the X factor of that
If
team. It's
if they
not
don't
unfortunately the
renew
players.
Zaniolo though, that's like a ticking time bomb. And I don't
Yeah.
know if that Roma they have a tendency to implode.
Yeah,
And
that's
No,
Mourinho as
that's kind
well
of
is not he doesn't work well with that,
I
I
kind of
think.
agree with that
He
because
just helps the implosion.
I kind of agree with that because I mean the thought of even
That's a
letting
ticking time
Zaniolo
bomb.
go on loan. I mean, I'm just wondering really like just the thought of him going on loan. What is the plan for Roma's current sporting
They're probably
director?
gonna get him to the Premier League, I imagine. That's unless I mean, in Serie A, we're definitely the best team for him. But I think they're gonna try and get him to the Premier League
Yeah, probably. And with Mourinho, you know what, man? I feel it's
because they're
two
not gonna want to
things.
help us out.
Yeah, yeah. I was gonna say for two things about Mourinho. Number one is, being able to understand, this generation of youth. That's something he's been working on. Obviously we see videos about it. I mean, Roma's a pretty young team. He's been handling the youngsters well, and that's number one. He's been able to gain their trust. And number two, I mean, second season Mourinho is just different, man. And it's gonna be interesting
They're
to
gonna get
see.
Champions League for sure.
Yeah, maybe, man. I would like to see them in top four, and the reason is it's not even because of Mourinho, right? I could obviously say like, oh, he's a great manager, this and that. I want to see Roma in Champions League because they're one of those teams that, no matter the European competition, they put in good effort, to get as far as they can, and that's
I
obviously something Italian clubs, should all desire to do as
yeah.
well.
I think Napoli is gonna be the one that's gonna fall off. I think they've got a good
Yeah,
offense. They're getting some, but I think it's gonna take some time to get it together, and their defense is just not gonna hold up. I think.
yeah, and you know what the thing is, because Napoli, they got good replacements. Obviously, it's going to be difficult to replace Koulibaly, but I mean, the players they've brought in now, Kim Min Jae, I've seen him at Fenerbahce, and he looked good, but obviously that's not enough.
But
Right.
that's
Uh,
and
Right.
that's in the Turkish league, man.
that's the
That's
Turkish league,
That
exactly. It's
exactly.
very,
that's different.
It's
man.
different.
I watched the Turkish league, right, and it's
I'm sure it'll
so
be
slow
solid
paced.
though.
It's so slow paced, man.
Yeah.
Very slow paced. And the second thing with Napoli, Kavisha's a great winger on the left wing,
No,
but
yeah,
right
no,
Absolutely.
Kavisha, yeah,
Absolutely.
he's
He's
good.
he's awesome to watch. But right wing, man, how do we
Yeah,
know like
Lozano,
Lozano exactly?
inconsistent.
Inconsistent, exactly. And you know what? I would like to see Lozano and Kavisha develop a nice, winger partnership. But I don't think
But
that's
they
that's
don't
Yeah,
have the
happening.
but
depth either though. I feel
yeah,
like
Yeah,
Roma has a lot of good youth that they can put in.
right.
With they got that African kid, the Polish kid, and they've got I think it's like Bove, like something like that. He's been in there a little bit, like a central midfielder. Roma's
Yeah,
always good with youth.
go
I
go
feel
going
like
back,
Napoli, they
go.
don't have the depth.
Hey,
They don't have the depth.
Yeah,
Hussein, quick question. Because I remember, so when you were
yes,
discussing why there are Serie A fans in Germany,
yeah,
you mentioned there were some German players like Matthaus on Inter. Who was the AC
Hmm.
Milan player? Is it Schnellinger?
Bierhoff. No, it's
yeah.
Bierhoff.
Barrow.
Bierhoff.
Older one was Schnelling, and more
Ah, okay.
recent one was Bierhoff. Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah,
Yeah, so whatchamacallit that? Nah, like going back on Napoli, when you got a player like what's his name? Like Lozano. Think about some Mexican players, no diss to them. When they go to Europe, they just don't have strong mental. They also have a mental issue and they
yeah,
don't break in and they want to find a comfort zone. So they'll run back either to their league or do what Carlos Vela did, go back. It's just, and you see that in Lozano. Like, he's talking about like he wants to play. And that statement he made last year, I'm surprised they didn't really get him in trouble. Talking about he wished to go a team above Napoli. Like, you still playing
yeah.
there, boy. Like,
You,
you just come out and make these statements when you're not even convincing.
exactly. You know what? The thing with the Mexican players you're mentioning, it's kind of a shame because I feel like Carlos Vela, one of the examples you mentioned,
Hmm.
he was actually all right at Sociedad, man. You know
Yeah,
what?
same
He was
like
like,
Dos Santos,
yeah,
Giovanni Dos Santos, all of
Giovanni dos
that. So,
Santos.
yeah, yeah.
But then you look at players. Some players, it's so weird. I mean, Chicharito outside of Man United, he was all over the place. Went to West Ham, Liverpool, and all these random clubs. And I think one of the strangest ones is Ochoa. Because Ochoa's always good for the Mexican national team, but when he played for, I think it was Malaga or Osasuna, one of those clubs, he was just a complete flop. He was
And
just
he
a
was in
complete flop.
France too. Yeah, but they're
Yeah,
not. The thing is, there's also a spirit. That's what I said. Like, we're going to 30 years. America is going to be a force to reckon with. I always told people here, like in the States, the only reason why, people make fun of us, like, oh, America, y'all call it soccer. I'm like, it's not of interest to the general American public as a whole yet. Because I
yeah,
always tell people, I might look at other American sports. The moment we decide to really, really focus, I mean, MLS level is already increasing. Like the players, the level, when I'm looking at teams like Atlanta United and all that, it's not like yeah, older players are still coming, but there's no more work in the park where you'll come and thrive. Like the level is gradually increasing because it's little interest. It's getting a bit, soccer been popular here, but like the levels are a bit increasing. They're tweaking. It's becoming a bit sophisticated. Let me say, and I think the moment it gets to that, you'll see that because there's something about here when it comes down to sport, that competitiveness. It's always been, it's always been here. I mean, the way we're raised in school and all that, and I think that's the edge. Like in North America, at least that I think Americans have over the Mexican folks. Because the Mexican folks, the talent is there. They have talent, right? We per se, not all the time, might not have the talent, but that spirit of fighting and combating, that's what other people don't have, which that entails discipline. You need that discipline to stay in, right? Discipline is what kills Brazilians right now. They don't have that. The talent is there, and then they get all the money. Discipline goes away. No more work ethic. They
That's a
can't
good point
keep
about the
up.
discipline.
So discipline plays a big thing in American culture, at least with a lot of the stuff that we actually do, and it's
Yeah.
because the sport. And like I said, like this is just new. This is gonna be the new crop with all these youth players before. And I've been following US team for the longest. But I think 10, 15 years. And once we also switch the format where it's always pay to play, it's a big thing that's also crippling the sport. Paying to play a company, they're giving you a trophy. Doesn't so a coach is afraid, to not playing this one player if it's trash because his parents are watching or the soccer moms are there, and that kind of kills the sport. But I think they're revising all of that. So they create this type of system, the partnerships they're doing. We can export a lot of talent. I mean, we're almost 400 million people. With 350 million, it's definitely gonna be a pool of talent. If some of these kids are playing basketball and soccer, and you can start poaching some from there, we can go up. But I was just saying that just to say to my point, where like like Liga MX has a lot of talent, and I pay attention to what they do over there. It's just that mentality. They get there and they're not disciplined enough. I think players that are disciplined enough, like if I had to look at the Latin world as a whole, is Argentinians. Argentinians are really disciplined. They're willing to, go to the next level to improve their game. Brazilians too, to a certain extent, but I think once they reach their top, they just because a lot of them are just talented at such a young age, and they're just done. Like right, I look at Ronaldinho. Once Ronaldinho got his Ballon, he won the World Cup, won his Champions League and his Ballon d'Or. I mean, what else does he have to prove? Nothing. So they don't care about beating records and all that, right? They play for the fun, which can be good, but that's the thing I kind of see with Mexican kids. Like they have talent to go overseas and be successful, but it's just I don't know, man. Mental plays a big thing.
What do you
That's
think about Endrick, this new guy? Do you guys
Oh,
know him?
he's amazing
You think we should
Hendrick.
for
get
his
him then?
age. Yeah,
Who's
but
For
we're
that?
not gonna
40
be able to
million
get him. We're
cash?
not gonna be able to get him.
Who's that?
Would
Who's
would you
that?
buy him for 40 million cash right now? Because I've been having this argument in the chat with these guys
I mean, he's on. He's
that
eight. I
like
think he's like 17, right?
he's 16.
I know. I
He
think
Where's
he
just turned
turned
16.
17.
Where's he
Wait,
No,
from?
he just turned 16.
Where's he from?
Brazil.
Hendrick.
He's
Well,
born
that
in
kid.
2006, so
oh, sorry. Yeah, he
he's
just turned 16.
16.
Okay, so he's yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's a bit too young for 40 million.
Hold on. That's the
Maybe
kid
like,
from.
but
That's the kid
according
that's
to
come from
Roy, like
Santos.
you have to get him now. But anyways, but Real and Barca already like are on him though. That's
Yeah,
the thing.
I know, but like I don't know. Would you
That's
would
the
you get
kid.
this
Wait,
kid?
Roy,
Would
are you
you would
still
you
on?
splash the cash? I don't know if he's still there. Because
That's the
I've been
kid.
trying to talk sense into them that we should get CDK instead of this kid.
No,
But
no,
they want
no.
this kid
Is
and
is
then
that the
leave
kid
him
from
in Brazil.
Santos? Is that the kid from Santos that they're
No, this
trying to
guy's
offer?
at
No.
Palmeiras apparently. I don't think he's even playing like at the top team yet. He's just like killing it in like the like the youth kind of system,
It goes back to
like
my point,
ridiculously.
but it goes back to my point with these younger players. When you're putting that type
Yeah,
of investment on a younger kid, you're expecting a 10-year,
I know.
20-year outcome.
That's what
You
I'm
know,
thinking as
with
well.
with Brazilian players, you're really gambling, especially if they start getting higher
Yeah.
wages or higher money at an early age.
Okay, this is
They're
exactly what
not
I've been trying to
disciplined.
tell them.
They're
Because
not
they're
disciplined, man.
convinced that this guy is going to be like Vinicius Jr. It's going to be smooth sailing. Just put 40 million, 50 million into him, leave him in Brazil, and it's just going to be like this egg waiting to hatch, and it's going to be
Because
perfect.
Hey
Everything is
guys,
golden.
just So it's getting a little late over where I am, so I think I'm going to close up pretty soon. Roy is nowhere to be seen. But before I do that, I was doing this while you guys were having that discussion, a couple of different discussions. I actually put together like a board of what I think is pretty much every, debatable, like, greatest AC Milan player ever, just to kind of
Okay.
show this depth. Do you guys see this?
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, I see it.
Should I zoom in more? Or is it good?
Zoom in a little bit for me. I'm watching my phone.
Yeah.
This better?
Okay. Yeah, I
Yeah.
see it. Yeah, I see it.
Okay, so I tried to choose like all different types of players, and I just want to say, like, you could probably make, like, I don't know how many different teams based on all these players, but the ones in the middle is I think right now it's my personal, like, what I think not my favorites, but just who I think deserves it. And I will say that based on, like, but it is my opinion on who was just had more quality,
Alright,
who's better.
bruh. It's
But you
already blasphemous. It's already blasphemous looking at your thing already, man.
Well, the
Come
only
on.
area that I think is reasonably up for debate would be the midfield three. But other than that, I'm pretty sure this is, like, non-negotiable. Like, I mean, you can say, like, okay, another player is, like, a good shout, but I think this back four, besides maybe Cafu, but I think Cafu should stay. Dida for Rossi, maybe, I don't know.
I'm talking
But
about
I
I'm
need
talking about you
Gullit in
putting
there. I
Gullit.
need
Yeah, why you
yeah,
putting
so that,
Gullit
yeah, yeah.
outside, bro? Come on.
Yeah, I know. So Gulit's one of the players that I really want to put in, but the thing is, I think, first of all, he's not a DM. I don't know. I think Sador, for the amount of years he was with us and the successes he had, it's just so hard. Like, Rivera also was, like, intense, man.
I'll replace as much as I love Shiva, I'll replace Gullit for Shevchenko. Sorry. Shiva gotta be
Yeah,
benched.
but I think, but wait, I think that's kind of like an opinion, though. You know what I mean? Like, I don't. I think
No, even in talent. How many Ballon d'Or did Gullit win with us?
I
And
don't know.
Champions League?
Did he win?
Shevchenko
I know
Shevchenko
Shevchenko
only
won
won.
one Ballon d'Or.
Yeah,
And
but Gullit did win the Ballon d'Or with us. Hold on. Let me go double check that. Yeah, man. Let's not do that.
yeah, but I don't know.
Hold on.
Ollie, chill, bro. Yeah, okay, Costa Curta. Come on. Is he, where would he fit over Cafu? I don't know.
Cafu. How many times did he win the World Cup? Come on.
Twice. Yep.
Yeah,
Come on now. Like, I think you kind of have to put him there. But anyway,
I think so too.
I don't know. Rivera's a Ballon d'Or winner. Seedorf is not, but he's won like a million Champions Leagues. Rijkaard is probably one of the best DMs we have. But I mean, I don't know. It's up to, I don't know. We can alter things.
I mean, it's fun. I think Hulit has got to be in there. Maybe even
Whoa, this
Leia
guy
had
says
like that
Costa.
one
Ollie
really
says
crazy
Costa
season.
Curta over Nesta. I don't know if you can do that, my guy. Bro, I don't know if
Seriously?
you can do that. I don't know if you can do that.
Okay, no, he
Because
won
I think
87, huh?
it's just because he's homegrown. Costa Curta.
Yeah, I
You
don't
gotta show
think
him
you
the
can.
love.
I don't think you can do that. I'm sorry. Like, Nesta stays. Dude, Nesta's like, I don't know, but based on his class,
World
I
Cup
think,
winner,
yeah, and based on his class and the
multiple
way,
Champions Leagues,
yeah, and his
just like Costa
accolades,
Curta.
I think Nesta for me, I'm not changing him for Costa Curta.
Man, I'll put Pirlo at the spot of Rijkaard, man. I'm sorry. World Cup
No, I
winner.
can't do that.
Yeah, for Rijkaard. Yeah, I'll put Pirlo. I'll put Pirlo. Pirlo is like,
I want to
yeah.
change this based on just players who I like personally.
I would go 4-4-2 with Rijkaard, Seedorf, and then I'm gonna do something very, very questionable, and I'm gonna take out Rivera for Hulit. I don't know.
I don't know. So, wait, let me just show you my I guess based on the players who I just since I am a bit younger, I'll tell you who my favorites are. First of all, I wouldn't touch this back four or Dita, but I think I would have to go something like.
I would have put Mike, Magic Mike. Stop
I don't
playing,
know.
man.
I think I like. Well, see, the problem is we don't really
What
have.
about super people, man? You should put super people.
He's on the side, but I don't know if he does. Man, it's so I feel so
Nah,
bad
Van
doing
Basten
this.
he deserves it
I
over
love
people at the
Weah.
moment.
He also was a
Wea
bubble.
had that crazy season or two. Yeah.
Gullit can play mid, but not really. He
Hullet is
can.
everywhere.
Yeah, he does basically everything.
I love Hullet.
Who else should I put in here? This
Even
is
Desai. I bet you if your dad was here, your dad would have told you to put Desai somewhere.
no. He likes him, but I think my dad would have to agree with he wouldn't change the back four for sure.
No, back four is lit. But Desai can usually play in front of the D.
Yeah, okay, yeah, Ollie. I know I'm young and I accept that. I'm sorry, I'm not an old man, but I still think most people would think Nesta over Costa Curta based on not just accomplishments.
Yeah. I'll definitely take Nesta over Costa Curta for
Most
sure.
people would say that, even people that are older than me. So don't act like I'm being blasphemous because I'm not putting in Costa Curta.
And I know Billy was getting old, but Nesta benched him when he came over to Milan. Nesta was a starter, so
yeah,
that's
immediately.
what it is. Yeah.
So many good shouts here.
Yeah, the people if we had a weave, even the people outside, I would have taken out on Ronaldinho because I'm thinking about these people when they came to us, they were trash. Ronaldo wasn't good no more.
This is probably what I would do. Yeah.
This is probably my favorite, just with my favorite players. This is not what I think is actually the best, most worthy, but I think this is the best, a combination of just my personal favorites because I love Weah. I think Van Basten is just unbelievably criminally underrated, for younger people. Kaká is Kaká. Seedorf is my favorite AC Milan midfielder of all time. Gullit and Rijkaard, I guess I don't know. We can look at other DMs, but
So I would tell you more information, right? I keep the back four, right? But then at this instead of Rijkaard, actually, I can't put Pirlo. I'll put Gullit, Pirlo, and then I won't have Seedorf. Me personally, I don't really care for Seedorf. I'll put.
Dude, okay,
I'll put Carlo. I'll put Don Carlo Ancelotti.
Really? In the best
Stop playing. I'm just playing.
Wait, hold on. I want to talk. Wait, all these. Okay, listen. First of all, I'm not doing that. And listen, I wasn't alive to see them in their prime, but I've seen a lot of whole match replays of these players. Because when I study history, I actually study history, and I know these are all amazing players. I'm not they're all close, but I just think overall, Nesta's quality.
I'll put but you're missing player. Where's El Presidente, man?
Oh, get the hell out of here! Get the hell. He won a Scudetto, but no, get the hell out of there.
You say he won a Scudetto. What did Ronaldinho win with us?
Ronaldinho's freaking Ronaldinho, though.
Okay, then. Hey, I knew my boy.
Man, you won't see Ronaldinho in my team.
Dude, you will
not see him in my team.
Kessie is in dreamland on the side. I don't know.
Dude, I need that double pivot now. Freaking. Hey,
I want to talk to Hussein for a second. Hussein, who's all-time 11 is better, Bayern or AC Milan?
That's a good question.
Just look at the screen for a second.
Yeah, I'm looking, man. I'm looking.
And also, this is just I put way out. You can name your pick between Inzaghi, Nordal, our top scorer, Shevchenko, Ibrahimovic, and then in the midfield, pretty much also up to debate.
Where's Rivaldo?
Yeah.
Where's Rivaldo?
What?
Oh,
Rivaldo. He didn't do anything with us.
Yes, he did. We won in 2003. Yes. We won in
Man,
2003
come
with
on.
Rivaldo.
He wasn't a big part of that. Come on.
He was playing. What are you talking about? Then
Come on.
Rivaldo scored against Madrid. Hold on. In 03, let me double check. I remember Rivaldo did play, man. Come on, bro.
All right,
He
I'll add him in
played.
for you.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
But I'm not putting him like.
But he's a Ballon d'Or too. Let's not, what we got here, mad Ballon d'Ors. No, Rivaldo, he did play part of that 03 team. Yes,
It's
yeah,
because
he
he
did.
flopped in general at Milan.
Rivaldo's still a good player, man.
Come on, Hussein. I think we have you beat here.
Yeah.
I don't like to be cocky about them, but this is our history, man.
Yeah. No, I think I was actually gonna say if Bayern played Milan's all-time 11, both all-time 11s, I think Milan would obviously win, but I think it'd be a very close match. Maybe like 2-1 or even 3-1 to Milan, because I think, for me in general, I think Milan has actually not one of the best. I think he has the best all-time 11, and I'm even saying that over Barcelona's or even Real Madrid's. I
Yeah,
genuinely
and then we have like just think about the amount of Ballon d'Ors that came from our team that we produce, right? You can look at
yeah,
other teams, but there's a lot of Ballon d'Ors. Like I think we're second or third the list like all time. Because just looking at the list alone that they're Milan generated, right? You have Shevchenko, you have Kaká, you have Rivera, you
yeah.
have you have Van Basten, you have Gullit, right? Um, I think that's about it.
Yeah. Hey guys, I
That's
love how
about it.
when Skillard comes in, he says the same thing every time.
For
Forza
the
Burnage,
Cyclone,
Forza Top Six,
he
Forza
said
We Are
Brugberg.
More.
So,
Yeah.
so, so, so said
Throw
Brugberg.
Bakayoko in the mix. Throw Bakayoko in the mix. Balotore over Maldini.
I was gonna say, you know what though, Antonio. I'd
Oh
say
no.
I'd say the difference between a Bayern World 11 and your World 11 is that ours has more recent players. So if you don't count anyone that's retired, like for me, I would put Neuer and Philip Lahm in Bayern's World
Right.
11, all-time 11 team.
Ribery.
Even
Ribery.
Ribery, maybe Robin. Yeah, I mean, there's
Yeah.
always
Okay.
Bala.
Okay. Neuer and Lam, those are great players.
yeah,
And with all due respect, I don't think Ribery and Robin would get in this 11 like at all. Like they're not
in
it.
this
Like
level,
I,
no,
I think our
No, but I'm talking
bench.
about for Bayern though.
Yeah, for
for
Bayern. No,
Bayern,
I'm saying
yes,
compare. I'm just saying comparing them to the players on the screen right now.
yeah,
Michael Ballack, for sure.
Milan really never had any like crazy. I
yeah,
mean, like just pure wingers. You know what I mean?
right.
We
Michael
just.
Ballack was great. Lothar Matthäus would definitely challenge Rijkaard. They're like almost the same
Yeah,
player.
honestly, yeah, that's a good shout. No, I'm just saying, yeah.
And then for
No,
strikers,
no, I think Khan can come in there. Khan was better than Dida. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
no,
maybe,
our goalkeeper definitely goes to Bayern. Like the goalkeeper,
yeah,
because we never had like a Dida was good, but he made a lot of mistakes, and he's not like an all time great keeper. I don't think so.
absolutely.
But
I was also gonna say Gerd Muller and Beckenbauer. I mean, that's personal preference. Because I
What?
mean, you have Nesta and
I will
Baresi,
say
so
this. I will say this with
yeah,
Van. Personally, I wouldn't. Even though Gerd Mueller has like insane like goal scoring records,
yeah,
Van Basten with his three Ballon d'Ors, right, and his
yeah,
on top of that, his very short career and just based on his quality and his achievements in that career, I would still put Van Basten over him. That's just me.
yeah.
But
No, that's true. But I know Beckenbauer. I think of any defender has the most Ballon d'Or awards, if I'm not mistaken. So
Yeah. What about
uh,
Kufur? You should have put him in there.
Sami Kufur.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you're doing, man. He's awesome, but
Yeah,
big
he
ass.
is.
Man. But,
is Kahn better than Neuer like all time? Do you think?
Khan is man. Oliver Khan, I saw that dude play good
yeah,
portion of his career. I put him over Neuer, man. It's just I guess Neuer the
yeah,
World Cup kind of gets him, but Khan he was the best player of a 2002 World Cup. So
yeah.
it's
Hmm.
rare for a goalie to become the best player. It wasn't even Ronaldo that
Hey guys, you know
usually
who
took
did
that
that
World Cup by
recently?
storm. Who?
Donnarumma at the Euros.
Fucking, I don't like players with weak mentality, bro. It's just that man child out of here, man. African.
No, so
Where'd you
yeah.
put Papin? You don't have Papin. Where's Jean-Pierre Papin?
I forgot. Dang it. Okay, I forgot another one. Hold on, let me put it in here.
So yeah, so if I had players that could be in this or challenge, so as I mentioned, Kahn or Neuer, Philip Lam was good, although Cafu versus Lam, man. You know what? Obviously, most people prefer Cafu, but that one's really about personal preference.
Right.
Some people prefer Cafu because he was really good going forward, and some people prefer
Oh my God,
Lam.
Papin. Guys, sorry to interrupt, but Papin with
Yeah.
Bayern and AC Milan.
Yeah.
What about Zé Roberto?
Zé Roberto, that's a good one actually. I mean, he was good, but I don't know. I wouldn't put him here. But I would put Karl-Heinz Rummenigge. He was very good, and he won 2 Ballon d'Ors.
Indeed.
Yeah, he was great. Him and Gerd Muller, Matthaus, as I mentioned. Ballack is
What up?
So with the goalkeeper, it's pretty clear. With the right back, it's kind of up to personally. I stick with Cafu. That's just me. And you can call me biased, whatever. I don't know. I just go with Cafu based on his achievements. But same, I know Lam won a lot too. But
yeah.
And then who else? Besides Gerd Mueller potentially.
I think Ballack. I think Ballack can break into that midfield, bro.
I think, was it Matthaus you were saying before?
Yeah, Matthaus.
I think I'd put Matthaus. Maybe I see that one more, and then also Beckenbauer. I don't know Nesta or Becker, because I'm not touching Baresi. I'm not touching.
No, Beckenbauer over Nesta, big time.
Really?
Beckenbauer is considered the best defender of all time, bro.
No.
And
that one would be Paolo Maldini. So never say that.
No,
shit again.
I'll say no. You hear me out, dude. Maldini's my idol. But when we talking about dudes that revolutionized, I'm always gonna give credit where it's due. Beckenbauer is considered the best defender of all time.
Dude,
I don't think.
No, he's not. That goes to
Okay.
Paolo Maldini, bro.
Okay.
Maldini is undisputed.
I'm being serious, dude. You go and talk to any football head, that's the top. Like if you want your Mount Rushmore, you put Baresi, Maldini, Beckenbauer. But Beckenbauer is dude. He has a Ballon d'Or. He won a World Cup. Any player that revolutionized a position, you have to put them up front. You revolutionized a position.
I don't listen.
You know?
Listen.
And I'm a dude. Maldini is because of Maldini. I became a Milan fan. You talking about a dude that's a diehard?
You could put him up there. Put him up there, like on the Mount Rushmore. But he's not going up anywhere above Paolo Maldini. And personally, so you don't say he's
Hussein. Do you agree with that?
Agree with what?
That Beckenbauer is the best defender of all time.
Man, of course I agree with that. For me, yeah. I mean,
I go Paolo Maldini. But...
You know what though? Like, for me, it's more than just about records. It's more of an emotional attachment because it's a crazy domino effect. I think some people don't know this. Obviously, they won't because not everyone's a Bayern fan, obviously. But he used to be a fan of the rival club of Bayern Munich, which is 1860 Munich. And actually, the reason he joined Bayern is because when he was playing that team, one of the players from the other team slapped him, and so he got so angry and he joined Bayern, proved everyone wrong, and that's why we're the club we are today. It's like an emotional attachment. And so with Beckenbauer, I mean, on the way, hat trick of Champions Leagues, 2 Ballon d'Ors, World Cup. I don't know if he won the Euros though, but yeah, I mean, he was just an amazing player and very, very versatile in terms of his role as well.
I guess based on achievements, like because of the Ballon d'Or and the World Cup, he has more, of course. Like, but I think does Maldini have more? Maldini has 5 UCLs, right? How many UCLs does he have?
I think Maldini has 5.
How many does Beckenbauer have?
3.
Yeah, so that's really impressive. So based on achievements, he's above Maldini.
Yeah, and Beckenbauer won 3 of them in a row. So it was a hat trick of UCLs.
No, but you got one thing too, Antonio. I don't know if you ever saw him play. See, I went and saw these clips and tried to look at from their time. Dude, Beckenbauer was a force to be reckoned with, man. He'll take that, he'll dribble, he'll find himself in positions to score.
Listen, I respect your opinion, but to me,
read the chat. Read the chat.
On top of
that, saying.
Yeah, I know. Wait, he has
I'm
two
just.
Ballon d'Ors or one? Does Beckenbauer have 2 Ballon d'Ors?
I think he has 2.
Oh my gosh, that's insane. But listen, I know he has more better individual achievements, but to me, the fact that Maldini played both as a left back and center back, the fact that
I think you guys are all wrong. It's Baresi.
it's an opinion, but I think for me it's Maldini. I was gonna say something else. I think I've never seen a defender with as much class as Maldini. Maldini could play with both feet. He played. I think he's actually was he right-footed but he played on the left as a left back, or was he left-footed and played? I forget. But basically, he used both feet. He could play up it in the forward positions earlier on his career, especially.
Dude, you're preaching to the choir. Like I said, that's my idol. Maldini is my idol, bro. Trust me. When I'm talking about I died for somebody, you asked my parents since I was a child. Like, trust me, I respect. He's forever to this day. That's my favorite player of all time, is Pablo Maldini. But I want to be logical, I want to be fair. So that's all I'm saying. I've seen the guys.
Yeah, you can be
trust me.
logical with your if you Ballon d'Or and whatever. I don't. If that's what you want to rate him, that's your opinion. But for me, it's also about class.
No, I'm not even talking.
These
Dude,
achievements are important as well.
I'm not even talking about. Let's put that aside. I'm not even talking about like the the achievements and all that. Like,
so you're telling me
you've
seen Beckenbauer play and you think that he plays better than Paolo Maldini?
No, but I mean, when you look at the tape for that era, the same way we watch like those Gullit tapes. Like, I've seen what he was doing. He was something, man.
I'm not saying he wasn't something,
Yeah, he was
but
something.
it's different. I'm not disagreeing with that. But if you tell me visually he looks better than Paolo Maldini, then I think that's just a bunch of BS.
That's BS.
I'm sorry, man.
Okay, that's fair.
What type of
That's
Milan
fair.
fan doesn't back Maldini in the situation? We only
What
have
type of
one
Milan
Bayern
fan,
fan. We're
bro?
supposed to be bullying the Bayern fan. I don't know
I
what you
mean,
guys are
no,
doing.
what you gotta understand, this is internal. No, you gotta understand. You gotta understand, this is internal, right? Internal, we get to voice his opinions. Once we step out of here,
Clint,
we're
you're not a
another
real
platform to
Milan
speak.
fan just because you said this guy has 902, I think, caps for our club.
You
The
said
hell?
I'm not a real Milan fan, dude. I have a Milan tattoo on me, so I'm not a
I'm
real Milan
joking,
fan.
man. I'm
Dude,
joking, dude.
that's offensive. That's offensive.
You should
Like,
get a
no, bro,
Maldini tattoo and prove your loyalty, because at this point, like,
I'm skeptical about getting like another man's face on my body, bro. It's weird.
yeah, I know.
Yeah,
Listen,
it's really weird.
I don't have any tattoos, and I'm not gonna get one. But listen, I think it's time to close.
It is.
Honestly, I want to
gotta work
continue
tomorrow.
this debate. I'm
We
really
should.
interested in like when Hussein comes back. Let's talk about Beckenbauer versus Maldini, especially when Roy and other people are here, because I'm also younger, so I'm interested to see some like older perspectives. But so I've seen mainly clips, but Skiller's here. Get a Krunic tattoo. Anyways, listen, guys, I'm gonna close the stream here. Thank you guys for coming on, and hopefully we'll do a stream tomorrow.
Yeah.
Roy is like dead. I don't know what's happening with Roy, but he's like passed out.
Yeah. Hopefully CDK signs in the next few hours. But yeah, I'll see you tomorrow.
Guys, it's the beginning of next week. It's the beginning of next week, guys. Don't worry. Anyways, let's see if next week is actually like tomorrow or like whatever. All this like news is getting to my head. So yeah, guys. Once again, I really appreciate all of you for coming into these late night streams, because we actually got pretty good viewers for this time of day. So it's definitely good to have people to talk with and to discuss.
Good conversations. Yep.
Yeah.
And it's not. At least we didn't spend 3 hours talking about De Bruyne this time.
Oh yeah.
But at least Hussein backed me on that one.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'll die on that hill for you.
Yeah, thank you. All right, guys. Thank you for watching, and have a great morning or rest of your evening, I guess, if you're in the West Coast. But actually, no, it's morning for everyone now. What am I saying? Clint, you're in Texas?
Houston. Yep, it's 2:52. Yeah, I got to work tomorrow.
God,
yeah,
man.
yeah, I know.
Guess what time it is? It's 4 in the morning for me.
Oh no, yeah, you're in Philly, right?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I'm from DC, so like, yeah, no, I
was in DC today.
Oh yeah, shit. Yeah, well, oh well.
All right, guys. It's good
Yeah.
seeing you.
Yeah.
Ciao.
Bye.